If you're not adding AI-powered projects to your resume, trust me, you'll be missing out on a lot of job opportunities, like this full-stack AI finance platform called Wealth. With the ability to track both your income and expenses across multiple accounts with smart categorization and receipt scanning powered by AI, along with the ability to set up recurring transactions as well. This budget management system helps you stay on track with email alerts when you're approaching your spending limit. Analyze your daily transactions or long-term financial health through interactive charts and visualizations such as these. Plus, receive AI-powered monthly reports on email that provides personalized insights into your spending patterns. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So right off the bat, we have this professional and modern looking landing page with this beautiful scroll animation, which I'll show you how you can implement as well. When you scroll down, we have some statistics related to our app, some key features about our app like advanced analytics, smart receipt scanner, budget planning, etc. When we scroll down, we have how our app works, some testimonials from our user, and a beautiful call to action button at the bottom. Okay, so let's click on Get Started. And we will be prompted with this login page over here. Let's go on and sign in with Google. And there we go. We are in our dashboard. Now over here, you can see we have a user drop down where you can manage your account, like updating your username, updating the profile picture. Apart from this, you can see we can set our user budget over here, which you will see in a minute. We can see our recent transactions with respect to whatever the account is selected over here, and also category-wise spending data, or you can say spending chart, so that we can get a better idea on what are all the things that we are spending our money on. If you scroll down, you have all of the accounts that you have created over here, and you can click on over here to create an account. And also, we are managing all of the forms inside of our app using React Hook Form and Zod. So you know all of these forms are robust. So let's create an account. YouTube test. Account type can be, let's say, savings. Initial balance, I'm going to keep as 100 USD. And you can see we have the ability to make this account as default. At once, only one account can be a default account. Let's click on create account and you'll see it's creating, and yep, our account created successfully. And it has been added right here. Awesome. So I already have a default account over here. You can see personal. If I click on this one, this will update my default account, and it will also update my budget with respect to that, right? So let me just put this personal account back to my default account. All right, let's go inside of it and see what are all the transactions that we have added. And there we go. We are inside of our personal account, and you can see this beautiful chart over here showing all of our income and expenses in last month. We can change it to last 7 days, last 3 months, last 6 months, or even more, right? If we scroll down, we have all of our transactions over here paginated just like this. And we can search our transactions, like for example, travel. I can see all of my travel transactions over here. I can also filter them using income or expense. Let's clear our transactions. We can also see recurring transactions or non-recurring transactions. So recurring transactions could be something like your salary, probably Netflix subscription or something like that, right? And we can see what the next date of the transaction is as well. And by the way, we have set up a cron job which will keep on monitoring all of these transactions, all of these recurring transactions. Whenever the next date arrives, it will automatically add it inside of our list of transactions. Okay. Now, one more awesome thing over here is the ability to bulk delete the transactions. Like for example, if I want to delete this one and this one and this, I can click on delete selected. Okay, it's processing it. Amazing. We also have a drop down over here where we can go on and edit a transaction or delete a transaction. But first, let's go on and create a transaction. Let's click on this add transaction over here. And there we go. This is the real deal. We have the power to scan a receipt. Like for example, you went to a restaurant or wherever, right? You got a receipt. Now you have to enter everything one by one over here, right? Amount, category, date, blah, blah, blah. No more. We can simply click on over here. Let's say this is my receipt. I'm going to open it. And you can see scanning receipt. This is scanning this receipt using AI, and receipt scanned successfully. And there we go. Our form has been auto-filled over here. You can see the description, the category. Our default account is already selected over here, and the amount as well. And by the way, if you want to create your account, you can also click on over here and create account right here itself. Right now, you can manually fill them as well. Select all of these dates and all, right? But this AI feature is a game changer. And if it's a recurring transaction, you can turn it on or turn it off. And if you turn it on, we have the ability to select the recurring intervals as well, like daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, etc. So let's click on create transaction. And there we go, transaction created successfully. And again, that form over there as well was also managed by React Hook Form and Zod validation library. All right, so now that we are over here in our accounts page, let's go on and edit any transaction. Let's click on over here, edit. And now we can edit this transaction as well. And you can see that AI Recipt Scanner is gone now since we don't need it over here in the edit, right? So let's just change the amount to 159. Click on update transaction. It's updating it. There we go, update successful, and we will see it's 159 now. Awesome. Now let's go back to our dashboard. And over here, we have the ability to set our budget. So you can see our 60% budget is used. Let's click on edit over here, and I'm gonna change it to something like 4,500 USD and tick. Okay, our budget updated successfully, and you can see it is 93% used. What will happen now? Let's check our mail. And there we go. We got an email saying you have used 93.8% of your monthly budget, along with these details of budget amount spent so far and whatever's that remaining in your account. So these are the amazing features that you are going to be building in this tutorial. But that's not it. Let's explore further. Apart from these budgets and all, we also have an email for monthly AI insights. So let me show you. So these are my ingest server or the cron jobs that we will be creating in this video. So you can see for this is the function that will be triggered every first day of the month. So let me manually invoke it right now. And there we go. We got our monthly financial report for the November month. If we scroll down, we can see the total income, expenses we made, the net difference between them. We have all of the expenses by category. If you further scroll down, you can see the AI insights exclusive to that particular user, right? This email will go to every single user. So you can see it tells us that we saved a lot this month. It gives us some tips that we can control on housing and travel expenses, and tells us that our smaller expenses are fairly low, which is a great way to maintain a strong financial position. Amazing. And not just this, we have also implemented security features like adding a shield against common attacks, bot protection. So you can see in the Arcjet dashboard, which we will be using to add all these security features, we can see all the bots that hit our application, related to Inngest or probably Vercel. And I'll also implement features like rate limiting to our API so that no one can send hundreds of requests at a time and put immense pressure on our server. So yeah, no more delays. Let's quickly go on and jump into our VS Code and start building our app. But first, comment down below from where you're watching this tutorial and your name as well. So I've opened VS Code over here, and let's quickly open our terminal and initialize a new Next.js app. So I'm going to say npx create next app at latest and press enter. You want to proceed? Yes. And now it's going to ask us my project name. Since I'm already inside of this wealth folder over here, I'm going to press dot. If you're going to enter a new name over here, then it will create a new project for you. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like your code to be inside of SRC directory? No. App router? Yep, definitely. Turbo pack? Yes. Customize the import alias? No, we don't want to do that. And yep, it's going to install all of these dependency over here inside this package.json file. And then it will initialize a brand new Next.js app for us right over here. All right, there we go. Let's go on and try to run this. I'm going to say npm run dev, and it's going to start a new local host just like this. All right, now where is this code? So if you go inside this app folder inside of our Next.js app, you will see this layout file and this page file. So this layout file basically wraps whole of our code right over here. You can see the children, which is coming from over here. And what is this children? It's this page.js file. So if I remove everything inside this return over here and simply have a div, which will say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. And let's remove this image import as well. And now if I go back, you can see, we just see subscribe to Roadside Coder. Great. Now let's go on and install Shadcn UI. So let's see. So I'm going to search Shadcn UI right here. And here we go. So what the hell is Shadcn UI? So these are basically pre-built components that we can copy and paste inside of our app so that, our efforts get reduced a little bit. So let me show you. So if I go to components over here and let's see a button, right? So we have this pre-built component right here. Now it's not like a component library where you import buttons and stuff, but instead this provides you with the complete code of that button. So if I scroll down over here, you can see manual, And this is the code that this provides us. So if we want, we can add our own variant. We can add our own size for the button, right? So it has different variants and sizes. So just like this, destructive, secondary, etc. Right? But in most of the cases, we won't be needing to, touch the original file. We would just be importing it something like this. Import button from this. Right, so let me show you. Let's go and install Shadcn UI first. And also, Shadcn UI is built on top of Tailwind CSS. That is why we needed to install Tailwind CSS first. Right, so let's click on Next.js over here. And we just need to run npx shadcn at latest init. So let's just copy it. And I'm going to go back to my terminal. Let's just open a new terminal over here and paste it. So this will install Shadcn UI. Yes. Now it's going to ask us a few questions. What style do you use? Let's say New York, neutral, CSS variables for theming. Yes. And now it's going to ask us, how would you like us to proceed? So it's because we are using React 19, right? And some packages are not compatible at this point. So we have to choose use force or use legacy peer depth. So I'm going to choose use legacy peer depth so that all of these packages are compatible with React 19 and Next.js 15. And also, if you are having some issues, I would highly recommend you to use versions of Next.js that I have used right here. So I'm using 15.1.0 for Next, and for React, it's 19.0.0 to make sure that these are the versions that you have inside of your package.json, and then you can, run npm install again. That is just in case if you run into some, issue, right? So never mind. Let's close this. So you can see Shadcn UI has finished installing. So cool, then let's go on and install some components. Let's just start with this button only. I'm going to copy it and paste it right here. So it will do Shadcn at latest add button, and again we have to choose legacy peer depths over here, and then you will notice it will create a component folder over here, components folder. Inside this we have a UI folder where it will keep all of its components. So you can see we have this button component here, and you can fully customize this button according to you. I'm not going to touch it because we don't need to customize this button, right? Let's just come on over here, and instead of this div, I'm just gonna say button, and let's import it from /UI/button right here, right? And let's just give this a variant of destructive, which will make it a red button. Let's go back and see. There we go. We have this red subscribe to Roadside Coder button right here. Awesome. Now, if I show you our deployed website over here, getwealth.vercel.app, here we will be using multiple different components from Shadcn UI, like this button right on homepage. You can see if we scroll down, we have this cards over here, which is a card component inside of Shadcn UI. So over here, this card component, right? So we'll use this. If you scroll down, we have, more components. If you log in inside of this app, you will find a lot of such components. Like for example, for forms, we will be using checkbox and this drawer. If you click on this open drawer, yep, it will pop up with this drawer, which we'll be using for creating the account. So you know what, let's just go on and install all of these components at once so that we don't need to, go on and install them one by one. So we have already installed button. I'm going to go install badge. So badge is basically, will be used for adding a badge somewhere in the, card or something like that. We will add a calendar, which will be one of our filters as well. Card, check box, a drawer, like I showed you, drop down menu, input, popover. So what is a popover? Let me just show you first. So when you click on a popover, it shows you a dialog box like this, right? According to, wherever you are in the website right now. So, okay, a popover and progress. We will be using this progress component to show the progress of what our budget is right now. Select for our forms, switch for our forms again, table and tooltip. So table will be used for rendering all of our transactions, and tooltip will be used whenever we hover on that recurring transaction, right? It will show us the tooltip that when is the next transaction going to occur, and press enter. And this should install all of these, components from Shadcn UI. What's wrong? I think I misspelled something. I think it's calendar instead of calendar. So let's see, instead of E, I'm gonna say A over here and press enter. And now it should get installed. Yep. Let's choose legacy peer depths. It's gonna ask that button already exists. Do you want to override? Let's just override it. And there we go. We have installed all of these components right here. And again, we don't need to touch this folder. So let's just close it. we will be creating our own components inside this components folder, but not this UI folder, right? Great. So let's go on and create the layout, the basic layout for our Next.js app. So I'll go to this layout.js file. And over here you can see it has some default fonts. I don't want these fonts. Let's remove this anti-aliased class. Let's get rid of both of the sorry, not this one. Both of these fonts. For the title of our app, I'm gonna say wealth. Description, let's just say one-stop finance platform. Great. I want to get my own font over here, so I'll put Inter, which I generally like to use in all of my projects. So I'll say Inter, and this will be imported from next/font/Google. Let's remove both of these over here. Inside this, I want subset of Latin. So this is basically the way to import a font. We just need to do this once. And let's take this Inter over here. And right here, I'm gonna say Inter.class name. And yeah, this should, assign Inter as a font to our app. You can see our fonts have changed inside of our app. Inside the body, first of all, I'm gonna have a header component over here. And below it, we're gonna have all of the main components. And then below it, I'm gonna have the footer, right? Which will show like whatever you want to show. Like for example, in my case, I generally like to show Made with Love by Roadside Coder, right? So let's just create our footer first. So I'll say footer. Inside this, I'm gonna have a div, and a p tag, which will say Made with Love by Roadside Coder. Okay. Now we will be writing some Tailwind CSS classes over here. If you have not used Tailwind CSS, don't worry. I'll explain everything inside this video. I'll say class name, bg, blue, 250. So basically what this is doing, if you hover on this, this will show you. It's assigning you, or it's assigning the footer basically, this background color of blue with 50. So 50 is basically the number. It can, go all the way to 950. And this decides the intensity of that color. So I'm keeping a very light blue color over here. And py to be 12. So padding vertical to be 12. Now this div is going to have a class name of container. So basically container, if you hover on this, you can see for different screen sizes, it assigns a max width for the screen so that it, is responsive for different screen sizes. So we'll put container over here, mx auto, so that when the, max width has been put, everything should be in the center. So it will apply even margin on both of the side. Padding horizontal to be 4. Text is going to be in the center. Text gray is going to be 600. Yep, just like that. Let's go on and see how this looks like. Okay, Made with Love by Roadside Coder. I think I have zoomed in a lot. That's more like it. For the middle screen right here, what I want to do, I want to have it like at least 100 viewport height, right? So I'll say main, inside the main. So I've kept it inside of the main because this is good for accessibility purposes as well. I've explained more about accessibility and other, advanced topics in my front-end interview preparation course as well. You can click the link in the description down below to check it out. Anyway, so this main tag is important for search engines to know where the main content of our website is, right? So I'll say class name, minimum height to be screen. And now you'll see, yep, it will provide the 100 viewport height. And if you scroll down, we have the footer right below it. Great. Let's create a header component as well. So inside of this components, we will not touch the UI as I showed you. We will create new file inside this components called header.jsx. Let's close this UI folder. Yep, just like over here. I'll say RAFCE, press enter, and I'll say header over here. If you don't know what this RAFC is, it's basically an extension called ES7 plus React Redux React Native Snippet. So you can quickly go on and install this extension and you'll be able to do this command. Okay, let's take this header and import it right here. I'll press Control space and you can see it shows us to import header just like this. And now if I go back, yep, we have the header, we have the content in the middle, and we have the footer. Amazing. So now let's move on to the more interesting part, and that is setting up our authentication, the login and sign up flow for our app. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. It is the most comprehensive user management platform. And I'll show you how easy it is to set up user authentication using Clerk. So let's click on over here, start building for free. And it will ask you to create your account. I'm just going to quickly go on and log in with Google. And there we go, we are in. You will get a screen like this, which will show you a preview of how your login component will look like. And you can choose the things that you want to include in your login component. Like for example, if I choose phone number, yep, we can choose phone number instead of email address. But what I want to do, I want to keep it simple. I want to keep email address and Google login. Let's click on create. Oh, sorry, we need to add the application name. Let's just say wealth or whatever your application name is, right? And click on create application. There we go, we are in. Now we need to set it up with the platform that we are working, that is Next.js. So first of all, we need to run npm install @clerk/Next.js. So I'll copy it up, go back to our app in the terminal and paste it right here and press enter. Oh, my bad, I forgot to add this legacy peer deps since we are working with React 19. So make sure to add it and press enter. There we go. Now what's the next step? We need to set our environment variables. Okay, so basically these environment variables are the secret keys which we use to connect to Clerk server so that we can, make our authentication possible. So if you click on over here, copy and go on over here and create a new file called .env and paste it right here. Let's see what's the next step. We are supposed to create a middleware file, right? Or update the middleware file. So what is a middleware file? So in Next.js, this file runs before your app runs, right? So we need to initialize Clerk, that is our authentication, before our app is loaded, right? Before allowing user to go inside of our app. So just copy this code over here, and you can see it has different files, like for example JS, CSS, HTML, that it is telling us that we are supposed to pay attention to these files and skip all of the internal files or all of the static files, right? So copy it up and go on over here, create a new file, middleware.js, and paste it right here. Great. Now next, we have to wrap our app in this Clerk provider so that we can add the login and sign up components, right? So what we will do, we'll go to this layout.js file, and right above our HTML, I'm gonna wrap whole of our app using Clerk provider, and the ending tag, I'm gonna keep it right after this HTML. Make sure to import it from @clerk/Next.js, just like this. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me show you how easy it is to set up, user authentication. So I'll just copy this code right here. That's it, these 4 or 5 lines, and go inside of our header component, and I'll paste it right here. So let me show you what this is doing. So it's basically saying when the user is signed out using this signed out component. So let's import it from @clerk/Next.js. If the user is signed out, we need to show this sign in button. Okay. And this will also come from Clerk/Next.js. But when the user is signed in, we will show this user button component. And again, all of these things comes from Clerk. Now, what do you think will happen? Let's go and check it out. You can see we have this sign in button over here. Okay. Let's click on it. And boom, we have this pre-built login page for us right here. Let's continue with Google. Okay, I'm logging in, and amazing. You can see we have this user drop-down component right here. We can click on manage account, and I can see my email address. I can update my name right here, right? We can also enable, let's go to configure over here, and I'll enable this name, right? And click on save and refresh our app. And now you will see in the manage account, we have the ability to update our name over here as well. Awesome. So adding user authentication using Clerk inside of our app is like a breeze. And some of you might say, why haven't you gone on and implemented your own custom authentication? You need to understand, for personal projects like this, it's very important to get started as quickly as possible and focus on the main features of our app. And Clerk helps us do that in a very efficient way. So like, for example, if you're, starting a new business, or probably it's your personal project for your, job or something, it's very easy to get started with Clerk and also scale your app to, thousands of users. And that is why I like this a lot, right? And then maybe if you want, you can in future implement your own authentication when you are doing millions of dollars in the revenue, right? All right. So one more thing that I want to show you is we are currently in our homepage, right? And let's say if I want to go to dashboard, which obviously does not exist yet, but if the user is not logged in, I don't want this to allow us to go to the dashboard, right? If I click on sign out over here, and now again, if I try to go to dashboard, it should not allow me, and it should, route me back to this homepage or sign in page, right? So inside this middleware file that we have created, we will configure a few things. We will add the protected route. So I'll say const is protected route. And I'll say create route matcher. Inside of this, we will have an array where we can, provide the different routes that are going to be protected inside of our app. Like for example, our dashboard route, right? /dashboard and whatever comes after it. Similarly, let me duplicate it. I'm gonna have a account page, right? We will have a transaction page or like for creating new transaction, right? Transaction/create. For account, it will be account/ID, right? So this will help us do that. And we will take this is protected route and go inside this Clerk middleware. Now, one thing that I want to mention over here, that make sure that your version of Clerk is same as mine. That is 6.9.0. Just in case Clerk updates something in the future. These things happen all the time, right? React or Next.js, they bring update, or some other package brings update and things go out of date, right? So make sure you're using that version only. Now inside this, I'm gonna have a callback. And inside this callback, I'm gonna take the auth and the request object. And here, I'll take out the logged in user's ID. So I'll say const auth, and from auth, I will take out the user ID. And with respect to that, we will check if the user is logged in or not. So I'll say if there is no user ID present, and I'll say is protected route if user is on any of these routes, if the user is not logged in, right? So what will we do? We want to redirect them to the sign in page. So again, from this auth right here, and by the way, this will be await, and this will be asynchronous function. Let's copy and paste it inside of it. And from this, I will take out redirect to sign in. This will help us redirect the user. So I'll say return redirect to sign in. And now if user is on any of this page and they are not logged in, they will be redirected to the sign in. Let's go and check it out. So if I try to go to /dashboard now, you can see we are redirected to the sign in page, right? It saved us so much headache of implementing all of these, protected routes logic. That is why I like Clerk a lot. All right. So now you might be thinking, but what is this URL over here, right? We don't want this URL. We want it to be on our own URL, right? Our sign-in page, like localhost 3000/sign-in. We want something like that. Yep, I hear you. Let's go on and implement that. So what we will do, inside of our app folder, we will create our sign-in and sign-up page. Now, we will discuss how routing works in Next.js in much more in-depth later in this video. But to get started, let me show you how it works. If you want to create a route over here, like for example, if I want to create a sign-in route, I want to create a new folder called, let's say, sign-in. And now this is a new route inside of our app, right? Let's get a new file, and the file name has to be page.jsx. RAFCE, let's just say this is called page, and I'll say sign in. Okay, now if you go to /sign-in page, you will see we are in the sign in page. It's actually both sign in, that's why let's just say sign in page over here, so that it's a little bit different. Yep, sign in page. We are on the sign in page with our header and footer being constant. Okay, but what I want to do, I want to have some public routes and I want to have some private routes, right? And I want to group them together. So how will we do that? I want to group them in a folder. So to create a folder and to make Next.js ignore that folder, but we don't want to ignore the things inside of it, but I want to ignore the function like folder's name. So what I'll do, I'll create a new folder called auth and wrap it with these parentheses. Now Next.js won't consider it as a route. Let's create it and move this sign in inside this route over here. So not route, actually folder, auth folder. So now we have moved sign in inside of this folder over here. And now still this should continue to work, right? If I refresh it, you can see we don't really need to add auth or anything in between this. This will still work. And also if we want to, go to a sign in page and create it a clerk's sign in page, we want to add another route inside of it called catch all route. So basically catch all route is an optional route which takes additional parameters. So let me show you how you create it. So we have to create two open square brackets and two close square brackets. And inside this, I'll say ... sign-in, right? And this is what a catch all route is. Let me explain you in just a moment. Let me move this page inside of it first, just like that. And again, this will not change anything. This will still work. So basically catch all route allows us to add things after it, like slash, sign in, whatever all of these things are, right, from Clerk. We don't need to worry about all of those things. This is just a convention if you want to create a sign-in page for Clerk. So now inside this page, what will we do? We want to return a sign-in component, right? So instead of this div, I'll say sign in and make sure to import it from Clerk/Next.js. And now you'll see, yep, we have this sign-in component just like this. Amazing. We need to obviously, center it in the middle. So we will do that. Let's create a sign up route as well. So I'll create a new file over here. And first of all, we want to go to sign up folder. Inside the sign up folder, we want to create a catch all route. So sign dash up. And then inside this, we want to create a file called page.jsx. And yep, we have a sign up page as well. Let's copy all of this code and paste it right over here. Instead of sign in, I'll say sign up. That's all. Let's remove this sign in. And this will also continue to work. Now, if I want to add some, wrapper around both of these, just like this layout.js file, right, which is wrapping whole of our app. So we can do it on the folder level as well, like just for this auth folder. So I'll create a new file inside this auth called layout.js. Now we can provide some wrapper around both of these things. So I'll say RAFCE, I'll say auth layout, and we will take children over here and provide the children to this. Okay. Now this will wrap both of our routes, right? Now we can provide it some class names, and I'll simply say display has to be flex, justify to be center, and padding top is going to be 40. Yep, just like this. For my header.jsx, I'll just give this a class name of fixed and top to be 0, so that our header is fixed on the top all the time, just like that. We will, go on and build our header very soon. But yeah, you see, this is how you build a sign in and sign up page. So if I go to sign up, yep, there we go. We have our sign up page as well. Awesome. Now let's go to our header page and properly build our header, right? So I'll go to the header.jsx and we will add the logos and all. And, instead of this ugly sign in button, we will add a good looking button from Shadcn UI. So above all of these things, I'm going to have a nav, inside of which I'll have a link tag. Now link tag in Next.js is just like an A tag in HTML, right? It has a href, which we can say wherever you want to take it. Like if we click on the logo, I want it to go to the home page, right? So href /. Inside this, I'll put the image tag. Oops, image tag, just like this from Next.js. Make sure to import it from next/image. So this basically comes from Next.js because Next.js uses this tag to optimize images inside of your app. Now, if you want, you can create your own logo and, apply it to this image tag over here. But if you want, I have the link to my GitHub repository in the description. You can go to this GitHub repo and, go inside this public folder and download this logo.png and banner.jpg files. If I click on this logo.png, you can see I have this logo pre-built for you, for this app. Let's click on download. And right here inside the public folder, I've added this banner and logo.png. Let's get rid of all of these files. We don't need them. Move to recycle bin. Okay. Let's import this link as well. Make sure to import from next/link. And now inside this image, we're supposed to give an src. So src will be our logo.png. Let's go ahead and see. My bad, it requires a width and height property as well. First, let's give it an alt tag over here. I'll say wealth logo. I'll give it the height of 60 and width of 200, right? And let's give it some Tailwind CSS styles as well. So I'll say class name of height to be 12. Width is going to be auto. And object is going to be contained so that it does not get, deformed. And this height and this width are basically for this image, and this is for setting its resolution, right? How high definition is going to be. So, sorry, I need to say /logo.png. And now, yep, you can see we have our logo just right here. Let's give this header some styles first. So I'll say width to be full. Background is going to be white with 80% opacity. Backdrop blur is going to be medium. We're going to show, things in blurry in its background. I'm going to say Z index to be 50 so that it's on the top of everything else, and border to be bottom. Okay, for this nav right here, I'm going to give class name of container so that everything is in the middle. Not in the middle, I mean everything has a width. To bring them in the middle, I'll say mx auto, and padding horizontal to be 4. Padding vertical, that is py, to be 4. Display is going to be flex. Items are going to be center, and justify is going to be between so that everything is in the far ends. All right, let's wrap these things in nav as well. And let's see how this looks like. Okay, this is starting to take shape. Great. First of all, for this sign in button, instead of this sign in button, what I'll just say, I'll import a button from Shadcn UI and I'll say login. And I'll just give it a variant of outline. And let's wrap this button with this sign in button right here. So I'll bring in the closing tag and wrap this just like this. And what I'll say force redirect URL to the dashboard. Whenever we are trying to log in, after login, we want to go to /dashboard, right? Let's see. Yep, we have this login right here. If we try to go to our home page, you can see that button is behind our header because we have not added a margin top. So let's just, for now, for our page.jsx, I'll wrap it in a div and just give the div a class name of margin top to be, 40. Okay, let's see. Yep, like that. If we click on login now, we will be taken to this login page. Oh, it's not taking us to the login page. It's taking us to their own URL. So what do we need to do? We need to go to .env and we need to add some environment variables over here so that we need to configure, what the actual sign-in page for us is. And we can simply do that by saying next public clerk sign-in URL to whatever the sign-in URL is. In my case, it's sign in. Same for sign up as well. So I'll say sign up URL is going to be sign up. Let's save it and test it out. If I click on login now, it should take us to /sign-in. Yep, you can see. And we can go on and sign up or sign in right over here. All right, coming back to our header.jsx, I'm going to wrap this whole thing inside of our div up until over here because I want to add some more actions button over here when the user is signed in. So I'll say signed in. Inside this, I'm going to have different links. Like for example, a link to go to our dashboard, to add the transaction. I'll say link href to be /dashboard. And inside this link, I'll have a button similar to this. So I'll just copy this button and paste it right here. Inside this button, I'll first have a span tag, which will say dashboard. And above it, I'm gonna simply have an icon representing the dashboard. Like let's say layout dashboard. So this comes from Lucid React, which comes right out of the box from Shadcn UI. So we don't need to install anything. So Lucid dashboard, and I'll give this the size of 18. Let's check it out. So obviously this will not show up because we need to be logged in if you want to see it. Let's click on continue with Google. And yep, we can see this dashboard button just like this. Great. But what we want to do when the screen size is small, I want to hide this dashboard and just want to show the icon. So I'll say class name to be hidden in smaller screens. And if the screen size is bigger than MD, so what is MD? It's medium screens. And I'll say inline. So if you hover on this MD, you will see minimum width is going to be 768 pixels. If it's more than that, then we will show it. So if I click on inspect and make this screen small, yep, you can see now only the icon is visible. Similarly, I want to add another icon for, add transaction. So right below it, I'm going to add a link for /transaction/create. Obviously, these pages does not exist yet. We're just creating the link to these pages. Also, in this link tag over here, I'm going to add class name, which will say text gray to be 600. And when we hover on them, text blue 600. Display is going to be flex. Items are going to be in the center and gap will be 2 between the icon and the dashboard. So, yep, just like that. We want it to be a subtle button. For this button right here, I'm going to have a class name of display flex, items to be center and gap to be 2. Yep. Instead of dashboard, I'll say add transaction. And for the icon, I'll say pen box from Lucid React. So, yep, like that. And the type of button, I'll just remove the variant over here so that it makes the default button of black. Yep, like that. All right, so this div, I'm gonna give this a class name. So class name of display flex, so that all of them are on one single line. Items to be center and space X to be 4. So basically all of them will have some margin, horizontal margin of 4, which is 16 pixels, right? Let's see. Yep, like that. This icon feels a little small, right? Let's make this icon a little bit bigger. So I'll go on over here in the user button, and this takes something called as appearance. And inside this, I can configure different things. Like for example, I want to target an element, elements. And inside this element, I want to target the avatar box. So I want this avatar box to have width of 10 and height of 10. Let's see. Yep, now it's much better. And if I try to go to sign out, you'll see that both of these buttons will be gone. Great. All right, so that sets up our user authentication. Now let's go on and set up our backend and our database. And for that, we will be using Supabase. So go to supabase.com and click on start your project and login. So you will see a UI like this. Maybe you will be asked to create a new organization. So just name your organization and click on create organization, right? And then you will come on to this project to create a new project. So basically Supabase is a PostgreSQL database. And don't worry if you don't know anything about it, I'll tell you everything from scratch. So click on new project over here and let's name our project Wealth. Database password, you can, keep whatever password that you want. I'll generate a new password over here and just choose your region. I'll just keep it as default and create new project. There we go. Now it's setting up our project over here. So let's wait a few minutes and there we go. It has set up our database right here. Now click on this connect over here and we will ignore all of these things and click on ORMs. And what we will do, we will be using Prisma ORM. So click on copy right here and come back to your project and paste them inside this .env file. Now we need to put our password over here. So enter your password over here that you copied in the beginning, while creating a project. If you have not copied your password, just simply go on to this project settings and database and you can reset your password over here. Click on reset password, generate a new password. Let's copy it, reset password. And now we have a new password. Let me just paste it on both of these places, just like this. Now, the reason why I'm copying both of these environment variables over here, it's because I don't want to use the internal framework of Supabase because that is very opinionated. We want to use something more generic like Prisma, which allows us to connect any database. Let's say tomorrow, if we decide to drop Supabase or, take any database like Neon or any other custom MySQL database, right? So we can do that. We can just simply add this database URL over here and we can simply migrate our data to it, right? So that is why we will be using Prisma instead of Supabase internal framework. And we will worry about all of these things later on, right? Let's just leave it over here. Let's go on and set up a few more things now. Click the link in the description down below to Arcjet and you will land on this page right over here. So basically Arcjet will allow us to add security to our apps. And the best thing about Arcjet, it provides us things like bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, common attack protection, right? So this is an amazing tool which I wanted to show you guys in this tutorial because this is not something that a lot of other tutorials cover, right? And this is something that will make you stand out in the crowd from other generic projects, right? So cool then. Let's go on and sign up for free and it will ask you to log in. Let's choose the Google login. And we are in. Amazing. Let's create our new site. I'm gonna name my site Wealth as usual and click on create. There we go. Now simply we will copy this environment variable from over here and put it inside of our .env file. Great. We will come back to this later on when we will go on and set up Arcjet. Now next, click the link in the description for ingest and you will land on this page over here. Now where will this ingest be useful? So if you remember in the intro video, I showed you how we are going to be recalculating the recurring transactions. We will be sending the monthly financial reports to the user using AI. And we will also be sending, the budget alerts to the user. So all of these things are going to be happening behind the scenes, right? And who is handling them? We are going to be using Inngest for that. So you can see it provides us such features like queuing, scheduling, and cron jobs, which is going to be very helpful for us, background jobs, etc. So we will be creating our own cron jobs. Like for example, the monthly report will be running for like on first day of the month. Budget report will run every single day at 9 p.m. or something like that. And recurring transactions will be, calculated whenever the next date is. So yeah, this will be super helpful for us. And again, this is also going to be one of those, skills that will help you out a lot to, stand out from the crowd. So let's click on sign in and let's sign in with Google. Let's see. All right. Let's name our organization, I don't know, Roadside Coder. We can upload a logo over here. Let's click on create organization and don't. I think I have already taken this from my other account. So let's just say Roadside Coder new and click on create organization and skip this part of inviting members. And there we go. Now all we have to do is run this command to install Inngest inside of our app, right? So let's go back and I'll run this command over here. It says it needs to install this package. Yes. All right. You can see it has started a local server for Inngest. If I click on this link, yep, it will take me to this page. It will be running on, localhost 8288/runs. And whenever we go on and create a background job or Inngest function, basically, it will show up right over here. Amazing. So we have successfully set up all of our different backend services that we will be using inside of our app. So we don't have to come back to these later on to set it up, right? Great. And if you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. Let's go on and create our beautiful landing page just like this. You can see we have this beautiful animation on this image over here as well. Different stats about our app, how it works, what our users say, etc. Right? So let's go on and start working on the landing page. So open this page.js file, inside of which we had kept this subscribe to Roadside Coder button, right? So I'm going to remove it. And let's first start working on our hero section. So what is the hero section? This thing right here. So manage your finances with intelligence. This thing, the first thing that user sees when they land on our page, right? And with this animation of this image, right? So let's see how we can build that. So over here, I'll actually keep it separate because it will have some client-side logic, right? So that's why I want it to be a client component, and I'll tell you what client and server components are as well. So over here in the components, I'm going to create a new file called hero.jsx, RAFCE, hero section. Okay, let's take that and import it right over here, just like this. All right, so basically this component that you see right over here is server component, right? The components that are rendered on our server, that is our backend, right? And not on client or our browser. But this component, or when we say use client, now this is a client component and this can contain front-end logic like using hooks, right? Or other complex logic, which is not going to be running on our server, right? So these are more of a static pages and these are more dynamic pages, right? Because since they are rendered on the client. So inside this hero section, I'm gonna give this some class name of padding bottom to be 20 so that we have gap below it, and padding horizontal to be 4. All right, inside of it, first of all, I will render my heading, that is manage your finances, and then a paragraph for subtitle. So first of all, I'll have a div which will contain both of them. So I'll say h1 and I'll say manage your finances with intelligent, and I want this with intelligent to come on next line. Okay, below this I'm gonna have a p tag which will simply say an AI powered financial management platform that helps you track, analyze, blah blah blah, right? Whatever you want to keep over here. below both of these, I want two buttons, one for getting started and other for watch demo. So dev, I'll have a link tag over here, which will say href, and this will take me to /dashboard. Is this imported? Yeah, imported from next/link. And inside this, I'm gonna have a button which will say get started. This button will have size of large and class name of padding horizontal to be 8. Okay, now below this for watch demo button, I'll just, duplicate it. In the href, you can, put whatever you want. If you have a demo video, I'll just put the link to my YouTube channel where this tutorial exists. Here, I'll say variant to be outline, since this is a secondary button, right? And I'll say watch demo. Okay, let's see how it looks like right now. All right, pretty good. Below it, we want to show that image. So we have already copied it from the GitHub repository, right? So this banner.jpg right here. So right below this div, I'm gonna have another div which will contain a container div. So basically we're trying to set it up for adding that animation, right? So bear with me, I'll tell you what it's all about. So image and import from next/image. This will be src/banner.jpg. Width is going to be 1280 and height is going to be 720. This will have an alt tag called dashboard preview. I'll say render this image on priority since this is on our hero section, right? And I'll give this some class name of rounded large, which basically means border radius. It will have some shadow of 2xl, some border, and margin horizontal to be auto, so that this is in the very middle. Let's see. Yep, just like that. Okay, so let's start adding, stylings to all of these one by one. First of all, for this div right here, I'm gonna give it the class name of container and margin horizontal to auto and text to be center, so that everything is in the middle. You can see, just like that. And for this particular title, I will create a custom class for it. So if you can see over here, we have some gradient styling over here, right? We will use this style throughout our app. So for this h1, I'll say class name text 5xl. In the smaller screens, in the medium screens, I'll say text to be 8xl. And in the larger screens, I'll say text to be, and we can give a custom value over here using these two brackets. So I'll say 105 pixels. I'll say padding bottom to 6, and then we will add our custom class, that is gradient dash title. So what is this class all about? First, let's see how it looks like. Okay, not bad. Let's go to our globals.css, and over here you can see Shadcn UI has added its own classes and everything, configured it. We don't need to touch all of that, but right below everything, I'm gonna say at layer utilities. And inside of this, we can write our custom classes. So first of all, I'll create a class called gradient just for the gradient, and then I'll create a class called gradient dash title for the text, right? So both of these will have different use cases, but this class right here will inherit this class. Let me show you how. So first for this gradient class, I'll say apply and background gradient to bottom right. So basically it starts from top right and goes to bottom right. And it will take two colors. First color will be from blue 600 all the way to purple 600. Okay. Now similarly over here, first of all, we will take this gradient. So gradient class, and then I'll say font to be extra bold. These will be default style that we'll be adding. Tracking tighter so that they are closer to each other. Padding right of 2 and some padding bottom of 2. And then I'll say text transparent, because we don't want to show the background gradient, right? We want to show the gradient on the text. So I'll make the text transparent and I'll say background clip text. Now you'll see. So I think I've already added. Yep. Now if I go back, yep. Just like this, it has clipped the background to show only the text. Let's take care of this paragraph now. For this paragraph, I'll give it a class name of text to be XL, text gray to be 600, margin bottom to be 8, max width to be 2xl, because we only want it in the middle, right? And margin horizontal to be auto, so that everything is in the middle. Let's see. Yep, that is exactly what we wanted. Now for both of these buttons, let's just create some gap between these. So I'll say display flex and justify to be center, and we will give space X to be 4. Now you'll see they will have margin on side of each other. Okay. Now for this image right here, we will also be creating some custom classes for this. So I'll give this the class name of hero image wrapper, and we will come back to this. But first, since you must have noticed when we are scrolling the website, only then this is tilting, right? Or coming back to the normal position, right? So this has something to do with the scroll like events, right? So how do we add scroll events? So we will target this particular div right here, and we will get the reference to this div. So to get the reference, we use the useRef hook, right? And that is why we created this a client component, because we will be using hooks inside of it. So I'll say const image ref equals useRef, and we will take this useRef over here, go to this div, I'll say ref equals image ref. Now we have the reference to this particular div, and this div will also have the class name of hero image. Okay. Now over here, like right below this, I'll have a use effect hook, and I will take the reference of that image element. So I'll say image element equals image ref dot current. And now over here, I'll add an event listener to our window. So I'll say window dot add event listener, and I will add the scroll event listener, right? And we'll create a handle scroll function right above it. So const handle scroll. Inside this, we will take two things. First of all, the current scroll position and how much scroll we want, after which we will, tilt this image, right? So first thing is going to be scroll position, which is window.scroll the current scroll position, right? And the threshold, that is 100. When it's 100 pixels from the top, then we will show the image. So I'll say if scroll position is more than the scroll threshold. If this position right here is more than 100 pixels, then I'm going to say image element dot class list dot add. We will add this scrolled class to this div over here, and that will tilt it back. Else what we will do, I'll remove this class. So remove this scrolled class, and yeah, I think that should do it. Let's just on cleanup, that is when the component is unmounted, I'm gonna remove this event listener, right? So window dot remove event listener, the scroll event handle scroll, right? This is just like vanilla JavaScript, right? Nothing complex going on over here. So let's go inside of globals.css and add our class names. So first of all, for the hero image wrapper, for the first div, we will give the perspective. So what is perspective? So you can see applies the same transform as the perspective transform function. So this basically helps us give that perspective effect, right? That it will be near from the bottom and far from the top, right? Something like that. Let me just write out the code, then I'll show you by changing the value of this perspective. So I'll say hero dash image for the internal div. By default, I'll keep it as tilted, right? So I'll say transform, rotate X. From the X axis, we want to rotate it 15 degrees, and scale is going to be 1. And we want it to be very smooth, right? So I'll add a transition to the transform of 0.5 seconds ease out. Okay. And after this, we'll say will change to transform. So this basically helps us to tell that, like, we're telling the browser that this is the property we are applying animation on, right? Okay. Now, after we have added the scrolled class, that is after we have scrolled it and we have added this scrolled class on this hero image, then we will say rotate X to 0 degree. Currently it was 15 degrees, right? Scale will still remain the same, and translate Y to 40. That is, we are shifting it a little bit down, right? Because when we tilted it, it would have shifted itself a little bit on the bottom, right? So that's why we are shifting it back. So 40 pixels actually. So let's see. And yep, it seemed to be working just fine. Now let's say if I change this perspective to, I don't know, something like 500, you see the perspective has shifted even more over here, right? So let's bring it back to 1000. So it's just a little bit, right? Not a lot. Great. Now below this, what do we want to show? We want to show some numbers regarding our app, some features of our app, how our app works, and what our users are saying, right? So for all of these things, all of this data, if you want, you can create your own data. But to make things easier for you, I have added all of this data in my GitHub repository over here. So just go to this data folder and right here in this landing.js file, just copy everything. I'll explain you step by step what each and every one of these data is. Right, so just go to our code. I'm going to create a new folder over here called data. And I'll create a new file called landing.js for landing page, right? Let's paste it. Let's see what this is all about. So first of all, we have the stats data, obviously, with value and label. Okay, 4 values. And then we have the features data, which contains an icon, title, and the description. So if I go back and show you, yep, it has an icon, title, and a description, right? So obviously these icons are imported from Lucid React. Let's close this as well. We have how it works data, again with icon, title, and a description. 3 steps on how it works. Okay, and then we have some testimonials data. And over here you can see we are using this random users API, which helps us to generate, random images. In this case, I have taken specific images of random like men and women over here, right? So yeah, I think that is pretty much it for this data. Very simple data, right? Since we are building our landing page, these things are necessary. So let's go back to our this page.js. Let's just rename it to page.jsx. That's better. Now, below this hero section, I'll have another section over here, which will contain a div. Inside this, we will have another div. And this is where we will be rendering our stats data. So stats data imported from /data/landing.map. And here we will render all of the values. I'll have a div over here, which will have the value and the label, right? So first for the value, I'll say stat.value, and I'll duplicate this div. This will have stat.label. Let's see, this should look good. Okay, we got some error. Each child, okay, yeah, we need to give key, right? So for this div, I'll say key equals index, and also we have not taken this index and the stat data over here. So stats data. So now it should be visible. Yep, you can see all of these stats are visible. Let's give these some class names as well. So for this section, I'll say class name to be padding vertical to be 20 and some background blue of 50. We will have subtle blue background over here. For this div, I'll say class name to be container, margin horizontal to be auto. And then for all these 3, we will display them in a grid, right? So I'll say class name to be grid. Grid columns is going to be 2 in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, columns are going to be 4. And gap is going to be 8. Let's see. Yep, that's more like it. For this div right here, I'm going to give the text to be center. For our each and every value, I'll say class name to be text 4XL, font bold, and it will have text color of 600 with margin bottom of 2. Similarly, for our label, I'll say class name to be text gray of 600. Okay, let's see. Yep, that looks good. Below this, let's create the features section. So right below this section, I'll have another section. Again, class name of padding Y to be 20, padding vertical to be 20. And this will have our div. And first thing will be an H2, which will say everything you need to manage your finances. Okay. Below this H2, I'm going to have a div which will render all of my features. Right. So inside this, I'll say features data.map. Here I'll take one single feature and the index for the key. Now inside this, we will be using the card component from Shadcn UI. Right. So let's go to Shadcn UI quickly. And I'll take this card component right here. Yep, that looks good. Let's copy it up and paste it right over here. Now we don't need this card header, I believe, and also footer. Right, this should do it. So inside the card content, first of all, I'll show the feature icon, right? So I'll say feature dot icon, and then I'll have an H3 which will display the title. So I'll say feature dot title, and I'll have a paragraph which will say feature dot description. Let's see now. Card is not defined. Okay, yeah, we have not imported all of these, so make sure to import it from /UI/card. Okay, yep, that's more like it. Let's just give some styling to the parent div. Also, we need to give the key of index and class name to be padding of 6. For this parent div right here, I'm gonna say container margin horizontal to be auto, and padding horizontal to be 4. For this title, I'm going to say class name is going to be text3xl, font is going to be bold, text is going to be center, and margin bottom to be 12. Now again, for all of these features, it's going to be in a grid, right? So I'll say display grid, grid column 1 in the smaller screens, in the medium screen, columns will be 2, in the larger screens, columns will be 3, and gap to be 8. Let's see how it looks. Yep, that is exactly what we wanted. Let's make these a little bit prettier. First of all, I want some gap between them. So for card content, I'm going to say some vertical margin, that is space Y to be 4, and some padding top to be 4. For the feature title, I'll say text to be XL and font to be semi-bold. And the padding, I'll keep it a little subtle. So I'll say text gray to be 600. Let's see. Yep, that is exactly what we wanted. Below this, we will display the how it works section. So let's just copy this section over here and I'll just paste it right here. And it's going to be very similar to the previous one. So let me just copy this whole section over here and paste it right here. And let's change few things. First thing will be how it works over here. And let's say margin bottom 16 or 12 also works. Let's make the background blue. So I'll say background blue to be 50. Let's see first. Yep. We need to change these children over here. So let's remove the card. Instead of feature data, I'll say how it works the data. And instead of feature, I'll take a step over here. Instead of it, I'll have a div. And actually, grid column 1, in the medium screen, I want to keep grid columns 3. There will not be any grid columns 2 for this one because we have just 3 children, right? All right. So inside this div, for the first div, I'm going to have the icon. So I'll say step.icon. And also let's just give the key as well. Key to be index. Below this, I'll have the h3, which will say step.title. And below this, I'll have a paragraph, which will say step.description. Oops, description. Let's see. Yep. Let's style this a little bit. First of all, for the step icon, I'm going to give this the class name of width to be 16 and height to be 16. Background blue is going to be 100. Rounded is going to be full. Display flex and items to be center. So that this icon is in the very center. Then justify center so that it's center horizontally as well. Margin horizontal to be auto and margin bottom to be 6. Let's see how it looks. Yep, that is exactly how we wanted. For the h3, just like before, we will give some text XL, font semi-bold, and margin bottom to be 4. And the description will be a little bit subtle. So I'll say text gray to be 600. It's like that. Let's bring them all in the very center, right? So for this div right here, I'll say text to be center. Yep, it looks better now. Below this, let's display our testimonials, right? So let me just copy this section again of the features data because that also contains cards, right? So below this section, I'll render this. If you want, you can also display carousel over here, but I thought this will also work. So over here, instead of this, I'll say what our users say. And I don't need this grid columns 2. Actually, in the medium screens, I'll just, remove it up until now. And instead of features data, I'll have testimonials data imported from the data folder. And let's take one single testimonial. Inside this, for the card content, let's remove this space by 4. First of all, I want to show the image of that particular user, right? So instead of this icon over here, I'll actually wrap this inside of a div. And inside of this div, let's just remove both of these from here as well. Inside this div, I'll have a image tag. src will be testimonial.image and alt tag will be testimonial.name. We will have some width and height of 40 and class name is going to be rounded full. Let's see, image is not defined. Okay, let's import the image from next/image and I think it will give us one more error. Yep, we need to configure this, random user URL inside of our next.js, next.config.js. So let's go there. Right over here, next.config.mjs. And here we need to define the host of this image. Just say images and inside this remote patterns. What will be the pattern? HTTPS and host name is going to be randomuser.me. And now it should allow it. So if I refresh this and scroll down, yeah, we can see the images of the users. Okay. Now below this image, I'm going to have another div with the class name of margin left of 4, so that we have some space between this and the image. And then we will have two divs over here. First div will contain the testimonial.name and the other one will contain the role. Let's give them some styles. So font semi-bold for the first one, and second one will be a little bit subtle. So text to be small, text gray to be 600. Let's see. Yep. And then probably we can display some testimonial below it. So below everything, all of these divs, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which will say text gray 600 and testimonial dot quote. Let's see. Yep. I think this is misaligned. Let me just fix it. So over here in this div, I'll say class name of display flex, so that they are on one single line. Items to be center and margin bottom to be 4. Let's see now. Yep. Now it's aligned properly. Great. This looks awesome. Let's quickly create this call to action button, just like this, which all, modern SaaS websites have, right? So I'll go right below this section over here. I'll add a new section. Actually, let's just copy this section itself and we will configure it according to us. I'll paste it. We don't need all of this, mapping thing. So I'll just get rid of this. I said this, so I'll say padding Y to be 20. Okay. Background blue over here is going to be a little bit dark, right? So I'll say 600. Container, margin horizontal auto. Yeah, all of this is fine. I'll just say text to be center. And margin bottom, I'll say 6 over here instead of 12. Or let's say 4, right? We don't want much margin below it because we just have the footer. For this heading, I'm going to say ready to take control of your finances. And then probably I'll show a paragraph tag below it, which will say join thousands of users who are already managing their finances smarter with wealth. Okay, let's give this some class name of text blue to be 100, margin bottom to be 8, max width is going to be 2XL, and margin horizontal to be auto, so that it's in the very middle, right? And then we will have a button below this paragraph tag, which will simply have a link tag, which will take us to dashboard, and the button will say start free trial. And we will have an animate bounce effect to it. We have multiple types of animations over here. You can add whatever you want, but bounce make more sense over here. Background is going to be white, text blue 600, and when we hover on it, text blue is going to be 50. Let's see. Yeah, link is not defined. Let's import link from next/link and check again. Button is also not defined. Yeah, let's import button as well. And now we should see, okay, ready to take control. We have not styled this. So this should be text white and check. Yep, that is exactly how we wanted. And you see how beautiful our landing page looks like. Whenever a recruiter sees this landing page, I'm sure they will absolutely love it and revert back to your application, because this is an industry standard SaaS landing page that you've just made over here. Let's go on and design our database now. And I'll explain to you what are all the different tables that we are going to be using inside of it. So this is how our database is going to look like. We will have a users table, accounts table, transactions table, and a budget table. Each user can have only one budget, right? So we have one-to-one relationship between them. Each user can have multiple accounts. So we have one-to-many relationship between them, right? And each user can have multiple different transactions as well. In each account, we can have multiple different transactions, right? So this has one-to-many. So let's see. For the users table, obviously the users are being handled by Clerk, but we are also storing the information about each and every user inside of our database for easy access, right? So they will have name, email, Clerk, user ID, image URL, and obviously the ID. Then for each and every user, we will have many accounts, and each account will have a name, type of account, which is going to be like current or savings account, is default if that's a default account or not, what is going to be the balance. So we will also store the initial balance while creating this account, and obviously the user ID to which it belongs to. And this right here is called a foreign key. So this accounts table has a foreign key of user ID which connects it to this users table. And I will explain you when we go on to write the SQL, the Prisma queries which are built on top of SQL, right? And I'll show you how we can leverage this foreign key to connect with that table. All right. So each and every account can have multiple different transactions, and each and every transaction, and this is very important, each and every transaction can have an ID. It can have a type, that is if it's an income or an expense. User ID, of course, one to many. Again, this is a foreign key. Amount of that transaction. The account ID, again, a foreign key, which account it belongs to. Description, the date of that transaction. Category, the receipt URL. If there's any receipt URL, we will keep it over here. This is sort of optional, right? We will also have an AI transaction scanner, as I showed you in the intro for this video, right? Where we will upload our receipt and our AI will take out all of the details from that. Now, this is very important, is recurring. So this is for the subscriptions, like for example, Netflix or any other OTT platform, or it could also be for our salary, right? Our salary is like you can consider it as a subscription, right? Every month on the same date, our salary gets credited. So we can also put it as a recurring income or a recurring expense if there's any. And what is going to be the interval? Is it going to be a daily, monthly, weekly, yearly, etc. Status, this is actually not very useful for us. You can develop a functionality for pending, completed, or failed transaction, something like that, right? But for us, we will keep it completed by default. I've left these things for you guys if you want to add some extra features to this app. And this last processed will be basically for our recurring transactions, when the last time the recurring transaction was processed, right? Each user will have one budget. It will have the amount, the user ID, last alert sent. So this will be for obviously our ingest function. We will send the email to the user, right? Whenever the budget goes beyond the allowed budget, like whatever the budget that we have set, right? The expenses goes beyond that. So we will store that when was the last budget's alert sent, so that we don't send it to user again and again. And yeah, this is what our database is going to be looking like. Let's go on and install Prisma, and we will create all of the models for our database. I'm going to say npm install -d Prisma. And again, I forgot to add legacy peer deps. So make sure to add that. All right, there we go. Prisma has been installed. Now we have to simply run npx Prisma init so that it initializes our project with Prisma, and it will create a schema file right here. Let's just close everything, and you will see here we have this Prisma folder and we have this schema.prisma right here. Amazing. And you can see it has taken this database URL that we had set in our .env right here. We also need to set this direct URL when we are working with Supabase. So go back to the schema.prisma, duplicate it, and put here direct URL. Instead of URL here, I'll say direct URL, just like that. Great. All right, now let's go on and create our models that we just discussed, right? So first of all, for the user model, this is how it's going to be looking like. So the user model will obviously have the ID, and by default, we will generate a UUID for this particular column, right? Clerk user ID, we will store the clerk user ID, obviously, the email of the user of type string, and it's obviously going to be unique for each and every user. Same with this clerk ID as well. Name of the user, image URL, and transaction. So right here, we are referencing the transaction table, which we have not created yet. So let me just create all of these three tables. I'll say model, account. Let's duplicate these twice. I will have a transaction table and a budget table. This doesn't have anything, but we will soon write it inside of it. And obviously we have the created at and the updated at. So now in the end, we are saying at map to user. So basically this means that in our database, we want to call this table as users. So we're basically renaming the table over here, right? All right, let's discuss the account. For our account table, we will have the following things. Obviously the ID, just like before, this will have the default value of UUID, the name of our account, the type of our account. Now this right here is what we call as enum. That means it can have some limited value. So what is account type? So right here, I'll keep it. Account type can be either current or savings. No other value can be inside of this, right? Balance, it's going to be a decimal type. You can also keep number over here, but I prefer decimal because it's when it comes to values like these, they can be in a long decimal format, right? Like 50.46789, something like that, right? So that's why I've kept it in the decimal format, and by default it will be 0. And here we will also ask the user for the initial balance while creating the account, right? Is default if it's a default account or not. Only one account can be a default account. User ID, of course, a foreign key where this belongs to. And right here, this is where we are defining that what this user ID is all about. So I'm saying at relation and field user ID references the ID inside of this user table that we have, right? And on delete cascade, this basically means if the user is deleted, if the user table, or particularly like one single user is deleted, all of their accounts will get automatically deleted. That is cascaded, right? That is what cascade means, on delete cascade. Transaction, again, it contains all the transactions in that particular account, created at, updated at. And again, over here, we are mapping this account's name to account, like account table's name to accounts in our database. And over here, I've said index to user ID. So this basically means that in our database, we will create an index for the user ID to have this account, right? That means when we are trying to search for the accounts for a particular user ID, this will make the process much, much faster. Okay, let's see the transaction table. So this is going to be pretty big. Let me make this a little bit more visible. Yeah. So transaction, obviously it's going to have an ID of type string. Transaction type will have an enum type. So what will that enum contain? Income or expense, right? It can be either income or an expense. The amount, again, of decimal type. Description for that particular transaction, which is optional. Date for that transaction. Category, like if it's an income or expense, we will define the number of categories, right? Receipt URL, this is optional. Is recurring, again, as I mentioned, for subscriptions. Recurring interval, and this will also be an enum. It will have values like daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly, right? Then next recurring date, whenever that's going to happen. Last processed, when was this recurring transaction last processed? Status of this transaction, again, as I explained. This is not really relevant for our use case, but I've kept it so that you guys can, scale this project later on. And by default, I'm going to keep completed over here. User ID is going to be a string, and it's going to be a foreign key, just like we've done in the accounts table. Similarly, for our account table as well, we are keeping a foreign key and we are creating a relation similar to that, and we are adding the on delete cascade over here as well. Created at, updated at, and again map and indexing this to both user ID and the account ID so that this is easier to find. All right, let's see the budget table. This is going to be pretty simple. This will have the ID of string, the amount of the budget, last alert sent. I've already explained all of these things, user ID, the foreign key, created at, updated at, and the index and the map, right? Pretty straightforward. Let's go on and push all of these changes to our database. So what I'll do, I'll go to terminal, and right here, I'll say npx prisma migrate dev, and we will give the name to this commit. So name, let's say create models, and press enter. So now it will connect to Supabase and it will update the Supabase database with all of these, models that we have created right here. So let's wait. And there we go. It's working, running generate, and command seem to have failed. Let's see what's going on. Let's check our database. So if you go inside of this table editor, I can see my tables are all over here. I don't know what failed over there, but yeah, whatever. This is working, so that's fine. And you can see over here, it has created this migrations folder inside of Prisma. And if you go here in the migration.sql, you can see we have written all those models, right? This has converted into raw SQL code. And this is how Prisma makes the job easy for us, right? We don't have to write all of this SQL code because it's too much, right? You can see who's going to learn SQL and then write all of these one by one, right? So it's much better to use something like Prisma to make our job easier. So you don't have to touch this file. Let's just close it. All right. So let's close this file. And now what we have to do, inside of this lib folder over here, I'm going to create a new file called prisma.js. And inside of this, I'm going to initialize my Prisma client, using which we will, make the calls to our database. So export const db equals global this. So bear with me for a second. I'll explain you what I'm doing over here. Our new Prisma client, and this should be imported from Prisma. For some reason it's not importing. Let's just manually import it. Import from at Prisma/client. I think I need to install this Prisma/client. I guess that was the reason why this failed, right? So I'll say npm install Prisma client -- legacy - peer - deps. Press enter. All right, that's installed. And actually, let's run that migrate dev once again. Meanwhile, we can go on and write this. So Prisma client, and let's import this Prisma client from this package right here. Okay, so what we are doing over here is I'm saying check the global object. If it has something like Prisma, then take that, else we will create a new Prisma client. And I'm doing this because Next.js has a hot reloading feature, right? And every time Next.js reloads, it's going to create a new Prisma client. So we want to store it in the global this or global object, right? So to do this, we will say this. If process.env.node is not equal to production, only then we will store it inside this global variable, our DB object, right? So yeah, let me just add some more information over here for you guys. Context. Yeah, you can read it from right here and you can see this has now run successfully. Great. Now, one important thing to do over here is we have already configured our authentication, right? Whenever a user logs in, so let me just open our app. Whenever a user logs in over here, what I want to do, I want to automatically store the data for the user inside of our database. So let's do this right here in the lib folder. I'm going to create a new file called checkuser.js. And right here, I'm going to create a new function, export const check user equals async function, async arrow function. And inside there, first of all, I'm going to take the user's detail from Clerk, right? So I'll say current user and import it from @clerk/next.js and it will be /server. And this will be await, this will be a promise, right? So const user equals await current user. All right, we have the user now. Now, first of all, we will check if the user exists or not. If user does not exist, we will return null, simple. But if it does, I'm gonna check it inside of our database. If the user exists now inside of our database or not. First, we checked for Clerk. Second, we will check for our Supabase. So const logged in user equals await DB. So this DB will be imported from that Prisma file that we just created. So db.user.find unique. So we're supposed to find a unique user using their Clerk user ID, right? So I'm gonna say where Clerk user ID is user.id. This user's object has a ID parameter inside of it. Cool. We will check this, and if we have the logged in user, then good. We will return that and we don't need to do anything. But if we do not have that, then we will create a new user inside of our database. So first, let's create the name for the user. So I'll say const name equals user.firstname and user.lastname. I'll combine both of them and then I'll say const new user equals await db.user.create. This will help us create the user inside of our database. And it takes an object called data, right? So data will be, first of all, I'll provide the Clerk user ID. Then I'll provide the name, the image URL, which will be user.image URL, and the email of that particular user, which will be user.email addresses. This comes from Clerk, by the way. And this can have multiple email address. So I'll take the 0th index and dot email address. And that's it. This will create the new user. And in the end, I'll simply say return this new user. That's all. If the error occurs, then I'm gonna throw a console log over here, error.message. And yeah, that's it. Let's go on and call this function. And the common component inside of our app is this header right here, right? So I'll call it at the beginning of this. So let's make it an asynchronous component since this is a server component, right? So I'll say await check user. And yeah, I think this should work. Let's go on and see. Check user is not defined, obviously. Let's import the check user. And now if we try to go and log in, let's continue with Google. Okay, this has routed us to our dashboard page, which again does not exist. Let's come back to our homepage. But now it should have pushed it to our database. Let's check. So inside of our database in the users table, yep, you can see we have a brand new user created right here. Amazing. We have successfully configured our database. And now we are ready to work on the main parts of our app. But first of all, we need to go on and understand a few things about Next.js, like the project structure and how the things are going to be organized inside of our project structure. which I simply mean routing, right? So first of all, let's see how the files and folder conventions look like. And this is the official Next.js documentation, by the way, and this is amazing if you want to learn Next.js, right? So top level folders, inside of it, we have like app folder for the app router, which we are using. So we will be concerned about this one only, right? And if you go inside of it, let's see how we're going to be creating the routes. So if you create any normal folder, that will be considered as a route, right? Just like we created the sign-in folder, right? And that became our route. And inside of this, we need to have a page.jsx file, right? Page.js or JSX file. Then we have dynamic routes as well. So what is a dynamic route? Let me show you. So this is our deployed app, right? If we go inside of my dashboard, and I've opened this one single account page, right? So over here, you can see /account and /this ID right here. So there is no way to predict what this ID is going to be, right? So this is what a dynamic route is in Next.js. And to create this route, we create something like this. We have this square bracket and we can write whatever inside of it. We will write the ID. Like for example, if I show you, so over here, instead of this auth, I will create, for my protected routes, I will create a new folder. Let's just say main. And inside of this, if I want to create a normal route, let's just say dashboard, we will create it just like this, not an issue. We can create a new page.jsx file and this will continue to work amazing. Inside this main, I want to create the account page. So this is how we can do that. Inside this, if you want to create a dynamic route, we'll create a new folder and inside this square brackets, I'm going to say ID. And this is my dynamic route now. Now I can create a page.jsx file inside of it as well. Okay. Then we have this catch all route, which is not optional, but this catch all route is optional, which has 2 square brackets. So let me show you. If I click inside of it, you can see a catch all route can look like this. Normally, let's say if we have a shop route and after that we have a catch all route, that means it can have like /A/A/B, right? It can have multiple different routes after it. We don't know how many routes are going to be there. And to access it, it will appear something like this as a slug, right? But this is not optional. This has to be there. But in the case of that clerk route that we created in the beginning in the authentication folder, we had the optional route, right? This is optional. It can not have anything after this /shop, right? So this is the optional catch-all route and we don't need to worry about it right now much, right? This is the main thing that we needed to worry about, the dynamic route. And yeah, I think that is all we need to worry about right now. Let's close this documentation and let's create the other folders as well. Like for example, apart from this, I'm going to have a transaction route and we will have a new transaction. So new, or let's say create transaction, right? Oh, sorry, I created a file. It should be a folder. So create, and let's create a page.jsx inside of it. Let's start with this dashboard. I'm going to say RAFCE, let's say dashboard, and inside of it, I'll say dashboard page. Let's try to go to our dashboard now. If I click on this dashboard button, we cannot see it obviously because we have not added the layout or anything. It's hidden behind our header, right? So let's add a layout file. So layout.js, and inside of it, I will simply add some, wrapper classes. RAFCE. I'll say main layout. I'll take all of my children routes over here and I'll wrap them in this div right here. And I'll simply give this layout the class name of container, margin horizontal to auto, and margin top and bottom to 32. And now you'll see we have the dashboard page just like this. Great. Now there can be situations where, let's say if I go dashboards or anything other gibberish over here, right? The page which does not exist. So it takes us to this 404 page could not be found. But this is a little bit ugly, right? We want to create our own 404 page. So let's do that. And to create that, inside this app folder, we have to create a new file exactly like this. So not dash found. This page has to be called exactly this, not found.jsx. Inside this, you can write whatever code you want, like whatever React component you want. So I'm going to say not found route. And this is actually not really important. You can create whatever not found route you want. Let me just quickly bring in the code so that we don't waste our time over here. So simply, I will write something like this. I have a div. Inside this, I'll say 404 page not found. And I have a message over here. Oops, the page you are looking for does not exist or has been moved. And I'll have a link. Let's import this link tag and the button tag, which will say return home. When we click on it, we will return to our home page. That's all. Nothing very fancy going on over here. And you can see if I try to go to this route now, yep, 404, page not found. If we click on return home, we will go back to our home. And you might have seen, people make very beautiful 404 pages, etc. This is not something that we need to worry about right now. If you are creating your own application, definitely you can consider making it, beautiful as well. Great then. So we have configured all of the basic things, all of the basic setup. We have understood how routing works in our app. Now let's go on and start working on this dashboard page, and let's see how we can go and create an user account by writing our very first server action. So let's first make this dashboard page look beautiful, right? So I'll go to this dashboard dashboard page.jsx. Inside this div, I'm gonna have another div which will contain a h1 tag, which will simply say dashboard. Below this div right here, I'm gonna have my actual dashboard page. So let's just say dashboard page, but let's beautify this heading first. So first of all, for this div, I'm gonna have the class name of padding horizontal to be 5. For this div right here, I'm gonna have the class name of, actually this is not really useful, so I'm gonna remove this div. And for this heading right here, I'll just simply give the class name of text 6XL and font to be bold, tracking title. All of these things I think were already in the gradient title, right? So I'll say gradient title, and let's just say margin bottom to be 5. That's all. And we'll see we have a beautiful dashboard heading right here. Great. And this will actually be inside of a layout, not the page file. I'll create a layout just for this dashboard. So layout.js, and let's paste it right here. Dashboard, I'll say layout. And this is where we'll be rendering this dashboard page. So instead of all of this, I'll remove this. I'm gonna have a dashboard page over here, right? Something like this. Oh, sorry. It should be like this. Yeah, something like this. Dashboard page. Let's write this page over here. And I'm gonna go back to over here. And right here, I'm gonna import my dashboard page. Now, I'm gonna wrap this dashboard page in something called as suspense. So suspense basically means that if you're making an API call inside of it, inside this dashboard page right here, this will show a loading indicator or, a fallback UI basically. So it has this fallback, right? And here I can show some sort of loading indicator. So I'll be installing a library called React Spinners. So let's say npm install, let me expand this, npm install react-spinners and legacy peer deps, right? So basically React Spinners provides us with a bunch of loaders. And what we will be using is a bar loader. So let's say bar loader, let's import it. Okay, it's not importing. Let's manually import it from React Spinners. This bar loader, I'll give it a class name of margin top to 4. It will have a width of 100% and you can give it some sort of color, right? I've given it a bluish purple color, right? So whenever our dashboard page is loading, we will show this fallback UI. Let's go inside of the dashboard page and actually let's check how it looks like. Yep, that is exactly what we wanted. Currently, you won't see the loading indicator. So inside of this dashboard page right here, let's discuss. First of all, we will show our budget progress, right? Just like I've showed in the intro, we have a budget progress first of all. Then we have the overview for our, account. So I'll say dashboard overview, or you can just say overview. And below it, we will have a accounts grid, which will, allow us to create our account and show different accounts over here, right? Something like that. So cool. Before working on all of these things, let's go on and first create our first server action. So server action are like APIs, but in Next.js, they are written just like a normal function, right? Earlier, we needed to write something like /API folder and we had to create a separate route. But since Next.js 13, I believe, we have the feature of server actions. So we need to create a new folder over here called actions, and we can write our server-side logic right here. So I'm going to create a new file called dashboard.js. And inside this, we will create this server action for creating our account, first of all, right? Which will take some data, which I'll show you what it is. Now, one thing that is very important, first of all, you have to write use server over here at the beginning of this file so that this knows that this is a server action right here. Right now, inside of it, there are a few things that we need to worry about. or take care of first, right? So let's add a try catch block. And I'll first of all check if the user is logged in or not. Safe check, just like we did earlier, right? But in this case, I'll say await auth, and auth will be coming from @clerk/nextjs/server, just like we had that current user function, right? Similarly, we have this auth function as well. Then I'll say if user ID does not exist, I'm going to throw a new error, unauthorized. Okay. Similarly, I'll check if user exists inside of our database or not. So I'm going to say const user await db.user.findUnique. Make sure to import your db from this Prisma file. And I'll check if user exists inside of our database. Then cool, we are good to go. Then after this, so what are all the things that we will have inside of this data? So you might have already seen inside of our database design that we made, right? Let's go to this Prisma file. So for our account, we will take this name from our user, this account type, that is could be current account or savings account, balance, and if it's a default or not, right? These are the 4 things that we need to worry about, and these are the 4 things that will be coming from this data over here. So I'll say, first of all, I will need to convert whatever the balance that is being sent to us into float, right? Before saving it inside of our database. So I'll say const balance float. So float is basically a decimal format, right? If you don't know. So I'll say parse float. Inside this, I'll say data dot balance. Then I'll check if there is something inside of this balance float, only then we'll move forward, else we'll throw the error. So I'll say is not a number. So is nan is a function that we'll be using over here. So I'll say balance float. If balance float is not a number, then I'll throw the error invalid balance amount. Okay. Now, second thing, we need to check if this account that user is creating, if this is the first account that user is creating. If it's the first account, then obviously we want it to be a default account, right? So over here, simply I'm going to check const existing account equals await db.account.findMany. I'll try to find all of the accounts for this particular user. So I'll say where user ID is this user.id. If we have anything inside this existing account, then we will not consider it as a default account. I mean, user could have provided us in this data inside the is default that if they want it to be a default account or not. If they have explicitly provided us with this value, then obviously we would need to make this a default account. So here we will check const should be default. And inside this, we will check 2 things. First of all, the existing accounts is like dot length is equals to 0. If it's 0, that means this is the first account. Then obviously this will be true. Else we will take whatever the user has provided us. Data dot is default. Right? Okay. So now we have the idea of this should be a default account or not. Now I'll check. I'll say if this should be a default account, then first of all, I'll make all of the other account as not default. Right? So I'll simply say over here, await db.account.update many, where the user ID is this and they are the default account, right? Whatever the default account is, I'm going to find that and make the is default as false, right? Because only one account can be a default at a time. Okay, so after that's done, let me just add a comment over here as well. So if the account should be default and set other default accounts. Okay, then simply we will create a new account. So const account equals await db.account.create. And inside this, just like we did earlier for the user, we will provide the data. Here, I'll take whatever's the data that is being provided to us by the user. I'll provide the balance, which will be balance float that we converted. The user ID, which is going to be user.id. And obviously the is default, which will have the value should be default. And yeah, this should be enough to create our user account. And in the end, now one thing that I want to tell you, Next.js does not support the decimal values. So before sending it over to Next.js, we need to serialize this value of balance inside this account, right? So we cannot just say return account because this will give us error, right? We need to serialize this. We need to convert this balance back to number, right? So what I'll do, I'll create a function right here, const serialize transaction equals, it will take an object, and inside this, I'll simply take whatever the object is inside this serialized over here. And there can be multiple things, right? for the balance or for the amount of a particular transaction, right? So right here, I'll say if obj.balance exists, I'll say serialized.balance is equals to obj.balance.toNumber. We are converting it to a number. And yeah, now we'll just take this and wrap it around this account right here. Let's just say const serialized account equals this. And then in the end, I'm going to say revalidate path. So this basically helps us to refetch the values of a page. So if we are creating a new account right here in the dashboard, I want to fetch all of these again. So like dashboard, every API call inside this dashboard will be made again so that this is updated. And then we will simply return success to be true and data with this serialized account, right? And if it's error, if there's any error, I'm going to say throw new error.message. And yeah, I think this should be enough for creating our account. Let's go on and write the logic inside of our UI. So I'm back on this dashboard component. And here in the accounts grid is where we will be creating the create account. We have this add new account button and we will render all of our accounts right here. If we click on this add new account, we have a drawer right over here. Okay. So inside of this div, I'm going to have a drawer called create account drawer. And inside this, we can give, whatever button we like, and we will, create it a reusable component so that we can use it over here as well. And we will use it in the transactions component as well when we want to create an account, right? So over here in the components, I'm going to create a new file called create account drawer.jsx, RAFCE, create account drawer. And this will be a client component. So I'll say use client because we will be adding the logic and everything, right? We'll be using hooks and like a hook form, Zord, and etc. So yeah, this is going to be a form, right? So for this, we will be using React hook form and Zord. So let's install it. So I'll say React -hook -form space Zord and space at hook form / resolvers and -- legacy -peer -deps presenter. And they should install all of these. Now, what are these all about? So React hook form basically helps us manage our forms, and Zord is a validation library which will help us handle all of the errors and validation for our form. And hook form resolvers will help us to connect both of these. So let's see how we can create a drawer. This will come from Shadcn UI. So over here we have this drawer component. When we click on it, it will come from the bottom, right? It will pull up just like this, right? So let's see. Okay, this is what we will be needing, but let's just see the full code. So here you can see they've taken some dummy data over here. They have a use state for opening and closing the drawer. On click, something happens. So yeah, I think let's just take this code which we have over here. Let's just copy it up, and instead of this div, I'll paste it right over here. Let's import all of these things from /UI /drawer, drawer trigger, drawer content, drawer header, title. We're not going to be needing the description. And what do we have? Footer. We won't be needing the footer as well. So let's delete that. Okay. So this is basically what we need right now. And whatever we have written inside of the children for this create account drawer, so children, we will render it inside of this trigger. And this trigger is what will trigger the drawer basically. And to handle that, we will be creating a use state. So use state is a hook in React, which helps us manage different states. So like for example, over here, I'm gonna say open, set open. This is the actual variable, and this will be used for updating this variable. So by default, this will have value false. And over here, this will have a open prop, and I can provide it with this state open. And on open change, it will change this set open right here, just like this. Oh, I forgot to close this one. Yep, just like that. So let's see if I go on over here and import it, and simply inside of it, I say open, right? And go back. If I click on this open, yep, you can see this will open our drawer for us. Great. Let's just create that card for us over here first. So I'm gonna say card component, which will come from Shadcn UI, obviously. And then inside of it, we will have card content, which will again come from Shadcn UI. And then inside this, simply I'm gonna have an icon, let's say plus icon, which will come from Lucid React. It will have class name of height to be 10, width to be 10, and margin bottom to be 2. Let's see how this looks. Okay, we need to provide it a little bit more styling. Below this, I'm gonna have a paragraph tag, which will say add new account, and this will text small and font medium. And for this div right here, I'm gonna give this the class name of display grid. Gap is going to be 4 between them. In the medium screens, the grid columns will be 2, and in the larger screens, we will see 3 columns. So grid columns to be 3. So now it should look, something like this. 3 columns right here. We will render obviously the other accounts just like we have rendered over here, right? Let's style this a little bit, the card. So I'll give this the class name of on hover. What will happen? We will show the shadow medium. On transition is going to be on the shadow, so that this is very subtle. Cursor is going to be pointer, and we're going to have a border, dashed border, just like this. Let's see. Not much change, but yeah, you can see we have a dashed border and some shadow when we hover on it. For the card content over here, I'm going to say display flex. Flex to be column so that everything is from top to bottom. Item center and justify center so that everything is in the middle. Text muted foreground, so it's a little subtle text. Height is going to be full and padding top is going to be 5. So yeah, just like this, similar to this one. All right, now it looks mostly like it, but we need to obviously work on this create account drawer to make it work properly. So the trigger will be as child. It will be the child component, right? For the title of this drawer, I'm going to say create new account. And below this header is where we will be creating our form. And actually, I'll wrap this form inside of a div right here. Yep. Now we've already installed React Hook Form and Zod, right? Let's go on and create the schema for our form, right? On how the form will look like. So for that, I'm going to be creating a lib folder over here. And inside of this, I'm going to create a schema.js file. And I'll keep all of the schema related to our form inside of this file. So we will be using Zod for creating the schema. So schema is basically going to be defining how or what, like for example, let's say we have name for our account, right? What it will be a string. It will minimum be at least one letter in that name, right? So I'm going to say export const account schema equals z, imported from Zod.object. And inside of this is where we will be structuring our form. So first of all, for our name, this will be z.string. It will be a string, and minimum is going to be one letter, right? Else we will give this error that name is required. For the type is going to be the enum, just like we have defined in our database. So here as well, we will say z.enum, and it can either be current or savings account. For our balance, it will be a string and minimum 1 digit. Initial balance is required will be the error if the user does not provide it. And also is default. It will either be a true or false. So I'm going to say z.boolean. Okay. Now, how do we configure it over here? We need to import something called as use form from React Hook Form. And also, if you are not familiar with React Hook Form and Zod, I have also made an in-depth video on the same. You can click the link in the description down below to watch it. But don't worry, I will explain you everything in this video as well. Inside this use form over here, it will first take a resolver. And this is where the hook form resolver comes into picture. So I'm going to say Zod resolver, and this is not importing. Let's manually import it over here. Yeah, just like this. So Zod resolver is basically going to help us to connect to that Zod schema that we just created, which is the account schema. It will have the default values over here. By default, the account will have a name, type, balance, and is default value. And this hook right here will return us a few things. One of which is register. And this is going to be very important for our form because this is what will connect our form to our React Hook form, right? And this will have the handle submit, which will help us in submitting the form state, which will give us a bunch of different things over here, right? Disabled, errors, is dirty, but we are concerned with errors over here. If there's any error occurs, it will occur inside of this object, which we can display to the user. We have a set value over here, which will enable us to dynamically set the value of any form field. we have a watch over here to monitor any single field over here. And we have reset to reset the form after we have successfully submitted it. Right, so these are all the things that we're going to be using, and I'll show you how you can do this step by step. All right, so first of all, inside of this form, I'm gonna have the name, right? So let's have a div for that and label HTML for name. Inside this label, I'm gonna say account name. Below it, I'm gonna have the input. So we have already installed this input component from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import it. This will be of ID name. Placeholder is going to be main checking. Like for example, we're giving an example over here. And now to connect it with React hook form, I'm going to say dot 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 register, the register that we took out from use form hook, right? And inside this, I'm going to say this will be a name. And below it, if there's any error inside of our form, so I'll say errors dot name. If there's any error in the name, then simply I'm going to display over here a paragraph tag with errors.name.message, the message that this has for the error. And text will be small and text red to be 500. Let's see how it looks like. If I click on add new account, yep, main checking. If I press enter, I don't think anything will happen over here because we have not added on submit until now, right? For my label over here, I'm going to have the class name of text small and font medium. So let's see. Yep, that's more like it. For this div over here, I'm going to give the class name of space y to be 2 so that all of these have some vertical margin. So yeah, just like this. Okay, let's give the same class to our form as well, space y4. And for this div over here, I'm going to give some padding horizontal to be 4 and padding bottom to be 4. Let's see how it looks. Yep, now it has more spacing right here. Now we're going to do the same thing for our type as well. So I'm going to duplicate this one. And for this one, this will be account type. HTML for type. Let's put it over here as well. But actually, we are not going to be needing the input over here, right? We're actually going to be using a select tag. So let's see how we can use select tag from Shadcn UI. So select this one. Yeah, it looks just like this. This is exactly what we wanted. So let's copy it and paste it right here. This will have a trigger and the select item. We're just going to be having 2 items over here, right? Which will be current and savings. Let's put the value over here, current and savings. Placeholder is going to be select type. Instead of this class name, I'll just put over here ID is going to be type. Since this is a third-party component, we can either do one of the two things. We can use control component from React hook form, but I don't want to make this complex. So what I'll simply do, I'll say on value change. I'll use over here that set value that we took out from use form hook, right? So this will give us the value whenever we change it, value over here, and simply I'm going to say set value, and I'll dynamically set it through this. So I want to change the value of type. So you can see it giving us the suggestion. So type, comma, value. And I'm going to say default value is going to be watch type. Whenever this changes, it will, update the value as well over here. For the errors, instead of this name, I'm going to say, name, I'm going to say type over here and type over here. Let's see how it looks now. Oh, select is not defined. Obviously, we need to import all of these. So select and select trigger. Make sure to only import it from /UI, else you will, face some errors. So content, select item as well. Now check, add new account, and yep, you can see we have current and savings both over here as well. Great. Below this, I want the field for adding the initial balance. So let's just copy this name div over here and I'll paste it right here. Instead of account name, I'm going to say initial balance. In the input, I'm going to say instead of all of these, I'm going to say ID will be balance, type is going to be number, step is going to be 0.01, that is how will it be updated. Placeholder by default is going to be 0.0. HTML4 is going to be balance, so for this ID. And register is also going to be balance over here. For errors.name, I'm going to say balance and balance over here. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's see. Yep, initial balance. And last one is going to be set as default. So let's keep it as switch, right? So let's just duplicate this And actually this will be a little bit different from that one. So I'll just remove this input, and we don't have any errors over here because this is an optional field. For label, I'm going to say set as default. And let's see first how the switch works. So switch right here in Shadcn UI docs. Yep, just like this. And this works like a normal switch in HTML, right? So let's go back. I'm going to have a p tag over here to explain what this does. This account will be selected by default for transactions, okay? And below this, I'm going to have the switch, which will be imported from /UI. Now inside of this, I'm going to give the ID of is default, which I'm going to keep over here as well, HTML for. And again, I'm going to do very similar to what I've done over here on value change and default value. So let me just paste it right here. So on value change, instead of this, it will be on checked change. This will be set value, and I'll say is default. And let's, instead of value, I'll say checked, and I'll update it to checked. Okay. And this will be checked over here. And I'll say watch is default so that it gets updated instantly. Let's see. Okay, let's style this a little bit. So for this div right here, I'm going to say display flex. Items are going to be center, justify between, so that we have this on one corner, this in the middle, and this on the other corner. Rounded large, some border and padding to be 3. Let's see. Yep. And actually we are going to be wrapping both of these in one div so that they both are on one corner. So like this, let's see. Yep, that's more like it. And let's give both of them some vertical margin. Here I'll keep cursor pointer on the label as well so that we can click on the label and update it. For the paragraph, I'll say text small, text muted foreground so that it is a little bit subtle, right? Okay, yeah, that's more like it. Then after this switch case, in the end, I'm gonna have my button, right? For canceling or creating the account. So I'll have a div over here, and this will have a drawer close component. So drawer close, yeah, it should be imported from /UI. And this will, when we click on this component, it should close our drawer, right? I'll say as child, and inside of this, I'm going to have 2 buttons. So first button will be for canceling this. So this will have cancel, which will be responsible for closing the button. Oh, sorry, closing the drawer, right? So type button, variant outline, and class to be flex1. So type button is important over here because we don't want to press this button and close the drawer, right? And below this drawer close, I'm going to have another button. This will say create account, and this will be type submit, and class name to be flex1. Okay, let's see. If I click on add new account and click on create account, okay, nothing happens again because we have not added the on submit. So I'm going to go to the top over here on the form, and here I'll say on submit. I'll say handle submit, and this will take a callback or a function over here. So I'll name that function on submit, and let's just create this function. This obviously does not exist yet. So const on submit equals this. This will be an async function, and this will take my data right here. And let's just console log the data for now, right? Let's check it out. If I click on over here and click on create account, yep, you can see this will give us the error right here for both of these. All right, let's just fix this first of all. The buttons are not properly aligned. So for this div, I'm going to say class name of display flex, some gap of 4 between them, and padding top to be 4. Now they should be taking, yeah, even spaces right here. If I click on cancel, it will be closed. Okay, let's go on and work on adding the API call to these so that we can submit the form. So to handle the API calls, we have to handle multiple things, right? Like loading when that API call is being made. We have to show a loader. We have to show the error if the API call fails, and we have to store the data in some state, right? So what if we, take that logic and put it in some custom hook? So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be creating a custom hook right here. So I'll just create a new folder called hooks. Inside this, I'm going to create a new file called usefetch.jsx. And if you don't know about what hooks are, these are basically just like a normal functions, but with superpower of React, right? And they are written by using use keyword in the beginning. So let's say for this one, I'll say const use fetch equals whatever this is, right? This is basically a normal function, and I'm going to take a callback inside of it which is going to be basically a API call, in this case, our create project call. So what will this contain? It will contain the 3 states that I just discussed: data, loading, and error, right? All of these 3 states, which we create again and again when we have to do an API call. Let's create a FN function over here. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, which is the only thing that we would be needing to call in the end when we have to trigger an API call. And we will write all of our logic inside of it, which we are going to reuse again and again, right? And in the end, I'm going to return data, loading, error, and this function right here. And also, if we want to, manipulate this data from outside, I'm just going to send this set data as well. And I'll say export default use fetch. What's going on over here? Let me just import use state just like this. Okay. Now inside of this function over here, first of all, before fetching our API, we're going to say set loading to true and set error to null, right? Oops, sorry, it is export default, not export delete. Yeah, so set loading and set error by default values, this will be true and this will be null. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a try catch block for handling our errors and all. Inside the try block, I'm going to say const response equals await callback, whatever this callback is. And let's say if you want to provide it with some extra arguments, I'm going to take this args from over here and provide it inside of this args. Then I'll say set data to whatever the response that we get from it. So I'll say response and set error to be null. But what if we do get any error over here? Then I'll say set error to be error. Now after this set error, what I'm going to do, if there's any error, I want to show a toast pop-up, right? So let me show you. In the Shadcn UI, we have installed it. It's called Sonar. If we click on show toast, yep, you can see something like this. So how to implement this? We have to add this toaster to our layout file. So let's just do that. Layout.js right here. Below this main, I'm going to add this toaster. Make sure to import it. Let's say import from Sonar. Have we not installed Sonar over here? Oh, we haven't. So let's just go and install Sonar as well. So npx shadcn at latest add Sonar and press enter and use legacy peer deps. And now if you go on over here, press Control space. Yep, you can see it will show you the option of importing the toaster from Sonar. And this also take this rich colors prop so that for warning it shows yellow, error it shows red, etc. Right? So yeah, that's all we need to do over here. And after this set error, I'm going to say toast. Make sure to import it from Sonar. Toast dot, I'll show error over here, and I'll show error dot message. And after this, finally, let's make the loading to false. So set loading to false. And yeah, that should be it. Let's go back to our create account drawer right here. And I'll use this use fetch hook. So use fetch. Make sure to import it just like this. Inside this use fetch, I'll give the create account server action that we created right here. And then this will return us a few things like data, error, function, and loading, right? Let's rename this data to new account. Let's rename this loading to create account loading, and this function right here to create account function, right? On submit, what we will do, I'm going to call this create account function with this data so that it creates the account. Now what will happen is it will show the loading, and whenever the loading is happening, I want to over here on the bottom, instead of this create account, I'm going to show loading. So I'll say if create account loading is true, then I'll show a loader over here. So let me just add React fragment and loader 2 from Lucid React. So we'll show this icon and I'll say creating ... Let's give this some class name of margin right 2. Height is going to be 4, width is going to be 4, and animate spin so that we can see that it's spinning. Else we will show this create account. So if I just put it false by default, you're going to notice over here, just like this, it shows a spinner right here, right? Let's revert it. And also I want to, disable this button. Meanwhile, it's loading. So disabled is going to be create account loading. If it's true, then this will get disabled. All right. Now, what else we want to do over here? Whenever the account is successfully created, we want to show a toast that account created successfully. So over here, I'll have a use effect hook from React, and this will only be invoked when this create account loading changes, or this new account has some data inside of it, or if the data changes. And I'll check if there's anything inside this new account, right? And also this create account loading should be false at that point. So I'll say not create account loading. Then I'll simply say toast.success account created successfully. And I'm going to reset my form, and I'll say set open to be false so that, our drawer closes. What if there's an error? So I'll create a separate use effect for that. Whenever an error occurs, that is whenever this error object changes, what I'll say if there's any error, I'll show toast.error, error.message, or failed to create the account. Let's import this toast, from Sonar. And I think that should be it. Let's check it out. If I click on create account, it won't create account for me. Let's just say personal. Account type, I'm gonna keep it as savings. Initial balance, let's keep $5,000 and set as default. Even if we do this or don't do this, doesn't really matter. Since this is our first account, it will be a default account. Let's click on create account over here. It's creating it for us. And soon you will see a toast pop over here. Account created successfully. Amazing. We have successfully created our first account. Let's just go on inside of our database and check. Let's go into the accounts table. And there we go. We have our account created successfully with all of these fields. And you can see it's a type of savings account. Great then. Let's go on and render this account. And actually, what I want to do, let's get one more account, or let's just create it later, Let's first try to render it. So for rendering it, let's first write the server action to fetch the account, right? So right below this create account, I'm going to create a new server action called get user accounts. And again, few things will be very similar, like this, if user is legit and if user exists inside of our database. So I'm going to copy both of these things and paste it right here. After this, we will try to find the account. So I'll say const account or accounts equals await db.account.find many. And inside this, we will find the account with respect to the user, right? So I'll say where the user ID is equals to user.id. I'm going to say order by created at. I'm going to, order it with respect to when this account was created in a descending order, right? So created at descending. And I want a few things. I want to include, include the count of all of the transactions. Obviously, we don't have any transactions right now, right? So, but still I'll say count, and I'll say select the transactions inside of it. So I'll say transactions true. And I think this should give us all of the accounts for the user. In the end, I'll simply say the same thing that we did over here, serialized account. So I'll do this and I'll say return serialized account. And also one more thing, actually, later on, when we go on to add the transactions amount will also be in the decimal format, right? So we would need to format that as well. So what I'll do, I'll duplicate it. And instead of this balance right here, I'm going to say amount. Don't worry about this right now. This will make sense later on, right? When we create the transactions. And I think that should be it for this get user accounts server action. Let's go back to our dashboard page. And right here is where we are going to be rendering them. So first, let's fetch them. Since this is a server action, we won't be needing our use fetch hook because this action will happen on the server and hooks can only work on client side. So I'll say const account equals await get user accounts. And this will be imported right here. Make sure to make this function as asynchronous. And let's say this is an accounts, right? And let's take this and we will render it right below this. So first of all, I'll say accounts dot length is more than 0. Only then we will render it, right? So, and I'm going to say account map, right? And I've added optional chaining over here. And here we will render an account card. But before rendering that, let's just simply return the name, right? So I'll say account, and let's just take this account over here, account dot name. How about that? Let's check it out. Account is not defined. How is it not defined? It is defined. I guess it's giving the error inside of that. Over here, you can see the accounts, and I've added the account over here. Okay, it should be accounts. It will actually, we will map because this is an array, right? So we will map through this account. So I'll say accounts dot map, and then inside of this, I'll say serialized transaction. So for each and every transaction, we will run this serialized transaction function right here. Okay, now it's going to give us error on reading name. Okay, so probably this name right here does not exist. Let's just comment it out and see what do we get. So if I console log these accounts over here, you're gonna see we get this server console logs right here in the terminal. So this is undefined. Okay, and that is because we have not returned this serialized from this serialized transaction function over here. So return serialized, and hopefully now everything will work. Let's see. Yep, we are getting it right here. So we have the name. So let's now try to render it, and we should see some name over here. Yep, we can see personal right here. Awesome. So instead of this account.name, let's create a separate component for our account card. This will have, let's say, key of account.id and the actual account of the user. So account. Okay, let's create this component right here in the dashboard. So I'm going to create a new folder over here called underscore components. Now, what is this underscore all about? So basically, when you keep underscore on a folder, like before the name of the folder, Next.js completely ignores that folder and everything inside of it. It will not consider it as a route or everything inside of it as a route, right? So this is safe for creating the components folder. So I'll create a new file called account-card.jsx. RAFCE account card. Let's just import it right there. So I'll import it from this /components. All right, so coming back to this account card, we will have a card over here actually. So let's go to Shadcn UI and take this code for the card again, and I'll paste it right here. And we will receive a few things in the props, right? Or actually just the account. Let's destructure this account. So what are all the things that we are going to be needing from inside of it? We're going to be needing the name, type, balance, ID, and is default. So in the card title, first of all, I'll keep the name for the account, and we actually don't need this card description over here. And after this card title, I want to show a switch which we can use to toggle if it's a default account or not. So switch, and we'll worry about this later on. Let's just first see how it's looking like so far. Card is not defined. Oh yeah, obviously we have not imported all of these things. So title, switch from components, card content, and card footer. Let's see now. Okay, inside of the card content, let's just remove this. First of all, I'm going to show the balance. So I'll say parse float to convert the string back to float, right? And I'll say 2 fixed and 2 decimal places. And this will have text to excel and font to be bold. Below this, I'm going to show a paragraph tag, which will tell me if it's a checking account or savings account, or whatever, current account or savings account, right? So this basically I'm doing like making it capitalize. We could have also done this, so capitalize over here. So actually let's just do that. So instead of this type this long, I can just do this over here. Let's see. Yep, savings account. Oh, sorry, I forgot. This was in the capital, so it should have converted the rest of it into the small, but okay, let's just do this only. This will also work. Okay, so it's making the first letter as capital, other as small. And this will have text to be extra small and text muted to be foreground. Now inside of our footer, I'll simply show the income and expense arrows over here, simply just to denote that this account can have both of these features. So simply inside of this div, I'm gonna have arrow up right icon and arrow down right icon for the expense, and this will be green and this will be red with the income and expense, right? So let's see. Oh yeah, we have not imported them, so import them from Lucid React. And now if I go on and see, yep, just like this. Let's give these some stylings, and actually I'll wrap all of these things in a link tag as well. So link, and this link will have the href of /account/ whatever the ID is. So ID, which we'll be taking from over here. And I'm going to take this closing link tag and I'll put it right after it. So when I click on it, okay, link is not defined. Let's import the link from next/link. And when we click on it, you're going to notice this will take me to /account/ this ID, which obviously does not exist. That's why it's giving us error. So let's go back. Now for this card, I'm going to say When I hover on it, show a shadow medium, transition shadow again, just like previously for the whole group, and I'll say relative. So yep, you can see when I hover on this will be showing a shadow. Now for this header right here, we have two things, right? So first of all, I'll say display to be flex. Flex is going to be row and items is going to be center. Justify between so that they are on the far ends. Space Y is going to be 0. We don't want them to have any vertical margin, and padding bottom to be 2. For this title, I will have class name of text to be small. Font is going to be medium and capitalize. So let's see. Yep, that's exactly what we wanted. Obviously this will not work yet, but we will make it work very soon. For this card footer right here, I'm going to give class name of display flex. Justify to be between, text is going to be small, text muted to be foreground. And yeah, I think that should be pretty much it. Yep, that looks good. Let's try creating a new account over here. Let's just say work, and this will be type of current account. Initial balance, I'll keep $1,000 and create account. And after creating this, it should refresh our page. And yeah, we can see the work account over here as well. Awesome. And actually we have this is default over here. So we can put it inside of this switch case. So I can say checked is equals to is default. If it's a default account, then it will automatically be on. What did I do? It's correct, right? Why is this showing this error? Let's refresh it. Yep, you can see this is automatically turned on. Okay, let's try to handle this situation. If I, turn it on, it should get turned off, and this should be updated as a default account in the backend. So for that, obviously we will need to create a server action. So let's go back to this dashboard.js, or we can also create the accounts.js for all of the accounts related, server action. Let's just take this serialized transaction as well, because this is going to be we're going to be needing this there. Or you can also create it in one single place in lib or something like that, right? So that you don't have to do this again and again. So, okay, right here, I'm going to create this server action called update default account, right? And this will take the account ID, which, needs to be updated. Again, similarly, we are going to do this. We're going to be checking if user exists or not. So inside of try catch block over here, I'm going to put this code, and let's import the auth from next/server, clerk/next/server, and the db from the Prisma folder. Okay. After it, first of all, we will unset any existing account, which is default. I'm gonna, make all of the accounts as false, right? So I'll go back to this dashboard. I think we have written the logic over here, right? Yeah, just like this update many, right? So I'll go back to the accounts, and after this, I'll simply say await db.account update many. I'll check where the user ID is this, and if it's true, then make it false. Simple enough. After that, we will update the account. So I'll say const account equals await db.account.update. I'll update the account with this account ID, right? So I'll say where the ID is account ID and user ID is this user ID. And I'll give the data to be is default true. And this should do it. This should update it. So I'll say revalidate path, and I'll fetch it again dashboard. Everything inside the dashboard again. And then in the end, I'll return success to be true and data to be serialized transaction and this account right here. If it does not work, I'll return success to be false and error to be error.message. Yeah, I think that should do it. Or, instead of this, we can also, throw a new error over here. This will be handled automatically by our use fetch hook. So let's see how we can do that. So in the account -card component, just like we have done earlier, I'm gonna import our use fetch hook, just like this, and this update default account action that we just created. And I'll take the loading, rename it to update default loading function, to update default function, data to updated account, and the error. And I can see there's some issue over here, right? Oh, it's just console logging again and again. Let's just remove this console log from dashboard. Yeah, over here, remove this. Let me just close this. Yeah, over here. So we have our update default function that we need to call. So let's create a function over here, handle default change. This function will be responsible for, updating the is default value. Let's make it an asynchronous function since we'll be making an API call inside of it, and go to our switch case. I'll say on click. handle default change, and I'll disable it. Oops, disabled whenever this is being updated, right? So I'll say update default loading and put it right here. Okay. Now inside of this handle default change, let's go inside of it. I'm going to first of all prevent the default behavior of this, else it will, it might refresh the page. So I'll say event and event.prevent default. And then I'll check if this is true. So I'll say if default is true, then I'm gonna throw the warning that you need at least one default account, right? You can't just remove all of the accounts from the default. Otherwise, I'm gonna say await update default function. This function right here, we will call this with this ID of the current account. And yeah, that should do it. Below it, I'm gonna use the use effect hook like we do. I will call this use effect if this updated account changes or this loading changes. Okay. Inside of this, I'm going to simply say if updated account dot success is true, then I'll throw the default account updated successfully. That's all. Similarly, I'm going to do for the error as well. So let's just duplicate it right here. Instead of these, I'm going to say error. And if the error has something inside of it, so I'll say toast dot error. Instead of this, I'll display error.message. Else if it does not have anything, I'll display fail to update the default account. Let's import this toast from Sonar. And yes, I think that should be it. Let's try it out. Use effect, fail to compile. Okay, so this is a client component because we are using hooks over here, right? So I'll say use client, simple. Now it should work. Server and only cannot be imported. Okay, one more mistake. We have created this update default account function right over here. So this should be use server, as I told you earlier, use server, since this is a server action. So now let's see. Okay, we are here. Let's try to make this a default account. This is loading. If you want, you can, show some other loading indicator, and yep, you can see default account updated successfully. Let's just verify in our database. Yep, we have both of these accounts over here. This is true. This is false. Let's go on and make this back default account updated successfully, and now this is true and this is false. Amazing. So we have successfully built this account section in our dashboard. Let's work on this. When we click on any of these accounts, I want to be taken to this accounts page, which is giving us error because we have created this page file over here, right here, but we have not created any component, right? So let's just say accounts page and save it. Now it should not give us error. Yep, see, it's not giving us error. So how do we take this ID from the URL? We will take it from this params over here, right? If I just simply say params.id, you will see, you'll be able to see this exact ID right here. All right, now we will use this ID over here to fetch the details of that particular account and all of the transactions inside of it as well. Before going on to build this page, I want to, fetch the data about that particular account, right? Using this params.id. So let's go back to our accounts.js over here. And here I'll create a server action called get accounts with transaction or get account with transaction. And again, this will be very similar to previously. Let's just first verify our user. I'm going to copy this code and paste it right here. After the user is verified, then I'm going to find a particular account. So I'll say const account equals await db.account.find unique. And inside this, I'm going to provide where, and this will take this account ID and the user ID. So I'll say ID is equals to account ID and user ID is equals to user.id. Now we will need more things like transactions, right? So I'll say include, and in that account page, we will show all of the transactions as well, right? So I'll first of all include the transaction and order it in the descending order and the count of transaction as well. So I'll say count and select all of the transactions. That is transaction is true. That means we want the count of all of the transactions over here, right? And if the account, we don't find this account, so I'll check. If the account is not there, I'm going to return null. But if it is there, then I'm going to return the account with this, this thing right here, serialized transaction. So I'll say dot serialized transaction and the account, so that it converts all of the decimals into the number. And then I'll also return the transactions. I'll say account dot transactions dot map, and I'll map through all of the transactions, and I'll put this serialized transactions over here so that it will whenever it encounters this object.amount over here, it will automatically convert it into the number, right? And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's take this and fetch it inside this accounts page. So it's going to be very similar to previous, like what we have done previously, right? I'll say const account data equals await that function that we created. Let's import it, and params.id. This should be an asynchronous component since we are doing await over here or calling this API. And I'll check if the accounts data is not there. I'm going to show the not found page because ID can be wrong as well, right, in the URL. So let's see. Over here, this is the correct ID, so it shows it. But let's say if I change this 2 to 1 and press enter, now it's going to show us, not found is not defined. We need to import not found from next/navigation. So now it will show us this 404 not found. Okay, let's go back. Now I'll take out the transactions and the account details from this account data and render them right here. So instead of this params.id, I'll have a div. This div will contain the h1, which will contain the account.name. And this will also contain the paragraph, which will show other details like what type of account it is. Like we have shown it over here, right? This type.character at 0 and basically the savings and current account, just like this. Below this div, I'm going to have another div, which will show the account balance and the transactions. So I'll have another div. This will simply say these many dollars are inside of our account. So account.balance, I'll convert it into a float, 2 fixed, 2 decimal, just 2 decimal places. And in the paragraph, I'll show the count of the transactions. So I'll say account._count.transactions. Let's see how it looks like. And actually, instead of this type, I'll say account.type. Let's see. Yep, we can see the heading, savings account, $5,000 and 0 transactions currently. Below all of this, I'm going to show the chart. So let's say chart section. And below this section, I'll have the transaction table and comment it out as well. Let's just style this and then we will go on and start working on those. First of all, for this parent div, I'm going to say class name is going to be space y to be 8, some vertical margin to both of these, padding horizontal to be 5, display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 4, and items end so that everything is in the end vertically, justify between so that this is on one side and this is on the other side. So let's see, yep, like that. For this heading right here, this will be text to be 5XL. If the screen is bigger than smaller screens, it will be 6XL. Font to be bold, tracking tight, gradient title that we created. Actually, we don't need tracking tight over here. Gradient title and capitalize this. So yeah, like that. For the paragraph, it will be simply be subtle color. So text muted foreground. For both of these, so you can see they are currently left aligned, right? So let me make them right aligned by saying text right and padding bottom to be 2. For my balance, I'm going to say text XL in the bigger screens, 2XL and font bold. And for this paragraph right here, I'm going to say text to be small and text muted to be foreground. Let's see. Yep, that is exactly what we wanted. Cool then. So to work on this chart and displaying all of the transaction, we need some way to add transaction as well. Right now, either I can go on and work on this add transaction functionality, but that will take quite some time, right? So let's just first have some dummy data so that we can work and display all of those transactions over here. And then later on, we can work on this add transaction and all of those AI features as well. So what we can do, we can add some dummy transactions, right? In this transactions table right here, right? So what would we do for that? So to make your job easier, I have written this seeding script. Just go to the actions folder over here in my project. And trust me, this is not something that you need to worry about at all. Just copy this file right here and put inside this action. So create a new file, seed.js. And let me tell you as well what this is doing. But again, you don't need to worry about it. First of all, we need to add our account ID and user ID over here. We'll do that in a moment. Also, let's install this date-fns library. This helps us to handle dates efficiently in Next.js. So let's just say npm install date-fns legacy peer deps, press enter. Okay, so what I've done over here, I've taken a category object with the income categories and expense categories with name and range of income or expense between them. Just some dummy data over here that we will be putting inside of our database. This is a function to generate the random amount for any transaction. This will generate random categories by using that object. Inside of this seed transactions function, we will generate a transaction for 90 days, you can say. In short, this is just generating 90 transactions for us, and it's pushing it inside of our database over here. It's deleting the previous transactions, and it's creating all of these transactions over here, and then updating our total account balance over here. Right? That's all. Let's just add the account ID and user ID over here from our database. So the account that we want would be personal. Let me just copy this ID from over here, copy cell content and paste it over here. And the user ID can be this one, copy cell content and paste it right here. Obviously, you need to get your own user ID and account ID from your database, right? And save it. Now, inside this app folder that we already have over here, inside of this, I'm going to create a new folder called API. We're going to be creating an API endpoint to call this seed function that we have created. So inside this API, let's just create a seed folder. And then I'm going to create a new file called route. So this is how you create, APIs in Next.js. And we can access it by, doing something like localhost 3000 /API/seed, something like that, right? So inside of this, simply what we're going to do, we're going to export async function. And this will be a get call. So it will be get. And inside of this function, I'm going to say const result equals await seed transactions that we just wrote the function. And I'll return response.json and this result right here. Now, simply when we go visit this route in our browser, you're going to see that our database over here will be populated with the transactions. So let's just say localhost 3000 /API/seed. When you press enter, see, this is what we get in the browser that created 177 transactions. And when we go back to our database and refresh this, there we go. We have bunch of different transactions over here. Amazing. Now we have enough data to work with over here, right? So, okay, let's go back to the code and we will create a transactions table component right here. So inside of this, let's create a components folder _components. And here I'll create a new file called transaction table.jsx. RAFCE transactions table. Okay. And this will take the transactions in the props or transactions. Yeah. Let's call it. I'm going to copy it and go back to this page.jsx and I'll wrap it inside of a suspense so that we can show the loader as well, right? When these are being fetched. So I'll say transactions table and import it. So when these transactions are being fetched, first of all, let's see. Yeah, we have imported it from React over here. And we obviously are going to be showing that fallback UI that we created earlier. The bar loader will be imported from React Spinners. Class name will be margin top 4 with 100% and the purple color. Now over here, let's fetch the transactions. So we have the transactions already fetched over here, right, from this API. So we just simply need to provide it over here, just like this. Let's go inside this transactions table now. And inside this div, let's plan what are all the things that are going to be inside of it. First of all, we will render all of our filters for the transaction. So let me show you. This is our deployed app, right? So over here, you can see we have all of these filters, different filters right here. And then we have this transactions table. So filters and then let's just say transactions. Okay, let's see how we can create a table in Shadcn UI. So we have installed a table from Shadcn UI, right? So this table right here, yep, this is exactly what we want. And to make this, we are going to be needing this. Okay, so let's just copy and paste it right here. Let me just close this over here. Yeah, let me just import all of these things. So make sure to import it from over here, not from Lucid React. From /UI, table caption, table header, table row, table head, and then the table body. Table row is already imported, table cell. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's go back and see how it looks like. Yeah, okay, so it's breaking right now. It's coming this side. If I give this class name, space Y4, some vertical margin. And let's keep this table inside of a div, inside of a container. So I'll just wrap this in a div. And I'll say class name to be rounded medium, and this will have some border. I think I should have wrapped this in one single div. So this div right here, I'm gonna wrap this whole thing in one div, and instead of giving this flex styles over here, I'll give this class name of flex gap4 so that this does not affect the items below it. Right now, let's see. Yep, now it's much better. So let's see. We are not going to be needing a table caption, so let me just remove that. So inside the table header, table row, and we are going to be having bunch of table heads. So let's see what are they going to be. It's like date, description, category, amount, and about the recurring transaction, if it's a recurring transaction or not. So the first thing over here is going to be this checkbox as well, right? When we click on this checkbox, it selects all of our transactions. Okay. So let's take one table head at a time. So for the first one, let's just say width is going to be 50 pixels, and inside of this invoice, I'm going to keep a checkbox over here. So checkbox, and this will be coming from Shadcn UI, obviously. And we'll come back to this when we go on to work on our filters. Let's duplicate this table head. Below this, I'm going to have the date. So instead of this, I'll say date right here. Let's remove this width. I'll say cursor pointer, because this will be a sorting head, right? When we click on it, we will sort our transactions with respect to this date. So let's just create a function right here, which will manage all of these sorting things. So I'll say handle sort, just like this. And what I'll do, when we click on this table head, I'll say on click handle sort this date. We'll provide this date, so this function will sort this date. And obviously this this function is empty right now. We will write the logic very soon. Then next, after this date, we will have the table head description. Then after that, we will have category. It will be similar to this date right here. So I'll just copy and paste it. I'll say category, and instead of this date, I'll say category. Similar to this, we are going to be doing this with the amount as well. So handle sort amount, and let's copy and paste it over here. This will be amount as well. And actually these date and category, all of these things, I'm going to keep them inside of our div, because apart from this date, when we sort this, right, we will show some arrow that currently this is in ascending or descending order, right? An icon over here. So I'll give this div class name of flex items center. Let's do the same to category as well. I'll wrap this inside this div, and same with this amount as well. Let's say justify end, because this could be a longer table head, right? So you can see over here, yep, we have amount over here, right? So that's why I've put it at the very end. And when we click on it, you can see this is arranging, like this is sorting all of these things, right? In a similar fashion. Okay. Next, after this amount, we will have table head if this transaction is recurring or not. Then we will have an empty table head after it, which will just show these things, this 3 dots over here, right? There is no table head above it. Okay, I think, yeah, that should do it. Let's see. Yeah, obviously this will break right now. Let's see. Oh, it's saying that this function needs to be a client component. Let's make this a use client component right here and check. Oh yeah, now it's being rendered properly, but obviously we don't have the table cells to support all of these table heads. So let's go on and build that. So actually, when we go on to filter and sort our transactions, right, we are going to be keeping inside of a function, like the logic of sorting and filtering inside of a function. And then we will assign it to a new variable. So let's just say filtered and sorted transactions, const filtered and sorted transactions. Obviously, we're not going to be writing the logic just yet. First of all, let me just duplicate these transactions inside of this. And this is not duplicating it. This is just, referencing the transaction inside of this other variable. So just copy this variable, and what I'll do inside this table body, I'm going to say, I'll have a curly brace. I'll say filtered and sorted transaction dot length is equals to 0. That is, there is no transaction. Then I'll show over here a table row. Inside this, I'll have one single table cell, which will say no transactions found. And I'll say this table cell will span the whole row, right? So I'll say column span to be 7, that it will cover all of these 7 columns. And this will have class name of text to be center, text muted to be foreground. Okay. But if that is not the case, or I'll show this table row. So let me just move this curly brace right here. So let's see. Currently we have the transactions, right? So we won't see that. So, but let me just invert it and now check. Oh, sorry, not over here. I mean, let's say not equals to 0. Yeah, now you can see no transactions found. Okay, let's fix this back and let's render all of our transactions right here. So simply I'll take this filter and sorted transactions dot length and I'm gonna map it. So before this table row, I'll say filtered and sorted transactions dot map. Inside this, we will have a callback and I'll take one single transaction over here. So transaction, let's move this whole table row inside of right here. First of all, each row will have a key of transaction ID. Again, the first table cell will be a checkbox just like over here, right? So I'll just remove this class name for now and I'll replace it with this checkbox. Again, we will come back to this when we go on to add the logic. Then for the next table cell, I'm gonna render my date. So just like this, the date, right? So we'll get the date in transaction.date. So what I'll do inside of over here, I'll take the format from date-fns. So you can see this is how it works. And it also shows us the format that we are supposed to render it in. So we are supposed to render it in this PP format, long localized date, right? It will appear something like this, April 9, 1453, something like this, right? So I'll say format, and inside this bracket, I'll say new date, and I'll provide it the transaction dot date, and I'll say comma in braces PP. So now you'll see if I go back to our app, yep, we can see the dates right over here. Then simply after it, I'll show my transaction dot description. So let's see, yep, we can see the transaction description. Then the category. So let's copy this and over here, I'll say transaction dot category. And let's see, yep, we can see the categories. Now one thing, inside of our app, we have fixed number of categories. So if you go to this GitHub repo and see in this data folder right here, I have this categories object inside of this categories.js file. You can see I have this default categories and we have few income categories like salary, freelance, investment, business, blah, 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 blah. And then we have some expense categories. Like I have considered almost every type of category that you can imagine, right? So let's just copy it up and actually copy the whole file up and paste it inside of this data folder that we already created. I'm going to say categories.js and paste it right here. So basically we have the income and expense, different categories, and each category will have the ID, the name, the type, that is income or expense, the color that we will be rendering. If you can notice in this deployed app, we have different colors for each and every category, right? So we will render that and the icon along with that. So yeah, and after all of this, we have this function right here, category colors, which is simply mapping one particular category ID to a particular color, right? So this will generate an object with something like bills is equals to this particular color. So this is easier for us to map it to the category colors, right? We are just doing simple reduce over here. We're taking the accumulator and the category and then doing we're starting with the empty object and then returning the whole object. Okay, cool. Then let's go back. And right here in the transaction.category, first for I'll say in the table cell, I'll say class name to be capitalize, and then inside this I'll take a span tag, put it inside of over here, and let's give this required style. So I'll say style equals, inside this I'll say background, and background will simply be the category colors that we have created, and let's import it right here. So just like this, inside this we will give one single category. So this transaction dot category. Let's give it some class name as well of padding horizontal of 2, padding vertical of 1, rounded, that is border radius. Text is going to be white and text is going to be small. Now let's see if I go back to my app, what's going on? Category colors. I think I did something. Yeah. So let's remove this. Let's import category colors. Yeah, that's right. Now let's see. Yep. Now you can see we have all of these categories right here. Amazing. Let's take care of this amount. I will render over here instead of this. I'll say transaction dot amount dot to fixed to 2 decimal places, right? So to fixed 2. Let's see. Yep, that's right. Let's display the $sign as well. So I'll say $sign before it, and above it I'll say if it's an expense or income, right? So I'll check transaction dot type is equals to expense. If it's an expense, I'm gonna show the minus icon, else I'll show the plus icon. And also we will show it red or green accordingly. So here I'll say style. Inside this style, I'll say color to be, if the transaction.type is equals to expense, then show red, else show green. Yep, like that. And also I'll have the class name of text right, which is already I've already given over there, and font to be medium. Let's see. Yep, that's more like it. This looks good. It's starting to take shape, right? And then if it's a recurring transaction or not, I think most of these transactions that it has created are not recurring. So after this, I'll have another table cell. Inside this, I'll check if transaction.isRecurring is true, then we will do something over here and we will show a tooltip. So if I show you inside of our deployed app, if we hover on this, it will not do anything. But if I go to the recurring only transactions, if I hover on this, it will show me the next date for this particular transaction, right? So we will need tooltip for that. Let's go over here and tooltip. Yeah, this is the one. If we hover on this, you can see we have this tooltip right here. So how do we implement it? We'll copy this tooltip code and go back. And over here, I'll paste it. So if this is a recurring transaction, only then we'll do this. Else, we will simply show a badge. So badge, which will say 1-time. Save it. And we will need to style it a little bit more. Let me just import all of these things. So tooltip from /UI, tooltip trigger, tooltip content, and this badge, I guess, yeah, badge as well. Let's go back and check inside of our app. Yep, we can see the badge. Let's style it a little bit. I'm going to say variant is going to be outline and gap is going to be 1 because we are going to be having an icon over here as well. So I'll say clock icon. Let's import it from Lucid React. Class name is going to be height to be 3, width to be 3. Save this and now check. Yep, that looks good. Let's make one of these transactions as a recurring transactions, right, inside of our database. So let's just say received salary, this one. So I'll go to my database. So it's for December 13th. Let's just sort it with respect to the date and apply sorting. Oh yeah, it is reverse. Now if I close it, yeah, this is the one, salary. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna say is recurring, make it to true. Recurring interval, let's keep it monthly. Next recurring date, I'll keep it January 6th probably. Yeah, I think that should do it. Oh, it didn't get saved. January 6th. Time as well. I don't think we need to put time. I don't know, let's say 1 a.m. Yeah, that's more like it. And yeah, I think this should give us the recurring transactions as well. If I refresh this now, yeah, we can hover on this and we can see this tooltip, right? Let's fix this now. So I'll go back to my code. I'll take this badge over here and go inside this tooltip trigger. Inside of this hover, I'll paste this badge. Instead of 1 time, I'll show if it's a monthly or, if it's a daily or yearly transaction. So for that, let's create a function at the top of this component right here. Let's create this, not a function, I mean object, recurring intervals for daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, right? So let's go back over here. Instead of this 1 time, I'll have a curly brace. I'll say recurring intervals, and inside of this, I'll put the transaction dot recurring interval, the name of that particular column. Let's see how it looks now. Yeah, it shows monthly right now. Okay, we need to take care of this tooltip and show the next date. First of all, let's give also, let's give this some class name. Also, instead of this clock, I'll say refresh CCW, which shows that, yeah, this is recurring. So instead of CCW, it should be CW. Yeah, something like this. Recurring CW. And the class name I'll keep as gap to be 1, background purple to be 100, text purple to be 700, and when we hover on it, background purple will be 200. Let's see. Yeah, something like this, so that it is highlighted among other transactions. Now inside this tooltip content over here, this is where we're going to be writing the date. So instead of this p tag, I'll say div. I'll have another div inside of which will say next date colon, and then we will have a div which will display the actual date, right? So this date format right here, I'll just copy it and paste it between it. Instead of transaction.date, I'll say transaction.next recurring date. I hope we did change it, right? When we hover on this, yeah, we can see next date to be January 6, 2025. Amazing. For this next date, I'm going to say font medium. And for this div, I'll say class name to be text small. And yeah, I think that should be pretty much it. When we hover on it, yep, this is working as expected. Great. Now after this, we need to show those 3 dots with a drop down of edit and delete, right? So we are going to have one more table cell after it. So I'll say table cell, and inside this we'll show the drop down. So how do we create the drop down? This drop down component, I think, yeah, drop down menu. If you click on it, this is how we see the drop down. Okay, so to create this, we need this code right here. Let's copy it up from Shadcn UI and paste it right here. Instead of this open, let's just have a button over here, which will show an icon of more horizontal, and see, it looks something like this, 3 dots. I'll give the class name of height to be 4, width to be 4. Button variant I'll keep as ghost, so we don't see any outline or anything. And this I'll keep height 8, width 8, and padding to be 0. Let's see. Drop down menu is not defined. Obviously, we have to import it from Shadcn UI. Menu context, menu label, the separator, and the profile. Sorry, the item, not profile. And now let's refresh this. Button is not defined, obviously. Let's import the button. Also, I'm going to say as child over here so that this does not cause any semantic issues. So now let's see. Yep, we have this dot. If I click on it, we can see all of these drop down options, but we don't need all of these drop down options, right? We would need the edit and delete over here. So let's remove all of these others. This one can be edit and this one can be delete. When we click on this edit right here, what I want to do, I want to push it to this add transactions page that is something like this. So transaction slash create, and I'm going to say question mark edit whatever the ID of that particular transaction is, right? If you just want to create, we will not have that ID of edit, right? So simply over here, I'm going to say on click router.push, and we need to take this router from use router hook. So let's take that over here, use router. Make sure to import from next/navigation. I'll say const router equals use router, and this router.push /transaction/create edit equals the transaction ID. And this delete right here, this can be probably text destructive. So I'll say class name text destructive, so it shows red color. And on click, I want to trigger the delete functionality, right? So let's just have a function called on, or let's say delete function, which actually is going to be coming from the delete API, which we have not created yet. So I'm gonna keep it commented out for now, but let me just write it out. So this will just take the array of transaction IDs to be deleted. So transaction.id, because we will have the bulk delete transaction functionality as well, right? So that's why even if we are deleting single one, we are going to be supplying it inside of an array. You'll be understanding it later on. Let's just comment it out for now and check. If I come down over here, yep, we can see edit and delete. Awesome. And yeah, with this, I guess we have created the UI for our table. Let's work on this first. When we select these multiple selection of these transaction IDs over here, we would delete, we will show that delete button. So to add this functionality for multiple selection, I'm going to create a state over here, use state. Inside this, the default value will be empty. I'll say const, it will have an array, which will take selected IDs and set selected IDs. We will actually have one more use state for that sorting configuration, right? So I'll say sort config and set sort config. And by default, this will be an object which contains a field. So field can be like date or the amount or category, right? Something similar to that. I'll say date by default over here, and the direction can be ascending or descending, right? So direction by default, I'll keep it descending. You know what? Let's just make this sorting functionality first. Then we'll focus on the selected IDs thing, because this is easier than that. So inside this handle sort, we have already created over here, right? I'll take the one single field, and then inside this, I'll say set sort config. I'll take the current value, so current, and inside this function, I'll actually return an object. So I'll just wrap it inside of a parenthesis and return this object. And I'll say the field. So let's say when we click on date or amount, it will pass it from over here. I'll say this is the field. And if it was in descending, we'll convert it to ascending, else vice versa, right? So I'll say current dot field is equals to the field. That is, has it already been sorted? So I'll say current field is equals to field. And if the current direction is ascending, if it's that the case, I'm going to convert it into descending, else the ascending. And actually we'll assign it to this direction right here, right? So I'll say direction colon this thing right here. And yeah, I think this should work. Okay, so I've misspelled field over here. Now it's fine. So you can see we have date, category, and amount. And yeah, I think these three are only there. So now that we are changing this sort config, let me just display it as well after the date whenever we are changing it. So simply after this, I'll have this curly brace. I'll say sort config dot field is equals to date. If that is the case, then I'll check something else as well. Inside the parenthesis, I'll check if sort config dot direction is equals to ascending. If that is the case, then I'll show the chevron up. Then I'll show the chevron up icon, else I'll show the chevron down icon. Now what's going on over here? I have parenthesis, date, sort config. Oh, sorry, this will not be a question mark. It will be and save it. Yeah, so let's import both of them from Lucid React. Yeah, like that. And let's see now. If I click on it, yep, you can see the icon is changing now with respect to sorting. We need to do the same thing to all the others as well. Like category over here, we just need to change this date to category. And then I'm gonna do the same thing to the amount as well, right here, and change this category to amount. Let's see. If I click on category, yep, you can see the shift has been done from date to category. If I click on amount, the icon will be shifted from there to over here. Okay, this is working fine. Obviously, this is not sorting it right now because we will be adding it, the sorting and filters and everything in one go. Let's add this functionality of selecting these. So to make this selected IDs state work, I'm going to be creating a function over here, const handle select. And this function will take the ID of that particular transaction which is supposed to be selected. And we are also going to be having one more function over here, which is going to be handling the selection of all of them, like all of the transactions when we click on this right over here at the header, right? So handle select all. So in the handle select, what we'll do, I'll say set select IDs. I'll take the current, like that is the current state. And I'll say if current dot includes, if it already includes this ID, then we're going to be removing that ID, right? So I'll say current dot filter, and I'll take one single item and I'll say item not equals to ID. That means apart from that ID, remove everything. Else I'll add that inside of this array. So I'll say dot current. I'll take all like the previous state and add that ID right here. I've added this parenthesis over here. This should be right here, I believe. Yeah, that's fine. Let's take that handle select and I'll go down right over here in filter and sorted transactions. And we have this checkbox, right? So I'll say on checked change. And inside this, I'll have the function which will call this handle select with the transaction ID. So transaction dot ID. And we will also have a checked field which will say selected IDs dot includes. This will only check that if that current cell is inside of this selected IDs or not. So I'll selected IDs dot include and I'll give this transaction dot ID. So let's see. And actually what I'll do, I'll console log this selected IDs so we can see it clearly. So console log selected IDs right here. Let's go and open the console. And now if I select this one, you can see it has been added. This one, this has been added as well. If I remove this one, now we just have the second one inside of it, right? So yeah, this is working. Let's make this work. When we click on this, it should select all of the transactions. So it will actually be very similar to what we have done over here. Let me just copy it and paste it over here. This will not be taking any ID. It will simply say, I'm going to take the current state and it will check if the selected length, if current dot length is equals to the whole length of the transactions, right? If that is the case, then I'll empty it out. I'll say don't select anything. But if that is not the case, I'll take this filtered and sorted transactions dot map and I'll select all of them. So I'll map them. I'll take one single transaction and I'll take out the transaction ID from it. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's take this and go to this checkbox. I'll say on checked change and I'll provide this function, and the checked will have if selected IDs.length is equals to filter and sorted transactions.length if that is the case, and it should be more than 0. The length should be more than 0, right? Only then we'll consider it. So yeah, let's go and check it out. If I click on this, yeah, you can see it has selected all of them, and yeah, we get a long console log with all of these IDs selected. Great, let's remove all of them from here as well. So yeah, we have successfully created this selection functionality. Let me just remove this console log from over here as well. And now let's go on and start working on our filters. We will filter our transactions by, yeah, you can see the search, the type, income, expense, or this recurring, non-recurring transactions. Okay, so for that, I'll create 3 states over here. First, the search term, set search term, then type filter, set type filter, recurring filter, and set recurring filter. All of them will be empty by default. And if you scroll down, this is where we will be writing, or we'll be creating the UI for our filters. All right, so over here, I'm going to create a div. And first of all, we will have the search, right? So I'll create a separate div for that. And here, let's have a search icon. Oops, search icon from Lucid React. And I'll have the input for the search, right? Input tag. And this will also come from Shadcn UI. So import it from UI folder. And the search will have class name of absolute. Left is going to be, so we're giving it absolute because we want it to be inside of this input tag, right? From left, it will have 2 spacing, that is, 8 pixels. Top 2.5, height 4, width 4, and text muted to be foreground. And this input. And first of all, actually, this div, let me just give this the class name of relative, since this is absolute, and flex to be 1, so that it takes the enough space. And this div right here, the parent div, will have display flex, flex column, so that everything appears from top to bottom in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, it's flex row, and gap to be 4 between them. Now, the input is going to have class name of padding left, so I'll say padding left of 8, so that we have some space for this search, right? So now let's see. Inside of our app, yep, you can see this is looking good. Awesome. And since we have this search term state, right? So let me just give it a placeholder, that is search transactions. Value is going to be that state search term. And when on change, we're going to be changing that search term over here. Okay. Yep, this is looking good. Now next, in the smaller screen, this will be on one line and the other div is going to be on the other line, which will contain things like recurring transactions type. So let me show you. If I go to the deployed app and go to inspect, if I make it smaller, you're going to notice that, yeah, these are on one single line. If I select anything, the delete will also appear on that single line. If I don't know, let's apply any filter, this X will also appear on this line, so that we can, have a proper responsive application. In the bigger screens, obviously, these all will be on one single line. Okay. So for our app, inside this div, we're obviously going to be having to select, right? So I'll just take the select from Shadcn UI, select this one. I'll copy this whole select and paste it right here. First one will be for the type. So I'll say placeholder is going to be all types. Let's remove the class name from over here and let's remove this, and this will just be income and expense, right? So I'll say income and expense. This one as well, income and expense. We already have the state for these, right? So for select, I'll say value is going to be type filter. On value change is going to be set type filter that we created right here. Let's take this and duplicate this right below it over here. Insert this type filter. This will be recurring filter. And over here, I'll take the value and I'll say set recurring filter to be this value over here. Instead of this all types, I'll say all transactions, and let's just give this some class name of width to be 130 pixel. Instead of this income and expense, I'll say recurring only and non-recurring only. Let's just say recurring and over here non-recurring. And yeah, let's see, this should appear now. Select is not defined. Obviously, we have not imported select. So import it from /UI folder, value, content, and the item. Let's see now. Okay, this is starting to look good. Let's give this container some display flex as well. So this div, I'll say class name to be flex, gap to be 2, so that this appears on one single line. Yep, just like this. Let's make this 150 or 140. I think that will look better. Yeah. Now we can select recurring only or non-recurring only. Okay. Now after this select, we want to show the delete button, right? So I'll say if selected IDs dot length is more than 0, and then over here we will display that button. So I'll have a div. Inside this div, I'll have a button. Inside that button, I'll say delete selected. And inside this, I'll show how many of these are selected. So I'll say selected IDs dot length. Let's see how this looks like. Let me just give this button variant of destructive so that it looks red. So now if I select this, yep, we can see delete selected. Why is the destructive not appearing over here? Yeah, it's fine now. Delete selected. If I select all as well, it will show delete selected 177. If I remove this, it won't show up. Great. I'll keep the size of this button as a small, and on click, we will call a function called handle bulk delete, which does not exist yet. So let me just create it. Let's keep it empty for now. Handle bulk delete. Okay, let's go back. Let's show a trash icon over here. So I'll say trash, import it from Lucid React. And this div is going to have class name displayFlex, item center, and gap of 2. This trash over here, I'll give this class name of height 4, width 4, and margin right to be 2, so that there's some gap between them. So let's see if I select any of these. Yep, we can see delete selected over here. Okay. Now, if any of these filters are selected, I want to clear these filters, right? So after this, I'll show inside of a curly brace and a parenthesis, I'll say if search term or type filter or recurring filter have anything inside of it, I'm going to say and I'll show a button right here. I'll show button, button with a X icon from Lucid React. And this will simply have the class name of height, width 4, or let's say width 5. So let's select any of these and we should see a button right here. Let's make this outline. So I'll say variant outline and size is going to be icon. On click, we will have a function called handle clear filters, which does not exist yet. Let me just create it in just a moment. And the title can be clear filters for semantic purposes. Let's take this and create it right over here. Just below it, I'll duplicate this actually, and I'll say handle clear filters. And this will simply be just clearing all the filters, right? So I'll simply say set search term empty, set type filter empty, set recurring filter empty, and selected IDs to be empty as well. So if I, let's say, select this, select that, and put anything inside of search term, if I select this, and if I press this now, you can see all of them have been removed. Great. Now that we have successfully populated all the states with all of these functionality, now finally go on and write the functionality of searching and sorting all of these filters inside this filter and sorted transactions variable. So over here, to optimize this calculation, I'm going to be using use memo hook. And use memo, if you have used before, it takes a callback function and it takes a dependency array, and it only runs if these dependency array have, like, dependencies value have changed inside this dependency array, right? If the transaction changed, search term, type filter, all these have changed, only then it's going to be recalculating whatever that is inside of over here. Else it will cache the value of whatever it was getting inside of it. So you can consider it like this. Like, for example, if the search term was, I don't know, groceries, right? So if groceries have been searched before, it will take the same thing from its cache and it will not recalculate this again, right? So inside this use memo, and also this does not return as a function, it will return as a final value. Like, for example, if I say let result at the beginning equals, and I'll duplicate the transactions, and in the end I'll say return result. I'll modify, do some changes to this result and then return it. So this will return us the final value of the result, and you can see it's still giving us the final array. right? No changes. But now we will make some changes over here. First of all, for the search term, let's apply the search filter. So what I'll say, if search term is there, I'll first of all convert it into the lowercase. Then I'll say result.filter is result array, this array. I'll take each and every transaction and I'll check its description that does it include this search term, search lower that we have over here. If it does, then we will filter it, right? Then we will return it. So if I try to search this, let's just search groceries only, groceries. You can see we find all of these groceries transactions over here. If we remove it, it will be fine. Okay, after this search term, let's apply recurring filter. So I'll say if recurring filter is there, I'll say result.filter. This filter is the only thing that we'll be using over here, right? So result.filter, again, we'll take one single transaction. I'll say if recurring filter is equals to recurring, only return the transaction where is recurring is true, right? Otherwise, return not is like return all the transactions which don't have is recurring true. So again, let's check if I say recurring only. Yep, we only see the recurring transactions. Let's create the filters. After this will be for the sorting, right? So I'll just say result.sort. And actually, before this sort, we also have the type filter, right? So it will be very similar to what we've already done. So I'll say if type filter is there, result.filter, each and every transaction, if transaction.type is equals to the whatever the type filter is applied, I'll return that. Like for example, if the type filter is, I don't know, income, it will only show the income, else it will show the expenses, right? Let's clear this. All right, let's worry about the sorting now. Let's say apply sorting. So I'll take the whole result and I'll say dot sort. So sort in JavaScript takes two things, A and B. That is the first element and the second element inside of the array. And it works like if it's -0 or 1, it will sort it accordingly. So yeah, with respect to that, I'll take the let comparison is equals to 0 and I'll take a switch case over here. So switch works just like an if else value. So I'll say sort config and I'll consider the field, whatever the field is right now. So we will have three cases for date, amount and category. So first of all, for date, I'll say comparison is equals to new date a.date minus new date b.date. So we are sorting it in the like whatever the ascending or descending order that is currently there. Similarly, we will write it for the amount as well, a.amount minus b.amount, and for the category as well. So category will be, compared based on the letters. So I'll say local compare from JavaScript. It's an inbuilt function in JavaScript, right? And by default, I'll say comparison is equals to 0. That is no comparison. And in the end, we'll check if it's ascending or descending. So I'll say return sort config dot direction. If it's equal to ascending, then we'll keep it positive, else we'll keep it negative. That is, we'll invert it, right? And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's go and check it out. If I click on date over here, yep, you can see it's showing me the very oldest transaction. And if I do this, it's showing me the latest transaction. For amount as well, it will show the minimum one, and now it will show the maximum one. Awesome. So yeah, this is how we are going to be applying all of the filters and stuff, right? So if I just clear it, and let's just keep it default, yeah. So now the one thing that is remaining is deleting the transactions, right? If I click on it, we should be able to delete it. So before that, before applying this functionality, we need to obviously create this server action for deleting the transactions, for bulk delete and deleting one single transactions, right? So I'll go over here to our actions and inside of accounts.js, and right here, I'll create this server action called bulk delete transactions, and I'll take all of the transaction IDs that are supposed to be deleted. So inside of this function, simply, first of all, we're gonna check the user is logged in or not. So I'll just take this, and actually I'll just keep it inside of a try catch block. So just like this. And after this, I'm gonna fetch all of the transactions so that we can calculate the balance changes. So first of all, I'll say const transactions equals await db dot transaction dot find many. And inside this, we are going to provide all of these transaction IDs. So I'll say where, and here I'm going to say ID is going to be in : transaction ID. So basically, it's going to find many items, and all of the items where the transaction ID is this. I mean, inside of this, if the transaction ID is inside of this array, then it's going to find it. and the user ID is of course going to be user.id. Now, since the transaction that is deleted could either be income or an expense, right? So for that particular account, we need to calculate the changes amongst all of the transactions, right? So I'm going to say const account balance changes equals transactions. These, let me just call it transactions only. Yeah, so transactions dot reduce. Inside this, I'm going to take a callback, and reduce takes the accumulator and the current value, or let's just say transaction in this case. And inside this reduce, with respect to the income or expense, I'm gonna assign that particular value. So for example, const change equals transaction type. If it's equal to expense, I'm gonna say transaction.amount. Else, if it's an income, I'm gonna say minus transaction.amount. Then in the accumulator also, by the way, this will be having an empty object by default. So I'm gonna say accumulator of transaction.account ID equals, in the parenthesis, accumulator transaction account ID or 0 plus change. So what have I done over here? So basically, I've already explained you. I'm deciding over here if it's an income or expense, and with respect to that, we are adding a positive or negative value. And if the transactions are from multiple different accounts, which in our case, they won't be from multiple different accounts because we're deleting it from one single account, right? But let's say if they were, right? So what we are doing in the accumulator, I'm saying for a particular account. Now, obviously, first time the account ID would not have been encountered, right? So it's going to create that account ID. And for that particular account ID, whatever the balance is, I'm going to say plus change. So it's going to accordingly add or subtract the value of deleted transactions. And I'm going to say return accumulator. So now this will calculate the account balance changes, whatever it is. Keep in mind, we have not yet updated the actual balance inside of our account, right? We will do that next. But first of all, we need to delete the transaction and update the account balance over here. So actually, it's to perform when we need to perform multiple different API calls, you can say, and we want to make sure that all of these API calls have to be passed, or if any one of them fails, then the whole thing is going to be failing, right? So for these cases, we have something called as transaction in Prisma. This is not our transaction. This is a transaction keyword specific to Prisma, right? So I'll say db dot and $ transaction. So again, this is a completely separate transaction, not this transaction, right? This operation in Prisma is called as transaction. Inside of it, it will take an asynchronous function, and this will take one single transaction, tx. And now we can perform multiple different API calls inside of it. So first of all, we need to do is we need to delete all of these transaction IDs that we have been provided right over here, right? So I'm going to say this tx is basically, you can consider it as db. So tx.transaction.delete many, and I'm going to give these transaction IDs for this particular user. Okay. After this, we're going to update the account balance, right? So what I'll do, I'll run a for loop over here. I'm going to first of all convert this account balance changes right here into an array by doing object.entries. Then I'll take out the account ID and the balance change, whatever the balance was changed over here. And for all of our accounts, we will update it right here. Again, as I mentioned, in our case, we will have just one single account ID. So if you want, you can, update it with respect to that. But we are making sure that if the transactions are from different accounts as well, we will handle them gracefully. So over here, I'm saying await tx.account.update. We will find that particular account ID. And inside the data, I'm going to update the balance, and I'll increment this balance change over here. Great. And yeah, I think that should do it. After this, after all of this has happened, after this transaction is over, I'm going to say revalidate /account /the ID page, right? We can also, update the dashboard as well, just like this, and return success in the end. If this thing fails, then we will return success false and the error message. All right, let's go back to our transaction table and implement this bulk delete functionality. So here, just like before, I'm gonna have that use fetch hook. So use fetch, import it, and inside this, I'm gonna take the bulk delete transactions function that we just created. I'll say const, and I'm gonna take out the loading function and delete, and I'm gonna rename them accordingly. After this, I'm gonna have a function over here, handle bulk delete, and this will be an asynchronous function since we will be making an API call. Let's take this delete function right here. go inside of it. I'll say if window dot confirm, or actually if the window is dot confirm is not true, if the user has not confirmed us, let's just give them a message. Are you sure you want to delete these many transactions? If they have not confirmed it, then we're gonna return it, right? But if they did, then I'm gonna simply say delete function, this one, and selected IDs with all of the selected IDs. I think we have already created this function, right? So let me just take it and where is it? Yeah, over here. Let's just replace it over here. Now simply again, just like previously, we will say use effect, import it from React. I'll run it if the deleted is changed or delete loading changes, right? If deleted is true and the loading is not going on, I'll show this toast, import it from Sonar, toast.error, transactions deleted successfully. Awesome. And while the deleting is going on, I want to show a loading indicator over here. So let's just show that bar loader that we always show. Let's import it. Let's see how it looks like right now. Yep, something like this. So we want to show this whenever we are deleting, right? So what I'll do, I'll wrap this in curly braces and I'll say delete loading. If this is true, then I will show this bar loader over here. And let's take this handle bulk delete function. We are calling this right here. Yep, delete selected on the delete selected button. And also we want to call this, actually we don't need to call that directly because we have this on click right over here on the drop down menu that we commented out. So yeah, delete function from here directly. Okay, now I think our delete functionality should work. Let's try to delete something. Let's delete this received investments and we will also check if it updates our account or not. So I'll click on delete over here. It's doing something and transactions deleted successfully. And you can see our account has been updated as well. Wait, I think this edit is highlighted over here. Why is that? Oh, it's label. I don't want the label over here. It should be drop down menu item. Now it should be fine. Yep. Let's try to delete multiple items over here. Let's delete both of these. Click on delete selected. Okay. It's processing it. Transactions deleted successfully. Amazing. So everything is working fine. Now let's go on and display this beautiful chart component over here right above these transactions, right? So cool then. I'll go back to my page, accounts page, and let's start working on this chart section. But before that, wait, I forgot to mention one thing. Over here, you can see if you scroll down, we have infinite number of transactions over here, right? Not infinite, I mean 176 something transactions over here, right? So obviously we need something like pagination that we have over here. You can see page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Right? So this will help us, make our app more efficient, right? So this is actually an assignment for you and I'll give you the resource as well. So basically I've already created a video on pagination on my channel, this video right here. So you can click the link in the description down below. I have explained 2 methods in that video, how you can do front-end pagination as well as back-end pagination, right? So go and understand that video and implement it. If you're still not able to do it, inside of my Git repo, I have added 2 versions of this file. So over here in the app, main, account, and the components, we have this no pagination that we just implemented, right? And then we have this transactions table with pagination implemented. You can see I've taken this current page and everything over here, right? So don't look at it right now. This is a homework for you. I don't want you guys to get, spoon-fed from tutorials. If you're on my channel, you have to take action on your own as well, right? So go watch that video and try to implement pagination yourself as well. All right, now we're gonna move forward and start working on that chart component. So let's close all of these files. So over here below the chart section, I'm gonna just simply copy this suspense over here because we also want to show loading for the chart as well, right? If you don't want to show 2 bar loaders, probably you can show some other type of loader or just show loading over here, doesn't really matter, right? So instead of this, I'm gonna create a account chart component and we will provide it the transactions only, right? Let's just take this and provide it right here. Let's take this account chart and in the components, I'm going to create a new file called account-chart.jsx, RAFCE, account chart. Okay. Now to create these charts, we are going to be using a library called recharts. So let's just install recharts, npm install recharts, legacy peer deps, and let's go to our browser and see how we can use recharts. Oh, account chart is not defined, obviously. Let's import it right here. Okay. Now let's go and search recharts. Go over here. All right. So we are going to be needing a bar chart over here, right? Let's go to examples probably. And if we scroll down, yep, we have this bar chart over here. Yep, this is what we need. What is this simple bar chart? Yeah, I think we can also use this because exactly this is what we are going to be needing, right? So cool. Let's see how we are going to make this work. So if they have some dummy data over here, they're wrapping the whole thing with this bar chart. Okay, let's just take this whole thing and I'm going to copy and go back over here. We are going to be displaying all of this inside of a card. So let's just first paste it right here and import everything. Bar chart from recharts, Cartesian grid, x-axis, y-axis, tooltip from recharts, legend from recharts as well, this bar from recharts. What else? Yeah, I think we have imported everything at this point. All right, so first of all, let's just comment this out for now and let's prepare the data for our chart. First of all, we need the select tab for selecting the date range basically. So if I go back to our deployed app, you can see over here we have 7 days, last month, 3 months, 6 months, etc. Right? So let's just create a object over here with all of these date ranges. And inside this component now, I'm gonna create a use state for managing the selected date. And also this needs to be a client component. So I'm gonna say use client. And now if I come down over here, we will be receiving the transactions. So transactions. Now over here, by default, you can see I've taken 1 month here, right? So let's calculate the filtered data for like filtered transactions and we will structure the data. So I'll say filtered data equals use memo. Again, we are going to be using this because we are going to be changing this date range, right? So we need to make the calculation. So we need to cache it over here as well. So here I'm going to put simply transactions and the date range to cache it, right? So first of all, for this particular date range, I'm going to take out the label and the days, right? From this date ranges, right? So I'll say const range equals date ranges and I'll provide it inside of this square bracket over here so that we get for 1 month, we will get this right here. Now we can work with this. So we need to calculate what's the current date. So I'll say const now equals new date. And now we need to calculate the start date to the current date, right? So what I'll say, const start date equals range dot days. So days is 30. So if that is there, then I'm going to start of day, which will come from date dash fns. So what it does, it returns the start of the day for the given date. And then inside this, I'll take sub days, which is used for subtracting the specified number of days from the given date. So from now, I'm going to reduce 30 days, right? So let's just import it. When we do that, we will get the start date, right? If range.days does not exist, that is, we have chosen all over here, right? Here days is null. Then simply, I'm gonna choose the start of day to new date to 0. That is, whatever the, the oldest date is, we're going to be considering that. All right. Now, after this, we are going to be filtering all of our transaction within these dates, right? So I'll say const filtered equals transactions dot filter. I'll take one single transaction and I'll check if the date of this particular transaction is more than the start date and it is less than the end date, right? So end of day basically comes from, this date dash fns right here. If it stays between this, then we will work on it. All right, now for each and every date, what I want to do, I want to keep the date, income and expense details, right? So I'll say const grouped equals filtered dot reduce. Inside of it, I'll take the callback, which will have the accumulator and one single transaction and the initial value of an empty object. Okay. Now let's format the date using date-fns. So I'll import this format from date-fns. I'll give it new date, transaction date, and I'll give it this format right here. And this basically gives us the month in this format, Jan, Feb, December, and date in this format, right? Then after it, I'm going to check if the key exists for this particular date inside of our accumulator or not. If it does not exist, then we'll simply, for that particular date, I'll give the date, income, and expense to be 00. And after it, I'll check if the transaction type is income. If it is income, then we will add it to the transaction amount. Else, if it is income, then we will add it to this income key. Else, we will add it to the expense key. Then after this, we'll simply return the accumulator and we will get our data right here. Now after we have our data, let's convert this grouped data to an array. So I'm going to say object.values grouped. I'll take the value and I'll sort it with respect to the date in the ascending or descending order, right? So this is basically the ascending order and we'll return it. So now let me show you. I'm going to take this filtered data and console log this right over here. And let's see in the inspect console, there we go. We have this array which contains the date, expense, and the income. And this is the exact format that we need to display that chart right here. Now, let's say if we have selected 1 month, 1 week, whatever date range, right? We need to calculate the total balance for that particular period, right? So, total transactional changes and all of those things for that particular period. So after this, I'll say const totals equals use memo, and this will only run if this filtered data changes. I'm going to return filter data dot reduce. I'll take the accumulator and every single day, or you can say date, and I'll calculate the income and expense for that particular period. Initial value will be 00, right? So in the totals, we should get that. All right, now let's start working on, building this. So first of all, we need to wrap this thing inside of a card. So if you see in our deployed app, we have wrapped it in a card, right? Let's just take the card from Shadcn UI, card right here, just like this. And instead of this div, I'll have a card component right here. Let's remove this div from here and let's take this whole thing. We'll still keep it commented out and let's just keep it inside of this card content for now. Okay. And we are not going to be needing this footer, so remove that. Let's import all of these things. Card header, card title, description, we're not going to be needing, card content, and yeah, that's it. Card title will simply say transaction overview. And then below this, below the title actually, we will show the select box for selecting the range, that is 1 month, 1 week, etc. So let's go back to Shadcn UI docs and I'll take the select component right here. I'll copy it and paste it right here. Let's import it from /UI folder, select value, select content, and select item. So we've already created the state for it, right? So default value will be date range, and on value change, we are going to provide it this set date range right here. So that it updates the date, and I'll say width to be 140 pixel over here. Placeholder is going to be select range. Now inside of this select item right here, I'll take this this date ranges object and let's first convert it into an array and then I'll map through it. So inside of the curly braces, I'm going to say object.entries so that it converts into an array, and then I'm going to map just like this. Inside of this, we will get two things. First, the key and the label. We will get two things, this thing, the range, and then this object, right? So we are taking out this label from inside of it, just like this. So inside of it, I'm going to simply say select item. I'll provide it with the key, and the value is also going to be the key. And inside of it, I'm going to display the label right here. And yeah, this should have displayed it. Let's go and check. Yep, just like this. You can see if I click on it, okay, it's not working. Let's see. I think we need to return it. Now it will work. So if I click on it, yep, just like that. All right, so let's style it a little bit. So for this card header right here, I'm going to say display flex. Items is going to be center and display between so that we have them in far ends. Space Y to be 0, vertical margin to be 0, and padding bottom to be 7. So let's see. Yep, just like this. Card title is going to be text base and font to be normal. And also this should be flex row. We want it to be on one single row. Yep, just like this. Now inside of this card content, first of all, we will display the key informations like income, expense, and net profit or loss, whatever it is. So I'll have a div. Inside this, in the first div, I'm gonna have two paragraphs. First one for total income, and we will display the total income just like this. I'll say text center. Total income heading will be text muted foreground, and for the value, we're gonna be text large and font bold with green color since this is an income, right? So let's duplicate it twice. And for this one, it will be total expenses. And I'll say totals.expense.toFix2, and this will be red. Then for the third one, we will show the net income or profit or loss. And over here, I'm gonna say total income minus total expense, whatever it is, we will show it right here. So let's see. Okay. So if it's profit or loss, we will show the color accordingly. So instead of this, I'll wrap it in backticks like this in curly braces. And over here, I'm gonna say, whoops, I'll have template string, and then I'll say if total.income minus totals.expense is more than 0, then this is profit, right? Else it's loss. Yep, just like this. For this parent div right here, I'm gonna say class name to be display flex so that they are on one single line, justify around so that they are on like they are evenly spread, margin bottom to be 6 and text to be small. So just like this, yep. And now below it, finally, we are going to be rendering our chart. So below it, right here, let's have our div over here with the class name of height to be 300 pixels. Sorry, 300 pixels. And let's take this ending div and put it after this responsive container. Now let's uncomment this out. Now this responsive container, what this is doing is it's making our chart responsive in different screen sizes. Okay, what's going on over here? We won't be needing this width and height over here. The data, obviously this data will be filtered data that we prepared. For the margin, I'm gonna say top 10, right 10, left 10, and bottom to be 0. Let's see how it looks like up until now. I think, yeah, this will give us error, I believe. Yeah, rectangle is not defined. Where is it, rectangle? Yeah, okay, this icon over here, let's import this. Yeah, see, it's empty because we have not configured it properly. Now inside the, first of all, we have this Cartesian grid that you see over here, this grid. We don't want the vertical grid, so I'll say vertical to be false. And we are going to be having two things over here, right? X-axis, Y-axis. So X-axis is going to be our date, and in the Y-axis is where we will be showing all of the values. So you can see we have all of the dates and all in the X-axis. In the Y-axis, I'm gonna say tick formatter, and I'll give the value, and we will render the value, which is going to be the amount, right? Either it's income or expense. So let's see. Sorry, we need to provide other things like font size is going to be 12. Tick line is going to be false, and axis line is also going to be false. And I guess we won't see it until we render the bars over here, right? Since this is a bar chart, so let's do that first. We will have this tooltip. We'll come back to this later on. We have the legend. Okay, that's fine. For the bar, okay. We have the income and expense, right? We have two bars, one for income, one for expense. So data key, let's keep it as income. And the other one will be expense. Let's say name will be income, and we will fill it with certain color. Same with expense as well. Again, you can, fill it with whatever color you like. Let's remove this active bar from here. Instead, I'm gonna say radius, and I'll give different radius to this bar. So 4, 4, 0, 0. Same with the other bar as well. So let me show you. So if this will be rendered, yep, you can see we have given this radius on top, but not on the bottom. So great, you can see this y-axis is also rendered now. It looks beautiful. If I change this, last 7 days, okay, last 3 months, amazing. This is working flawlessly. Let's worry about the tooltip over here. When we hover on this tooltip should be properly shown. And actually it is being shown properly with the income and expense. I was thinking I should remove the income and expense and actually also add the $sign over here. So let's just say in the tooltip, I'll say formatter. I'll take the value and add the $sign and just provide the value and keep the name as undefined. So let's see. Yep, something like that. You can provide it additional styles like this. Like I've provided it some background color, border, or border radius over here. You can see I provided some border radius, right? And yeah, you can see this looks great. For each and every date, it shows us the expense and the income as well. Amazing. And with this, we have successfully created our accounts page. Amazing. So now let's go on to back to our dashboard page right here. And here in our dashboard, let's create the functionality for adding the budget. So if I go to my deployed app, you can see we have added this monthly budget for our default account, right? Whatever our default account is. For example, I've added $5,000 of our default, our budget for our account. And you can see since we are nearing the end of our budget, this is red. And we can also update our budget by clicking on over here. and ticking it or canceling it over here. So cool, let's work on it. And also we will also create that background function, the ingest function for the same. Every day it will check if my budget is about to reach, or if it's more than 80%, basically it will send me an email as a reminder that my budget is about to reach the threshold. So cool, then let's first go on and write the server action for the same. I'll close this, and in the actions I'll create a new file called budget.js. I'll create an action over here, get current budget. Okay, inside of this I'll do the same thing. First of all, I'll verify the user. So inside the try catch block, I'll say const user ID from the auth. Let's import it from clerk/next/server, and also make sure to make this use server over here. Let's import the DB from the Prisma, and then after this I'm gonna find the budget, right? So I'll say db.budget.find first. For a particular user, there can be just one budget per user, right? So we're gonna find the budget, and then after that we're gonna get the current month's expense. So how are we gonna do that? First of all, I want the current date. We can do new date for that, and then when does this month start, right? So we want the start of the month. So I'll say const start of month equals new date. I'll provide the year, the month, and I'll say the first date. Okay, similarly I want the end of the month as well, the date of the end of the month. So for that, similarly I'll get the date for the next month's first, right? So I'll say current date, get full year, get month +1 and 0. So you can see over here, if you have any confusion, it takes an year, month index, and the date, which is optional. Now after this, what I'll do, I'll calculate all of my expenses. I'll add all of my expenses. So to do that, const expenses equals await db.budget, or sorry, not budget, I mean transaction dot aggregate. So this is the function that comes from Prisma, aggregate. Inside this will take an object. First of all, we need to find those transactions. So I'll say where user ID is this, type is going to be expense, date is greater than the start of the month and less than or equal to the end of the month, right? And also provide the account ID, whatever the default account is for us. And I'll say underscore sum all of this, and I'll take the amount for all of them. So I'll say true for the amount. Okay, and this should give us all of my expenses now. Now the only thing remaining over here is to calculate it with respect to our budget. So I'll say return, inside of it I'll say budget to be, if budget is there, I'll take whatever is inside of the budget and I will add this amount that we are serializing over here, just like we've been doing up until now, right? We're converting decimal to the number, else we'll say null. After this, I'll take all of these current expenses. So I'll say current expenses equals expenses dot sum dot amount. If that is there, if we have any expenses, and we'll calculate the sum of all those expenses, then we'll convert that into the number. We will serialize this as well, else we will just supply 0. And in the error, we'll simply say console.error, error fetching budget, and throw the error. So this will be used for, fetching the current budget. Let's create a function for updating the budget, right? So I'll say export async function update budget, and this will take the amount as an input. Inside of this update budget function, I'm gonna have the try catch again. Again, we will check if user is logged in or not, checking the authorization, just like this. After this, I'm gonna update or create the budget, right? If the budget doesn't exist, we will create it. If it exists, then we'll update it. So what do we use for that? There's a function called upsert. So const budget equals await db.budget.upsert. And inside this, simply, I'm gonna first of all find the budget. So where user ID is user.id. When the budget is found, if it's already created, then this will update it with this particular amount that we are getting right here. Else it will create a new budget for that particular user ID with this particular amount in our database. And simply after that, in the end, I'm going to revalidate my dashboard and return success to be true, and data will be budget with amount to be serialized to number. Let's import this revalidate over here. And in the catch, I'll throw the error. I'll say error updating budget and return success false, and error will be error.message. Okay, I think, yeah, these are the two things that we are going to be needing over here. Get current budget and update budget. Let's go back to our dashboard component, not the account. In the dashboard, in the page.jsx, yep, right here is where we will be displaying our budget progress. First of all, let's fetch our budget right here. So I'm going to say amongst all of these accounts, I'm going to find the default account. So I'll say const default account equals accounts.find whatever the default account is. And by default, let's keep the budget data to, and I'll say if there's a default account, then budget data will be equals to await get current budget. Let's import this. We just created it, and default account dot id. Yeah, that's all. And below this budget progress is where we'll be creating that component. So I'm going to say if default account is there, and I'm going to show this budget progress component, which obviously does not exist yet. We will create it very soon. And this will take two things. First of all, the initial budget, that is budget data dot budget over here, and the current expenses, which will also come from budget data, right? If you remember, we are sending both of these things right here. So budget data dot current expenses. If it's not present, I'll say 0. Okay, let's create this component. Inside this components folder, I'll create a new file called budget-progress.jsx. RAFCE budget progress. Okay, so first of all, let's just get the card component from Shadcn UI. So I'll take this card component over here. Let's copy it up, and budget progress is not defined. Okay, so we have not imported it over here. So let's import it right here. And for the budget progress, I'll keep this card. Let's import all of them. We have done multiple times. Oops, sorry. Card from over here. Card header, card title. We're not going to be needing the description. Well, actually, we are going to be needing the description. Card content and footer. We are not going to be needing this. Okay. So title will simply be monthly budget for the default account. Let's just first take the initial budget and current expenses over here. And also I'm going to take two states. One will be for is editing. So when we click on that pencil icon, this will be set as true and we will be able to edit it. And the other one will be the new budget. The initial value will be the previous budget, and we will store our new budget inside this state. Okay. Let's calculate the percentage used for our budget, right? So I'll say const percentage use equals initial budget. If it's there, then I'll say current expenses divided by initial budget dot amount multiply by 100, like simply just like we calculate percentage in maths. Else this will be 0. All right, now below this card title, I'm gonna say I'm gonna have a div over here. Inside this, I'm gonna say is editing. If the editing is going on for this your budget, then I'm gonna show a div over here with the input tag coming from Shadcn UI, and also two buttons. One will be for the check button, another will be for canceling it. So this button, let's import it from Shadcn UI. This will be basically check. Import it from Lucid React. Let's duplicate it, and the other one will be the X icon. Again, import it from Lucid React. I have misspelled the div over here. Else, we will render our budget. So I'll just keep it as empty fragment for now. So this input will be type number. Value will be new budget that we created just over here. And on change, we will set this new budget. Let's give this class name of width to be 32, and placeholder is going to be enter amount, and we will autofocus it when we click on this checkbox button right here. Both of these buttons are going to be variant ghost and size icon. And when we click on them, we will call a handle update budget function. I mean, when I click on this one, so I'll say on click equals handle update budget, which does not exist yet. Let me just create it. Const handle update budget. And for this one right here, I'm going to say on click handle cancel, which again does not exist. So let me just duplicate it and call it handle cancel. For both of these icons, first one for check, it will be height 4, width 4, text green to be 500. And the other one, this will be text red to be 500. All right, coming down over here, we will actually keep our card description inside of it. And instead of this, I'll check. If the initial budget is there, then we will show our current expenses till 2 decimal places, and we will show that this much has been already spent out of this budget. So we'll show initial budget dot amount to fixed till 2 decimal places spent, right? So let's see how it looks currently. Oh yeah, this is not a client component, right? So let's make it use client, and now we shouldn't have any problem. Card description is not defined. Okay, let's import card description now. Okay, we can see the monthly budget, no budget set. And why can't we not see? We have the initial budget over here. Okay, from the page, we are supplying the initial budget. Are we getting inside of this anything like budget data? Let's see. Yep, in the console, we're getting the budget as null and current expenses. We're getting the current expenses. Yeah, obviously, we have not set the budget yet, right? So yeah, we need to take care of that as well. So what I'll do, right after this card description, I'll show a button right here with variant ghost, size to be icon. And when I click on it, it will set the editing to true. So set editing true. And class name is going to be height 6, width 6. And inside this, I'm going to keep a pencil icon just like this. So oh yeah, pencil is not defined. Let's import pencil. Yep, something like this. When I click on it, it should, oh, yeah, let's click on it again. Yeah, you can see this is how it will look like. And when you click on this X, this should be gone. So when I click on it, let's set the budget back to the original budget. So inside of this handle cancel, I'm going to say set new budget to back to the original budget and set is editing to false. If I click on it now, yep, it's gone. Let's style this a little bit. So card header will be class name, display flex, flex row, items is going to be center, justify between, and space y is going to be 0, and padding bottom to be 2. So yeah, just like this. And this thing right here, actually, I'm going to say flex 1. So class name flex to be 1. Yep, so that it is right over here. And for this div, let's actually wrap this card title in this div over here. And then after it, I'm going to put another div which will wrap this whole thing. This whole is editing. So until this part. And for this div, I'm going to say display flex, items to be center, some gap to be 2, and margin top to be 1. So that this appears right here. Yep. For this inner div, I'm going to say class name, display flex, and items are going to be center and gap to be 2 between both of these. All right, so let's do one thing. Let's configure our API call first. That is handle update budget function, right? Then we will work on that progress bar thing. So simply, just like what we've been doing up until this point, we'll take this use fetch hook and this update budget that we just created, and we'll take out loading function data and error from it and rename them as well. And inside this handle update budget, I'll take the new budget. So I'll say const amount equals converted into a decimal format or parse float new budget, and I'm going to check if this amount is not a number, or if this amount is less than 0, then I'm going to throw the error. So let's take the toast over here, toast.error, please enter a valid amount, and I'll return it. Otherwise, I'll call this function. So let's make this an asynchronous function. And in the end, I'll return update budget function with this amount right here. Okay, I think this should work. One more thing that's remaining is when the budget is updated, I'll show a use effect. So I'll take a use effect over here, import it from React. I'll say call it when the updated budget changes. If updated budget dot success is true, then set is editing to false and show the success message budget updated successfully. If there's any error, so after this, I'm going to have another use effect. If there's any error, I'll say toast.error, error message, else failed to update the budget. Let's see. If I click on over here, let's set the budget to 5,000 and click on tick over here. Let's see. Okay, budget updated successfully. And yeah, you can see, we have consumed more budget right over here. Let's just change it to, I don't know, 10,000 and take it over here. And I think I should disable both of these. So for all of these, for this input, this button and this button over here, I'm going to say disabled is loading to true. Now, if I try to, let's make this 9,000 and click on take, yeah, you can see this is disabled now. Okay, budget updated successfully, and this is 9,000 now. Cool then. Now let's go on and display that progress bar. So below this, inside this card content right here, I'll say if there's an initial budget, and then we will display a div over here. And inside this, we will display that progress bar. So let's see how we can use the progress bar from Shadcn UI. So we have this progress. Yep, just like this. So simply we have to use this progress like this and provide it with the value. Okay. So inside this, I'm gonna paste this progress, and the class name will be space y to be 2, vertical margin. And value is going to be the percent used that we created up here somewhere. Yep, this one, percent used. Okay, let's see. Progress is not defined. Yep, let's import it from Shadcn UI /UI folder. Yeah, we can see that right here. Now over here, to add those colors, what I'll do, I'll add an extra prop over here. Let's just say extra styles. And I'll say percentage used is more than 90. I'll show red. If it's more than 75, I'll show yellow, else green. So let's go inside this progress right here. And let's add this here in the class name. So I'll just make it backtick. And see, this is benefit of using Shadcn UI. We can also configure these components. So I'm gonna say extra styles over here, and hopefully this will work. Extra styles is not defined. Okay, yeah, we have to take it from the props over here, just like this. Yep, you can see this is red right now. If I make this 9,000, this will be yellow since it's more than 75. Okay. After this component, I'm going to say a p tag, which will show the percentage used to fixed to, point one single, decimal place. And I'll say text to be small, text muted foreground, and text to be right. Let's see. Yep, we can see this much percentage is being used. Let's put some space between these. So I'll go back to my page.jsx, and here in the div, instead of this, I'll just say space y to 8. And now let's see. Yep, we can see some space between these. Awesome. Let's try to say minus 9,000 and press tick. And yeah, you can see, please enter a valid amount. Okay, let's cancel this. And with this, we have successfully created our budget. Now let's work on that background function for giving us the budget alerts. So for that, we have to first set up our Inngest server. So let's go to the documentation for Inngest. I'll say inngest.com. Let's click on docs and next.js. So here we have set it up until this point, right? We have ran our Inngest server. Let's just see if it's still running. Let me just go onto my terminal and start this. npx ingest client at latest dev. All right, there we go. It's running now. Let's see the next step. Now we have to create an ingest client, and we have to create this on this API endpoint /API/ingest inside of our app. Okay, so for the API, yeah, this is what we need. So let me just copy it up, go back to our project, and in the app folder, we already have this API, right? So let's create a new folder over here called ingest. And actually this is something that ingest will need to communicate with our app. The processes will run in the background, right? So this is the endpoint that it will need to communicate with our app. So I'll say route.js, and I'll provide it right here. And also we have to create the ingest client, which does not exist yet. So to create the ingest client, I'll go to my lib folder over here. Let's create a new folder called ingest. And here I'll create a new file, client.js. And simply we will have to copy this code right here and paste it and give a unique ID to our app. Let's just say wealth. Let's give it a name as well. I'll say name to be wealth. And I'll also add one setting over here. If any of my function fails, I want to make another attempt. So this takes something called as retry function, which is an asynchronous function. I'll keep the delay of 2 to the power of whatever the current attempt is, right, into 1000, these many seconds, right? And max attempt is going to be 2. Cool. Why is it not showing as ingest installed? I guess we have to separately install ingest as well. So let's say npm install ingest with legacy peer deps. Okay. All right. It's installed. Now we have to take this client and go back to this route.js and import it over here from @lib/ingest. So this sets up our ingest. And over here is where we will add our functions. So we can create our functions wherever, right? Like we are going to be creating our functions right here in the lib. So I'm going to create a new file for functions.js. And let me show you how easy it is to create a background job for ingest. So if we further scroll down, they have explained it. Write your first ingest function. So how do we do this? You can see we have to import ingest from the client like ingest client over here. We have to give a unique ID to this function and then the event that will be happening. So this will simply be printing the hello world. So we can just give it something like test/hello.world. And then inside this has different steps that will run, right? So in the first step, it will wait for 1 second actually, which we are calling wait a moment. And then we will return simply hello, whatever the email that we have provided in the data. So let me show you how this will work. Let me just copy it and paste it here in the functions, and we'll take this hello world and provide it in this route.js. So I'll just say hello world. Let's import it from the functions file. You can see they have given the instructions over here. And yeah, I think this should be detected by our ingest instance now. So Let's see if we go to the functions. Yep, you can see hello world is detected right here. If we click on invoke, it will ask us for the data. So data, you can see they have explained over here. You can provide it like this, like an email over here. Since this requires an email, so we'll provide it and invoke the function. So now it shows running, and this is running in the background. This is already completed. You can see it ran. It waited for 1 second. You can get more details if you expand it. It waited for 1 second, and then it printed hello world. So yep, right here, hello, not world, sorry, hello example at test@example.com. Okay, similarly, we'll be creating a function for our budget as well. So let's just remove it first from over here, from here as well. And inside of the function, I'm gonna get rid of this. Or actually, let me just keep it and I'll show you how it works. So let me just remove everything over here. We'll be creating our first function. Let's just give it a name over here, check budget alert. And we will be running here a cron job, right? Which will run every 6 hours. So simply I have to say cron over here. And inside of this, we can define what our cron job is going to be. Now, there's a set pattern to write how to, define the timing of a cron job, or, how often it's going to be running. So let's just go to Google and see how it works. So let's say cron expression and click on this cron expressions over here, and you can understand what these crons are all about. All of these, each and every individual letter over here has certain meaning. And I think the best thing to do over here is just go to ChatGPT and ask it to, generate the cron expression for you. Like I would go to ChatGPT and I'll say, generate a cron expression that runs every 6 hours. So it gave me this over here. All right. Now inside this callback over here, I'll take the step. And first step over here would be to fetch all of the budgets for all of the users, right? So because we'll be sending this to all of the users. So I'm going to say const budget equals await step dot run. So this is how you run one single step. Let's call this step fetch budget, and then this will take a callback over here, an asynchronous callback, since we're making an API call. And inside this, simply I'm gonna make this API call right here. I'm gonna say await db. So let's import db from Prisma, db.budget.findMany, and I'll say include the user's data. And inside the user, include the account. So basically we are doing joins over here, and SQL, this is called as join, right? I'm going inside the user table and I'm taking the accounts where is default is true. So for all of the users, we are taking the default accounts for all of the users, right? Basically. So in this budget, we will get that data. Now, after this step, I'm going to go through each and every budget, and I'm going to check if it, exceeds the expenses. The expenses exceeds the budget, then I will send them the mail. So I'll say for loop const budget of budgets. This will be budgets actually, not just singular, it will be plural. And inside this, we will loop it. So first of all, I'll take the default account for each and every user. So I'll say const default account will be budget.user.accounts. There will be just one single default account, right? So we'll anyways get one result over here. And I'll say if default account does not exist, then I'll continue, I'll skip it, right? After this, I'll run another step. So I'll say await step.run, and I'll call it check budget for that particular budget ID, right? And this will be an asynchronous function, because this will be, very similar to what we have already done while we were, fetching all of the budgets. So I'll do the same over here. First of all, I'll take the start date of the month, and I'll say start date dot set date to 1, that is start of the month. And then I will calculate all of the expenses by using aggregate function, just like we've done in the past. So let me just close it. So yeah, expenses equals await db.transaction.aggregate. I'm going to say for this user ID, this account ID, that is the default account. Type is going to be expense. Date is going to be greater than this particular start date. That is for the current month. And we will sum all of them. Okay, now we have all of the the expenses. Then after this, I'm going to get the total expenses inside of this variable by saying expenses.sum.amount and converting it to the number. We are serializing it, else this will be 0. Then I'll take the budget inside this budget amount over here, and then in the end we will calculate the percentage used, and this is something that we will be using to send the email. So after it, I'm gonna say if percent used is more than or equals to 80, then we'll send the email, and Have we already sent the email? So how will we keep the track of that? We'll keep the track of that using the last alert sent. So if you remember, we have last alert sent inside of our budget table, right? So I'll say if budget.last alert sent, and actually I'll say not. That means this is empty right now. Or if we've already sent the user the budget, but that is for the last month, right? If it's a new month, then we can send it again, right? Or is new month. This function does not exist, obviously, but this function will take the last alert sent date and the new date, that is today's date. And after that, we will perform the operations. Let's just write this is new month. So I'll just create a function over here, is new month, which will take the last alert date and the current date, and it will check if last alert date month is not equals to our current month and last alert date's year is not equals to our current year. That means it's a brand new month. Even if the year is same, the month is new, right? Either of these can be true. So after this, we will perform two steps. First of all, send the email to the user that, yeah, your budget, you've gone over budget, and then update this thing, last alert sent in the database, right? So let's just do this first. So I'll say await db.budget.update, where id is equals to budget.id and data is going to be last alert sent and the current date, that is today was the day when this was sent. So yeah, I think this should work. Let's just test it out. We are not going to be sending email right now. Let's just first test this, then we can work on that. So let's take this function. This will be called check budget alert. Alert. Let's take this and provide this to this route over here. Import it. Okay, now let's go back to our, let's close this. Let's go back to our Inngest development server. And we should see, yep, we can see this function right here. Let's invoke it, but first of all, we need to make sure, yeah, this is 76% used. Let's make it 8,000 probably. Then it will go beyond 80%. Yep, now it's 86%. Now if I invoke it, invoke function invoked. Let's see, it's running. Okay, it fetched the budget. Yep, that's fine. It has fetched the budget. Then it, inside this check budget, it has completed it. So now we should see inside of our database. Let's go over here inside of our database for our budget. Let's see. Last alert sent is null right now. This didn't work. Let's see if we have any error inside of our console right here. I don't think we have any error right here. For some reason, this didn't work. Let's check it again. Let's try to do console log over here. I'll say console log percentage used, and I'll do the same console log over here. Actually, over here, I'm gonna do this and this last alert sent as well. Let's try to invoke it again. I'll click on rerun over here. Let's see, it's running now and it has been completed. Let's see if we get something inside of our console over here. Okay, we get the percentage used, but seems like it didn't go inside of over here. And yeah, it's because this is 78 point this much and not 80%. So did I write something wrong over here? Maybe. Let's just try to improve it. Let me just say 7,500 and we'll worry about that error like calculation later on. Okay, budget updated successfully. Now it should run. This is more than enough now. I'll go back to my ingest and try to rerun this. And let's see, it's running. Okay, and now I think it is executing this. And let's see our database. Yeah, you can see we have this last sent alert over here. Amazing. Let's just do this. Let's just take whatever that we've written over here and like the similar way, we will add it over here as well from our budget, budget server action. So over here, I'm going to say this. And instead of that, I'm going to add both of these greater than or equals to or less than or equals to like this. And let's get rid of both of them over here. Now I think we should get the proper percentage. Currently we were getting 83 something percentage. So now the calculation should be fine. Let's go into the ingest and try to rerun this. Okay, this has been executed. Let's see. Yep, now we're getting 92%. Okay, I think it wouldn't be taking the whole month. I think it would have been going beyond that. That's why this error occurred. So yeah, you see how easy it is to implement these background cron jobs using ingest functions. And now let's go on and work on this sending email functionality. And to send the email, we will use React email package along with resend. So if I go to Google right here and I'm gonna say React email, yep, this is what we want. Let's click on docs over here and let's click on manual setup. To install it, we have to do something like this, npm install, and this as well. Okay, so no, this is for setting up React, right? So we just need to do this thing right here. So okay, I'll go to my terminal and I'll paste it right here, npm install React email. And I think I also have to do --legacy -peer -deps and press enter. Okay, this is getting installed. Meanwhile, let's see what else we need to do. In these scripts, to run a particular email or to test an email, we need to add a script over here. Okay, let's do that. I'll go to my package JSON file. And in the script, we already have the dev script. So instead of dev, I'll just say email. I'm going to say comma over here. And yeah, I think this should run it. Let's worry about that later on. We will first create our email template. This is taking quite some time to get installed. So for some reason, this React email was causing issues. So what I did, npm install React email -t -e, and I used --force over here. And now, yeah, this is installed now. Now the next step is we have to install this React at React email /components, and make sure to leave this out. We don't want to do this. So paste this over here and press enter. Oh, sorry, I have to add legacy peer deps over here. So I'll say space legacy peer deps. If this does not work, we'll use --force. Yeah, but this worked. Okay, nice. Let's close this. And now I'll create a folder over here called emails. And I'll keep my email template inside of it. I'll create a new file, template.jsx. And let's see, if you scroll down, they will tell you how to create a template, something like this. Let's just copy it and paste it over here. So we have button, HTML, different elements coming from this React email /components. And you have to use this only to build this email template. So let me show you. If I go to my terminal and try to npm run email and press enter, and this is where it's running. Let's copy it and paste it inside of our browser. We have this template right here. And this is how our template looks like. Okay, let's go and build it for our budget. So I'll go back here. We'll take 3 things actually. One will be the user name, which I'll keep empty by default. I'll keep the type. So type can either be 2 things. We will send the email for the monthly report, right? If you remember, I showed you in the intro, and also for the budget alert. So let's just say by default, it will be budget alert, and then the data, which will be empty by default. Okay. Now over here, I'll have 2 if conditions. First of all, if the monthly report is there, then I'll show some other template. But if the budget alert is there, then I'm going to show some other template. So let's just take this return and paste it inside of over here. And inside this HTML, let's just remove all of these buttons and stuff. First of all, I'll have the head of the email, the header. Then I'll have the preview, which will say budget alert. And to understand all of these things, I would highly recommend you guys to go on and read more about all of these components right here in the internal components. These are very simple, like button, container. If you want to add code, you have to use this code inline, tags, different tags over here. That's it, nothing else. So I'm using all of them right here. Then we will have the body tag, and we will use style equals styles.body. And where will we define these styles? We will define them right over here, const styles. Like for example, for the body, I'm going to say background color to this and font family to this. Okay. Then inside of this body, I'm going to wrap this inside of a container. And then inside of this container, I'll first have a heading, which will say budget alert, and then a text, which will say hello, whatever the username is. Then I will give them the alert that you've used this much percentage of your data of your monthly budget, right? And we will go on and write all these styles. Let me just write out this first. Then we will have a section, which will show different things like our budget amount, our total expenses, and how much our budget is remaining. So first of all, we will have this div, which will say the budget amount is data.budget amount. Then after this div, we have spent so far, and here we will show data.to expenses, total expenses, I mean. And then after that, we will show the remaining. So it will be budget amount minus total expenses. That's all. Let's style all of them. So first of all, for the container, I'm going to say the background color is going to be white. We're going to have some horizontal margin over here, some padding of 20 pixels, border radius of 5 pixel, and some box shadow, right? Then for the title, this budget alert, I'm going to say color is going to be this. Font size is going to be 32 pixels, some font weight, text align, some margin, etc. Then for the heading, which is this over here, the budget amount and all, I'm going to say color, some font size, some font weight, some margin. These are very basic HTML, CSS, right? You can, probably write this on your own, but you can take this file as an inspiration for that. For our text, I'll add some color, some font size, some margin. For my stats container, I'm going to say this will have some margin of top and bottom, some padding, some background color, and some border radius of 5 pixels. And for each and every stat, I'll have some margin bottom, some padding, some background color, and some border radius with some box shadow. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's just have some dummy data over here. So in the data, probably I'm going to say percentage used something, budget amount this, total expenses this, username can be Piyush over here. And yeah, let's see. Head is not defined. Okay, we have not imported this head from React email/components. And I think we would need to import these other things as well, like preview, body, container from React email, heading, text, section. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's see. Yeah, this is how our email template is going to be looking like. And again, you can customize it according to you, whatever you feel is right. Okay, let me just invert this. Let me just keep this data as empty and this username as empty as well. Okay, so we have successfully set up our email template. Let me just say email template. It's like this. Now, how do we send it to our user? We will be using resend for our, as a service for sending the email. So let's see how we can configure resend. So I'll say resend. Let's see inside of it. So it's email for developers. Okay, let's go to the docs and I'll select Next.js. Get started. Let's create our account. I'm going to sign up with Google. And after logging in, you can come to this API keys section right here. You can see I've already created this finance platform over here. Let's create a new API key. Let's say wealth. Permission, full access, domain. Let's just add over here. And we have this API key right here. So let's just copy this API key and I'll go to my .env file over here. And I'll say resend _ API _ key. That is all we need and just paste it right over here. Okay, now close it. And let's go to the documentation, click on done. I'll click on docs over here and let's click on Next.js. So we have to install resend. Okay, let's install this. Go over here in the terminal. And by the way, you can stop this server for that React email. Let's install resend -- legacy peer deps. Press enter. Meanwhile, this is installing. Let's see how we're gonna be sending the email. So we're gonna be using something like this. Await resend.emails.send. And we will provide from, to, subject, and this. So since we're using this free account, right, we will be sending from this onboarding at resend.dev only, right? So yeah, let's just do that. So cool. Let's go back and yeah, this is installed. Let's close it. And inside of our actions, I'm going to create a new server action for send-email.js. I'll say export async function send email, and this will take to, subject, and the component. Inside this, first of all, we will configure our API key. So let's import this resend from resend and we'll provide it this process.env resend API key. Okay. After this, we'll have a try catch block. Inside this, we will send our email. So I'm simply going to say const data equals await resend.emails.send and we will send it from our finance app, right? Make sure the email is this only. If you want to, I guess, get their premium plan, that's your choice. Then you can use your own domain, but by default for free, you can just use this and then provide it to subject and React. We will send it from outside. After this is done, I'm going to say return success true and the data that is sent. Otherwise in the error, I'm going to say console.error failed to send email and return success false with the error message. All right. And with this, I guess we have set up everything. Let's go to our functions again. And here we will send the email. So to send the email, I'm going to say await send email and make sure to import this send email from this send email. So inside this send email, we need to send the to subject and that email template, right? So to will be budget dot, to will be budget dot user's email, right? Budget dot user dot email. And then the subject can be budget alert for the particular account. And then we will provide the template. So I'll say React will be email template that we just created. Make sure to import it. And inside of this, it will take username, type, and the data, right? So username will be budget.user.name. Type will be budget alert. We are invoking this budget alert, right? Then for the data, I'm going to send the percentage used, budget amount, total expenses, and the account name. Yeah, that's all. This is all that we are going to be needing over here. So let's try it out now. This will give us error. Let's close it. We don't even need it at this point. Go to functions and let's just first check if it's beyond 80% or not. Yeah, it is well beyond 80%. Let's click on invoke function. Okay, it's fetching the budget. It's completed now. Yeah, it was pretty fast. Let's go and check our email. But I guess I did not receive any email. Let's add some console logs over here. Oh, I think I know why this is happening. Probably because we already have invoked it and we have this last alert sent, right? So let's just delete this. I deleted the whole row, my bad. Let's just go on and add the budget again. Let's refresh it. Let's add 7500. Tick. Okay, we have the budget. Let's try to invoke it again. Then this time we should get the email. Rerun. It's running, fetching the budget and execute. And yeah, now let me check my email. And there we go. We got the budget alert for my personal account. It has given me all of these statistics that you have used 92.3% of your monthly budget amount, spent so far, and remaining. Amazing. These are the type of feature that will make your project stand out. Great. Now for the main event, we have to add this add transaction functionality, where we will be able to add a transaction and also able to scan a receipt with the power of AI. And currently it will show me /transaction/create this error because we have not written anything inside of the page.jsx right here. So I've opened this /transaction/create page.jsx file and I'm going to say RAFCE add transaction page. And yeah, now we can see add transaction page. It should be add transaction. Okay. So first thing first, what is the data that we will be needing over here? So if you see, the only thing over here is this account, which we will be needing from our database, right? So we need to fetch our user accounts. And also if I click on this create account button, we have the option to create an account right over here, right away, right? So we already have the get user accounts server action, right? So let's just import that over here, just like this. And let's make this an asynchronous function. And we will get all of the accounts right here. Now inside this div, I'm gonna have a h1 tag, which will say add transaction. I'm going to give this the class name of text to be 5xl and the gradient title, just like we've been doing up until now. And also let's say margin bottom to 8. For this parent div, I'm going to give the class name of max width to be 3xl, horizontal margin will be auto, and some padding horizontal to be 5. So let's see inside of our app. Yep, we can see the add transaction right here. Below this h1, I'm going to have the actual form for our transaction, like add transaction form. So let's go on and build this component. But okay, so let's just first send it these accounts, right? So we need to send the accounts, and also this will take the categories. And we've already imported the categories right here, right? In the data categories, these categories are what we will be needing. So default categories, right? So I'll say default categories. Okay, yeah, that should be it. Let's create a component right here, underscore components, and I'm going to create a new file called transaction-form.jsx, RAFCE transaction form, or add transaction form. Let's import it right here, just like this. And now we should see, yep, add transaction form. And also let's just make this the client component so that we don't forget it later on. Use client. Now, before going on over here and start working on this form, let's just first create our server action for creating the transaction. So I'll go to my actions, and over here, let's get a new file called transaction.js. Here we will create this export async function, create transaction, and we will get the data right here. So if you don't remember, let me remind you. if we just go to this Prisma schema over here, we have all of these things that we will be needing. But among these, you will need type, the amount, the description from the user, date of the transaction, the account ID. So this account ID right here, category, if it's recurring transaction or not, right? If it's a recurring transaction, we will ask for the recurring interval. And yeah, I think these are all the things that we will be needing and we will be getting over here in this data right here, right? So first thing first, let's just verify if our user is logged in or not, which we have done a lot of times up until now, right? Also, by the way, in this create transaction server action, we will be adding some limitation on how much user can create transactions per day, right? So we will use Arcjet to add rate limiting to this API. And we will implement this very soon. Now, first thing first, we want to find that particular account, right? Inside of which we are trying to create the transaction. So just to verify it, I'm going to say const account equals db.account.findUnique, where the ID is data.accountID and user is user.id. Let me just import all of this auth from Clerk and also this db from Prisma file. Okay, so if the account is not found, we will throw the error that account not found. Now, with respect to whatever is inside of this data, the transaction, let's say if it's an expense or if it's an income, we want to update the balance of this account as well, right? So first of all, I'm gonna calculate the balance change. So I'll say const balance change is equals to data.type. If it's equal to expense, then whatever the amount is, I'm gonna make it negative, else it will be positive. Then what will our new balance be? It will be account.balance.toNumber. We are serializing it first and then we are adding whatever the balance changes. If it was negative, then it would have reduced it over here. Now again, we need to perform multiple different operations over here. Like we will create the transaction, then update the account with the new balance. So all of both of these Prisma queries need to be completed, right? Else our operation will be failed. So again, we will be using the Prisma transaction. Again, let me remind you, this is not our transaction. The Prisma transaction is written like this. So await db.$ transaction. This is a reserved keyword in Prisma and you might use it in other projects as well. Inside this, we have a callback. So this will be an asynchronous callback and it takes one single transaction. And inside of this, first of all, we will create our new transaction. So const new transaction inside of our account equals await transaction.create. We are going to be creating it inside of our database. Again, we will take the data over here and we will provide the data that we are getting right here, right? So first of all, provide all of the data over here. Then the user ID will be user.id from the clerk, or sorry, from the database actually. This is from our database. And then we will calculate the next recurring date. So next recurring date for the recurring transaction. This will only be valid if our transaction is recurring. So we need to check if that data object data.isRecurring is true and data.recurring interval is true. If both of these are true, question mark, then I'm going to write a function over here, calculate next recurring date, and I'll provide it the first date, that is the date of transaction, and the recurring interval, that is if it's daily, monthly, whatever, right? Else nothing, null, right? So let's create this function first. It is very, very simple. So I'm just going to quickly import it. It just looks like this. So it's a function, calculate next recurring date. Just take the start date and the interval. So inside of it, we are doing const date equals new date, and for that particular date of the transaction, right? So we will convert it into a new date, format it, and then we have a switch case for each and every case over here, like daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. So let's see, for each and every case, we will add the number of days. If it's daily, then obviously it will be plus 1 day, date.get date plus 1. For weekly, 7, monthly, I'll say get month plus 1, and then I will set the month over here. In these cases, we are setting the date. In this case, we are setting the month. And yearly, obviously, we're doing date.set full year and get full year plus 1, right? That's all. And in the end, we will return the date, right? So we will get this date right here and we will assign it to next recurring date. And yeah, that's all. After this thing, after this, where it's ending, yeah, over here, I will update my new balance inside of my account. So I'll say await tx.account.update, where the ID is this account ID. Update the balance with this new balance and then return the transaction. sorry, new transaction, this thing right here. I'll paste it. Inside of this, we will get our new transaction. So after this Prisma transaction, I'm going to revalidate two things. Two pages actually. Revalidate dashboard. Let's import this and revalidate the accounts page. So /account/transaction.account ID, the current account page that we are in. And then we will return the success to true, and data, we will serialize the amount of the transaction, right? So let's just write this function just like we've done up until now. Again, you can, keep it in one single place if you like, and you can import it again and again. So just like this, serialize amount, and we can convert it into a number. Then if the error occurs, I'm going to simply throw new error so that it will be handled by our use fetch hook. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's go back to our transaction form and here start building it. So for the transaction form, again, we will be using React hook form with Zod, and we have to create a schema as well, right, for our form. So again, we already know what are the things that we need. So let's go back to this lib and schema.js. And here, let me just duplicate this so that it's a little bit easier. Let me close these. Instead of account schema, it will be transaction schema. All right, so z.object. What are all the things that we will be needing here? First of all, the type. It can be either, income or expense. So I'm going to make it an enum. Amount is going to be a string, right? So z.string.minimum, one single. It should have at least one single letter inside of it. Then we want to have the description and the date. So description will obviously be string, and this will be optional. Date, z.date, and if it's not provided to us, we will say date is required. Same with the account ID and category. It will be a string as well, at least one digit, as the account is required. Same with category as well. Is recurring is going to be optional. So I'll say z.boolean and default false. Actually, it's same as saying optional, right? We're providing it a default value. And then I'm going to provide it the recurring interval. So z.enum, it can be either of these four values, and this will be optional. Now that this is not it, we want to perform some checks over here. So I'll say dot. We have a super refine function right here that comes from Zod, and inside this we will add some validation. So this will take a callback. Inside this callback, we will get the data, and this contains some functions which will help us, right? So let me show you. So I'm going to say if after this form is submitted, I'm going to check if this should be true. Without this being true, you cannot provide it, right? So I'm going to say if this is true and this is not empty, then what will we do? I'm going to say if data is recurring, like this is true, but this is empty. This is true, but this is empty. Then we will show throw an error. And I'll do that by doing ctx.addIssue. We'll provide a custom error code over here. You can go and check. We're given a custom error code. And they're giving the message, the recurring interval is required for recurring transactions. Because by default, we don't have any error condition over here, right? That's why we have defined it right here. And we will define that on this is where we're supposed to give the error. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's take this, go back to this transaction form. So first of all, I'll import the use form hook from React hook form. And inside of it, an object, I'll take resolver and Zod resolver, just like we've been doing. We have done in the create account form, right? So I'll say transaction schema. Make sure to import it from the schema file. And then let's just give it some default values. So default values can be type. By default, it's going to be expense, amount, empty, description, empty, account ID. We will take the accounts from over here. We were taking the accounts and categories, right? So whichever the default account is, we will select it right here. The default account's ID, right? Then the current date, today's date, and if it's recurring or not. So by default, we will keep it as false. Then let's just also import our use fetch hook along with the create transaction server action that we created. And we will take the loading function and data and rename it to these. We will come back to this later. And then let's just go on and build our form. So inside of this div, actually, first of all, we will have the AI Recipt Scanner. I'm going to comment it out for now. Let's just first work on our form. Then we will, work on this AI features. And also inside of this div, I'll keep form over here. Then I'm going to have a div over here. First of all, for the type of the transaction. So I'll have a label here, which will say, let's remove this HTML4 and I'll say type. Then below it, I'm going to have the select tag for the type. So let's go to Shadcn UI and get this select tag. Let's copy it up and I'll paste it right here. Let's import it one by one. Trigger, value, the content, and the item. Okay, let's see how it looks currently. Server only can, oh, my bad. We need to make this. Okay, let's go to this create transaction. Yeah, this should be a use server component. Sorry, not component, I mean server action. Let's see now. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But instead of these, I'm gonna have two options for expense and the income. Placeholder is going to be select type, and let's remove this class name from here. Over here in the select, we will, actually I realized I have not taken out these things from use form. So we will obviously be needing register and set value, handle submit, errors from the form state, so form state and the errors from inside of it. I'll need the watch to monitor the form fields. Apart from this, we will need get values if we need to get any values from the form, and the reset to reset our form. And yeah, let's go back over here in the select, and I'm gonna say on value change, we will take the particular value and I'll say set value to the type field and I'll provide the value. And by default, we will have this type, which if you notice, I've given expense. Okay, but to monitor that particular type change, we need to do this. So over here, I'm going to say const type equals watch type. Same we will do with is recurring and date as well. So I'll keep is recurring watch is recurring and date to watch date. Right? I'll show you very soon when we go on to build this. For this div, I'm going to say some vertical margin for label and select. Label will be text small and font medium. Also, let's just give this class name to this form as well so that all of them have some vertical margin of 6. And just like previously, we can show the errors right below this. So errors.type, if there's any error, I'm going to show this paragraph tag with errors.type.message. All right, so below this, I'm going to show the amount. Let me just copy and paste it over here. Instead of this select, over here, I'm going to have the input tag, right? So I'll take the input tag with type number. Step will be 0.1. We've done this already while creating the account, right? While we were inputting the balance. Placeholder will be 00 and register, we will tie it up with the amount field. Let's take this instead of type. I'll put amount here. Instead of this type, let's put amount. Okay, and you know what? We will keep two things, I guess, in this line. Let me just check. Yeah, we'll get amount and the account, both of them in one single line. So let's just wrap them in one more div. So I'll wrap it until here. And below this div, I'm going to have the account select tag, right? So let me just copy this thing up again and I'll go down over here and I'll paste it. Instead of this type, I'll say account. Instead of this type over here, I'll say account ID. So we've already taken this account ID over here. No, I don't think we need account ID over here. I think we can just say get values and provide the account ID so that we can get whatever the current value is for this. Then I'll say select account. And for all of these items, I'm gonna map through my accounts, right? Which we are getting from right here. So accounts.map, I'll take each and every account. So account name and the balance inside of that account fixed to 2 decimal places. And the value will be account ID and key will be account ID as well. After all of these, we can show the create account drawer, right? So we've already created this create account drawer and we can wrap the select item inside of it, or let's just keep a button over here. So I'll keep a button. Make sure to import that create account drawer. Button will be create account and it will be of type, or sorry, variant ghost. Let's see how this looks. Input is not defined. Okay, let me import this input from components and also this button right here. Okay, let's see if I click on create account. I think I should rather make it full width. So I'm going to say class name to width full, select to be none so that we don't select this, and items to be center. Let's see. Okay, we have this create account right here. Let's say text to be small and outline to be none. Yep, that is what we want. And let's just keep both of these in one single line. So for this div, I'm going to give this the class name of display grid. Gap of 6 between them. In the medium screens, they will be side by side. In the smaller screens, they will be top and bottom. So now, yep, if I click on it, we can see this drawer right here. Great. Now we have to create this category, date, description, etc. So below this div, not this div. For the category, again, we will be needing a select. So let's just copy this thing up till here and I'll paste it right here. And let's see, we need to change this account over here, category, and actually this should be small c, select category. And instead of the accounts, I will map over here the filtered categories, and we don't need this create account drawer over here. Let's remove that. And simply over here, key will be category ID, value will be the same, and category dot name. Let's see. Filtered categories is not defined. Oh yeah, we are going to be filtering them with respect to the this income or expense selected. So this thing, if the user has selected expense, we will show the expense categories, else the income categories. So over here, I'm going to say const filter categories equals categories dot filter, and whatever the category is selected, I'll take one single category, I'll compare it with this type right here. So category dot type is equals to type, and just return that. So you'll see if the expense is selected, we will only show the expense categories. If the income is selected, we will only show the income categories. Okay, let's fix the errors for all of these as well. I think I forgot to update that. So over here for the type, the amount, here it will be account, so account ID, and for the category it will be category. Okay, after this category we are going to be having the date, right? So let's copy this div over here and paste it. Let's remove this select. We are actually going to be using a popover over here. Let's just first give this label date, and these errors the date as well. And now after it, we will add the popover. So how do we use the popover? Let's see Shadcn UI. Here it is, popover. If I click on it, it will appear something like this. So this is how we want to add the date selection. So let's just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's import it from components here and content. Let's just put as child over here so that it doesn't cause any, semantic issues. So instead of it, we will be keeping a button. That's why. So I'll say button variant to be outline. Inside this, simply we will check this date. We are watching this date right here, right? So I'll say if date is selected, then I'll format it in this format over here. I've already showed you this format, right? Let's import it from date-fns, else I will show pick a date. So let's see. Yep, you can see the date is already been selected. That's why it's being shown over here. Let's give this some class name of width to be full, some padding left to be 3, text to be left, and font to be normal. And also after this, let me just give it a calendar icon from Lucid React. Class name will be margin left auto, so it's on the very right side. Height and width to be 4 and opacity to be 50. Let's see. Yep, that is what we wanted. Let's work on this popover content. So inside this, simply we are going to be displaying the calendar component from Shadcn UI. If you remember, we did install that. Let's give this class name of width to be auto and padding to be 0. So inside of it, I'll say calendar. Make sure to import it from Shadcn UI. I think we didn't install it. I think it's AR, yeah, right? Yep, import it from Shadcn UI. Mode will be single. Selected will be the date that is already been selected. On select, I'm going to say date to be set value, and to this date field, whatever the current date is that is selected. And when it will be disabled, if the date is more than the today's date, then we will disable it, or the date is less than this, 11/1900, and we'll keep it on focus, initially focused. Okay, let's see. If I click on it, yep, we see the date. If I click on 13 over here, yep, we are able to select 13. Great. Now after this div, I'm gonna be asking for the description. So again, it's gonna be very simple. I'm just gonna bring it in. It will have a label of description, input with a placeholder enter description. We will have a register with the description field, and I'll say errors.description and show the description error if there's any. Now next, I will show a switch case for our is recurring, right? So over here, let's have a div. Inside of this, actually, I think we have already built this in that accounts form, right? For adding the switch of is default. So let's just take it from there, not here in the, I think it's in there in the components here in the create account drawer. Yep, this is what we need. So let's just copy it along with the switch, and I'll paste it right here. So instead of this set as default, I'm going to say recurring transaction, import this switch over here from components, And here, instead of this, I'm going to be saying checked is equals to is recurring, which we are checking over here by watching over this field. And on checked change, whatever the current value is, I'll say set value is recurring field and I'll put it right here. Instead of this, I'm going to say set up a recurring schedule for this transaction. Let's see if it looks good. Yeah, I think it does. We are able to select it. And then below it, if it's on or off with respect to that, we will show the recurring interval. We can select daily, monthly, weekly, etc. So I'll say is recurring and let's just take a div with a select. This one, let's just take this category one, copy, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, I'm gonna say instead of category, recurring interval. Over here as well, I'm gonna say recurring interval. I'll say select interval. And instead of these filter categories, I'm gonna say select items to be daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly. Then in the end, instead of this category, I'm gonna say recurring interval dot message for the errors. And yeah, I think they should do it. Let's check it out. If I turn it on, yep, we get the option to select the recurring interval over here. Great. Now simply in the end, we need to add the cancel and create transaction buttons. So after this div, after this, I'm gonna have a div which will contain two buttons. So button, this one will be cancel and the other one will be create transaction. Let's just make them display flex and some gap between them. And when I click on cancel, I'm gonna say on click router dot back, right? This will go wherever it came from, the page that we came from over here. Type is going to be buttons, right? This does not submit our form. Variate outline, class name to be widthful. Let's just import this router on the beginning. So on the top over here, I'll say router equals use router from next/navigation. Okay, coming back over here. For this thing, create transaction, this will simply be type submit. Class name is going to be widthful and it will be disabled when the transaction is loading from right over here, right? And yeah, that is our form. Let's go on and add the logic for submitting the form. So I'll say on submit equals handle submit, just like before. So handle submit, I think we have imported it, right? Yeah, handle submit. And this obviously takes a function. Let's just say on submit, which does not exist yet. So let's create it. So I'll say const on submit and let's just make it an asynchronous function, async. It's like that. And here we will get the data for that form while submitting it. So first of all, let's just say const form data equals to data. And whatever the amount is, I'm gonna convert it into a decimal format. So I'll say parse float. Then simply I'll run this transaction function that we are taking from right here along with this form data, right? And yeah, that should do it. Then after this is submitted, I'll have a use effect over here for displaying the toast. So inside of this, I'll say only run it if the transaction result has changed or transaction loading has changed. Inside of this, I'll say if the transaction result dot success is true and that loading is not going on right now, I'll say toast import it from sonar dot success and I'll say transaction created successfully, and after that I will reset the form and say router dot push to this accounts page, right? /accounts/ whatever the account ID is. And yeah, that's all. Let's go and try to create a transaction. Let's keep it an expense. Let's say amount can be $50, categories can be groceries, and date, let's just keep today's date only. What if we keep the account empty? Like amount empty, right? And click on create transaction. Yep, it will show me the error 50. Okay. So yeah, let's create the transaction and transaction created successfully. But for some reason, it did not take me to the accounts page. Let's see the console. Oh yeah, now it did. Never mind. I guess it was loading. So we can see, yep, we have the groceries right here. We have not provided the description over here. But don't worry, we will have this edit functionality as well, right? If we click on it, it will take us to this edit equals this ID right here, right? And we will work on this very, very soon. But first, let's add the rate limiting to this API right here, because we don't want some malicious user to take advantage of this API and like inject hundreds of transactions at once, right? It will be bad for our server. So let's add the rate limiting of, let's say 10 requests per day, right? Something like that. Let's just open Arcjet side by side so that we can monitor what we are doing over here. There we go. I've opened Arcjet and obviously this shows it shows us this screen because we have not connected Arcjet to our app yet, right? We have just installed it. So let's go on and do that. Also, by the way, we will rate limit our app to 10 transactions per day, right? And we can add a feature like something like you can purchase our pro plan to get, more transaction limits, like 50 transactions or even 100 transactions, right? Something like that. So comment down below if you would like to see that feature in this application, and I will bring you a brand new video on that topic as well. So, okay, let's go back and inside this lib folder over here. And inside this lib folder over here, I'm going to create a new file called arcjet.js. And let's set up our arcjet inside of it. So I'll say const aj equals arcjet. And I guess we have not installed Arcjet yet. Yeah. So we need to say, go to our terminal, and I'm going to say npm install at arcjet/next legacy-peer-deps. By the way, I have used Arcjet in one of my previous tutorials as well, journal app. I would highly recommend you guys to go and check it out. That is an amazing project tutorial for your resume. Okay, it is installed. Let's try to import it. Yep, we will import it from arcjet/next. Oh, this is not how we want to import it. We will import it like this. Import arcjet from arcjet/next. Okay. Now, first of all, over here, we will provide it our API key. So inside of the .env file, we have added this arcjet key, right? So I'll say key equals process.env arcjet key. Now, how are we going to, track keep the rate limiting for a particular user? We can either, use something like their IP address, or we can also use their user ID to track it, right? So I'm going to say characteristics and provide the user ID over here. And don't worry, I'll show you how you can provide the user ID to this. So this keeps a track based on user ID. Now, after this, I'm going to provide the rules that we want to apply to protect this request. And this will be an array. And I'm going to say token bucket. This will be imported from arcjet/next. And inside this, we will provide something. So this right here is used for rate limiting, right? So I'm going to say mode, first of all. So mode is live. And the refill rate, refill rate is going to be 10 transactions. And the interval is going to be hourly, right? So I'll say 3600. And the max that user can make a request is, I'll say capacity to 10, right? So every hour, user can make 10 requests. And then it will refill by 10. Sorry, it will not be a string. It will be a number over here. Okay. And then I'll say export default to AJ. And with this, we have successfully configured our Arcjet. Now, what we need to do, let's go back to this transaction.js. And over here, yep, this is where we'll be adding the rate limiting. So first of all, I'm going to say const request equals await. This request object comes from Arcjet. Let's take the request object for this particular request. And then we will check, or we will actually provide the instructions to Arcjet to tell it that how many tokens per request we are supposed to consume. So I'm going to say const decision equals await aj.protect, and it will take this request object and we will provide the user ID. So with respect to this user ID, we will be monitoring the user and requested to be 1. So I've written over here, specify how many tokens to consume. If you want to, I don't know, let's say 2 tokens per request, you can put 2 over here, but I think 1 will be good, right? Now over here, we will check if decision dot is denied. If we are not able to access, then what will we do inside of it? We will check what is the reason over here. Why are we not able to access? So I'll say if decision.reason.is rate limiting. If rate limiting is the reason, let's destructure this reason object over here. We will get remaining requests over here and the time that is remaining before it get reset. So after that, simply like this is for me, this is my personal choice. I do console.error in the browser to show that rate limiting exceeded. And in the details, we can show remaining and reset in seconds. But generally for user, we can just say throw new error, too many requests, please try again later. And if we don't know what the reason is over here, we can simply throw the error that instead of this, I'll say request blocked. That's all. Let's go on and try it out. Instead of 10 right now, I don't know, let's just say 2 for now, right? So I'll go back to my Arcjet dashboard over here. And let's try to make a request. So I'll try to add a transaction. Let's say expense. Let's say entertainment. I'll say $10. I'll say movies. And let's keep this date to 12. And let's try to create a transaction. It is creating it. AJ is not defined. Oh, sorry, I forgot to, I guess, import this right here. Oops. Yep, AJ. Make sure to import AJ from @lib/arcjet, the file that we created. So let's go back and try to create a transaction. Also, you can add some loading indicator over here, right? So currently we can just see the button getting disabled here. Okay, transaction created. Let's go back to Arcjet and we should be able to see, yep, our request went through. Awesome. Let's try doing this again. We should have one request remaining right now, right? Yep. Let's try doing it again. I'll go to add transaction. I'm going to say 20 USD and let's just say we are going to select gifts and donation. I don't know, let's just say gift over here and click on create transaction again. Again, we have created transaction. That's fine. We should see a new request made over here. Now we don't have anything. We have consumed all of our max requests. Let's click on add transaction again and we can fill any gibberish over here. This will not go through. Let's just say test and I don't know, select anything. If I click on create transaction, you will notice too many requests. Please try again later. So you see, this is the production grade features that we have included in this app, which will make your resume stand out, which you won't really find on other tutorials on YouTube. And if I go back to my dashboard, we can see which was the user who, tried to increase the rate limit. We can check their user IDs in the header, I believe. Oh, it's in the extra. So yeah, you can see user ID, this right here. And we can see the reset time is going to be these many seconds remaining, right? So yeah, this is an amazing tool. I love Arcjet and I would recommend you guys as well to use it on all of your projects where, such security required. Let's move forward, and now is the most interesting part. We will go on and work on this AI Recipt Scanner feature. Awesome. Let's go. So right here in the transaction.js, I'm going to be creating a new server action called export async function scan receipt, and we will be taking a file from the user, which will be a receipt, right? And we will obviously provide the checks inside of it, if it's an image or not. Actually, not inside of it. We will provide it on client side. Don't worry about that. But there is one thing that we need to configure over here. So Next.js has, I believe, some limit when it comes to file sizes. So let's increase it to 5 MB. So I'll go to over here in the nextconfig.mjs, and right here below the images, I'm going to say experimental server action and body size limit is going to be 5 MB. So we can, include file sizes up to 5 MB. Coming back to this, to scan this through AI, we obviously going to be needing an AI model, right? And the AI model that we will be using is Gemini AI because it is free to use, or at least with some, limitations. So let's go back to our browser and I'm going to search Gemini API. And you're going to land over here, Gemini Developer API. Make sure to sign in over here. I'm going to click on Explore Models in Google AI Studio. And we are in. Now it tells us these two things. Develop in your own environment. We can click on over here to get the API key, or you can click on over here to get the API key. So let's click on here. And you can see I've already created an API. If you want, you can click on over here to create an API key for any of your Google projects, or you can get the default API key from over here. So let's just take this API key. I'm going to click on over here and let's copy it up. And I'll go back to my app in the .env right here. And I'll create a new field for Gemini underscore API underscore key equals this API key right here. All right, let's close this. And let me show you what are all the models that we have. So if I just say, I don't know, Gemini API pricing and just open this page, you'll see we have these many models, and these are like basic models, and this is more advanced pro models. So what we will be using is Gemini 1.5 Flash. This is amazing for these types of things. And you can see we have very generous rate limits over here. 15 requests per minute and 1 million token limit is allowed over here. Okay, great. And this also accepts, images and all of those types of things. Okay, cool. Let's just close it up. Go back to over here in the scan receipt. And for working with this Gemini API, we have to install a package. So I'll go down over here and let's remove this. And I will say at Google/generative-AI. Make sure to enter this exact library over here, right? And then I'm going to press enter. Okay, this is installed. Now on the top, I'll create a new instance from this. So right here. I'll say const gen AI equals new Google generative AI. Make sure to import it from this package. And we will provide it our API key. So I'll say process.env.gemini API key. Okay, coming back to our server action over here, I'll say try catch block, and I'll initialize a new model over here. So I'll say const model equals gen AI that we imported up there. I think it's gen AI, whatever you want to keep it. So gen AI dot get generative model, and again we will be using Gemini 1.5 Flash. Okay, after that we have taken this file from the user, right? So we need to convert this file into something called as array buffer so that we can provide it to the model, right? So we can upload it, and then we will convert it into a base 64 image. So it's a type of an image, right, that we can use to store inside of our database or provide it to these AI models. So I'll say base 64 equals buffer dot from array buffer. We have created this array buffer right here. I'm going to say toString base 64. And yeah, now we have our image ready to be supplied to our AI model. So, okay, now we can say const prompt. We're going to give some prompt to this AI model as well, but let's just keep it empty for now. I'll show you what it is. But to, create or to prompt, or basically to call this API, I'm going to say const result equals await model dot generate content. This is the function, and you can read about what this exactly does. And inside of it, it's going to take an object, like it's going to take an array and then an object with the inline data, which takes the data, which is this base 64 string. So colon base 64 string, and the type. So type, I'm going to say mime type. It's going to be like PNG or JPEG, whatever it is, right? So I'll say file dot type from this file right here. And then after this, it will take the prompt that we will tell it, right? We will tell it that convert this receipt into usable format. I'll show you very soon. Then we will get some response from this API, right? So I'll say const response equals await result dot response, whatever we get inside of it, and we will convert it into a text. Now this text is a little bit weird. It has something like this format, like slash backticks and some JSON and our content in between. So JSON backticks and slash, something like that, right? So we want to remove these things from the beginning and the end, right? So to do that, I'm going to be making the use of regex. So I'll say const cleaned text equals text dot replace. We'll say wherever you encounter this thing inside of this text, just remove it, right? And trim it and provide us the cleaned text. All right. Then we will get our text over here. So, okay, before moving forward, let me just show you what is the prompt that we will be using. So it's actually pretty big prompt. So what I want you to do, just go back to my GitHub repo. Inside of this actions in the transaction here it is. This is the prompt. So basically this is saying that analyze this receipt image and extract the following information in the JSON format. I want to get the total amount, just the number, the date in ISO format, the description or the items purchased, the store name or the suggested category, and we will give all of these categories that we are using inside of our app, right? And I'm going to tell it that only respond with the valid JSON in this exact format, because this is the format that we are using inside of our app, right? And I'll also say if it's not a receipt, return an empty object, right? So let's just copy this prompt up and provide it to this prompt right here. All right. And yeah, I guess that is what we needed. Cool then. So it should respond us in this format. And when it will respond us, it will be in a string format, right? Stringified format. So we need to convert it into an object. So I'll have a try catch block just in case if it fails to convert it into an object. So I'll say clean text json.parse and provide it with this. And then we should get over here that object. So I'll say return whatever it is. So I'll get the data.amount. I'll convert it into the float, date, description, category, and the merchant name. Whatever we will get inside of this object right here. And we can get some error over here, parse error, and let's just give the error to our front end. So I'm going to say console.error, error parsing JSON response and parse error. And we'll throw new error, that invalid response format from Gemini. That's all. And in this error, we will catch it. We'll simply say failed to scan the receipt. And also let's just do console error over here, error.message. Yeah, I think that should be it. That should do it. This was a pretty big server action, right? But yeah, I'm pretty excited for this feature. Let's go back to our transaction form. And this is where we will be adding this feature, AI Recipt Scanner. All right, so over here, I'm going to create a component called Recipt Scanner. And this will take a function called onScanComplete. And whenever the scan is completed, I'm going to trigger this function right here. So let's create this function, handle scan complete, which takes the scan data inside of this arguments. Okay, we'll worry about this later on. Let's go inside this Recipt Scanner. Okay, we have not created it yet, so let's create it over here. New file, Recipt Scanner.jsx, RAFCE, Recipt Scanner. Okay, now this will be a client component. So I'll say use client, and here inside this div, I'm gonna take the input. So input, it will be of type file. So type file, and I'll create a ref to get the access to this particular input. So I'll say const file input ref equals use ref. Yep. And also in the props, we are going to be taking on scan complete as I showed you. Now let's just take that server action that we created. So use fetch, let's import the use fetch and the scan receipt from the transactions server actions. I'll take loading function data and rename it. Now this will have the class name of hidden. We don't want to show this input. We will create a different type of UI, not the typical file input UI. We're gonna accept only the image over here and capture the environment around us. Okay. Whenever I input something inside of it on change, we'll take the file. So e.target.files of 0th index. And if the file is valid, I'll call this handle receipt scan function, which I'll create right over here. Okay. Now for the actual UI, below this, I'm gonna have a button. If the receipt is being scanned, that is scan receipt is loading. So I'll just add a scan receipt loading over here. Then I'll show the loading UI, else I'll show the scan receipt with AI text. Let's close this. Yeah. For this, I'll simply have a camera icon with margin right 2 and a span saying scan receipt with AI. Let's see how this looks. So we have not imported it yet. So let's import the receipt scanner. And now let's see. All right, there we go. And when it is getting scanned, I want to show the loader over here with the animate spin class from Tailwind and the scanning receipt. Let's just invert it and see how it looks. Loader 2 is not defined. Let's import it. And yeah, something like this. Let's remove this not from over here. Okay, let's make this button look a little bit beautiful. So what I'll do, I'll say width to be full, height to be 10, some background gradient from top right to bottom right. So it will start from orange 500, go through pink 500 to purple 500. We will create this animate gradient class, which I'll show you in just a moment. When we hover on it, opacity will be 90. Transition will be kept on this opacity over here. Text white, and on hover, text will be white as well. So yep, that's right. Let's add this animate gradient class so that this is a little bit animated in the background. So go to the globals.css file, and right below this, I'm going to say, I'll create an animation over here called gradient move. So on 0%, the background position will be 0% and 50%. On 50%, we'll make it 100% and 50%. And on 100%, it will be 0 and 50% back to it again. So it will just move it right and left, just like this. And we will change the resize and all of those things, right? Position of the background, basically. And then I'll create this animate gradient class. Background size will be 200% by default. And on animation, we'll create 3 seconds of animation and it will be infinite. So now you'll notice it has a subtle animation right over here. It is moving from left to right and then back to it, right? So yeah, let's go back to Recipt Scanner over here. This will be of type button, variant outline. And when we click on it, it will be same as clicking on this input ref. So where I've added file input ref.current.click, right? And it'll be disabled when this is loading. So if I click on it, see, it shows us all of the files over here, whatever the file that we want to select. If it's a mobile phone, then it will open our camera. Okay, let's work on the logic over here. In the handle receipt scan, we will take a file and this will be an asynchronous function. Now over here, first of all, we'll check if the file size is more than 5 MB, we will give them the error. So if file.size is more than 5 into, 1024, this kilobytes and megabytes. So this bytes and kilobytes, so it will be 5 MB over here. So let's import this toast and we will give this error. File size should be less than 5 MB. And then we will trigger this scan receipt function over here. Then we'll create a use effect just like we've done up until now. Let's import this use effect. I'll say run this use effect when the scan receipt loading changes or scan data changes. And if scan data has something inside of it, but loading is not going on, I'll say on scan complete. So this will trigger this function right here. And I'll say toast.success receipt scanned successfully. Let's see how this looks like. So what I'll do, I'll just go back over here. I'll just console log this scanned data just to see what do we get inside of it. Right, so let's take out some dummy receipt from Google. So I'll say receipt, I don't know, food receipt, something like that. Go to images. Let's just pick this receipt. What do you guys think? Let's see. Okay, I think this is good enough. Let's save image as. Okay, I've saved it. Let's just close it up. Let's open our console. Let's go and try this out. So I'll select this receipt. It is scanning the receipt. Let's see. Moment of truth. Failed to scan receipt. Okay, let's see what happened. Let's go to our terminal. We got this error right here. So what's wrong? Error fetching from right here. Invalid JSON payload received. I guess this API is causing some errors over here. Let's check our code. Okay, so I found the culprit. This prompt should be outside of this object, not inside of this. And now it should work. Let's try again. If I click on over here and select the receipt, and let's see, scanning the receipt and wait. Okay, receipt scanned successfully and we get all of these details right here. Amazing. We get the date over here, description of all of the items, and you see how accurately it has taken out all of these things. Like it has given us this category and all as well. Cool, then let's just use this data inside of our transaction forms right here and let's assign it to our form. So simply, I'm gonna say, if we have the scanned data over here, then I'll assign all of these values, right, one by one. So I'll say, first of all, for the amount, I'll say scan data dot amount to string. For date, I'll say new date, and let's just convert it into a proper format. For description, I'm going to say if scan data dot description is there, then provide it to the description section or the description field. And I'll say if scan data dot category is there, then provide it to the category. Great. Let's just try it again, and this time we will see our form get filled. I would highly encourage you to, try it out on some physical receipt as well, your own receipt. So let's click on over here. It's scanning the receipt, and yep, you can see the receipt has been scanned successfully. Awesome. Let's click on create transaction, and we don't have to do anything now. It will automatically create the transaction. Transaction created successfully, and we are on the accounts page, and we cannot see that transaction. I guess it must be a very old transaction. Let's see inside of our database. Let's click on this date over here actually, and yeah, you can see it was from 2018. There we go. We have added it successfully. Now, one thing that I want to take care of is the recurring transactions, right? So let's say we have this recurring transaction, and let's just create a new recurring transaction. And I want to add the ingest function for, so that every month or every next date, the recurring transaction automatically gets added inside of our transactions. So let's just say expense, I'm gonna say 10, let's say entertainment, and I don't know, let's just assign this to 13th November. I'm gonna say Netflix and keep it on recurring transactions. I'm gonna say monthly. And let's click on create transactions. And yeah, guys, make sure to add loader over here. This is not looking very good. There we go. We have added the recurring transaction. Let's click on over here and filter it out. There we go. So now if that function runs, it should have already added the December 13th inside of this, Netflix subscription, like new subscription or something like that, right? So let's work on that ingest function. So I'll just close all of these things, and I'll go back to this ingest folder and functions.js. Let me just close this, like shrink this folder, and right here, I'm gonna write the logic. So similar to this, I'm gonna be creating a function over here. Let's call it trigger recurring transactions. And inside of this, first of all, let's define what this function is. So let's write the trigger recurring transactions and the name of trigger recurring transactions. And this will also be a cron job, right? But this is a little bit complex function. Inside of it, we will provide features like event batching and throttling so that, there's not much pressure that is put on our server. We will throttle the user request. Let me show you. Let's just move one step at a time. So again, as I told you before, to generate these cron expressions, You can just simply go to ChatGPT and ask it, like for example, for this one, I said, give me a cron that executes every midnight, daily at midnight, right? So it gave me this. Yep. And the third thing is the function, the asynchronous function, where we will perform all of the operations, right? So let's make it async and we'll take the step over here. All right, we are done with the setup. Okay, so inside of it, the first step will be to fetch all of the transactions for all of the users. And actually not all the transactions, we want to fetch all of the recurring transactions, right? So I'm going to say const recurring transactions equals await step dot run. We'll call this step as fetch recurring transactions. And then we will run this asynchronous function, return await db dot transaction dot find many. So we want to find many transactions over here, right? And is recurring should be true, status should be completed, and either of one of these should be true. Either it is never processed, that is last processed is null, and the next recurring date is less than or equal to today, right? That is, for example, today is 14th and I've added that Netflix as next recurring date to be 13th, right? So it has been already passed. So then we will fetch this particular transaction and it will only fetch those transactions. Okay, so we have all those recurring transactions over here. Now what we can do, we can process individual transactions. So after this, the step 2 will be to create events for each and every transaction. So first of all, I'll check if recurring transaction.length is more than 0, then I will call this event over here. So notice this properly. So I'll say const events equals recurring transactions dot map. For each transaction, I am calling this particular event, and this does not exist yet. We will create this event. This will be a separate event, which we also call as worker event. Ignore it for a second. And after this, after we have got all of these events over here, we will send them to ingest. So I'll say await ingest.send all of these events, right? We will send these events to ingest to be processed. So this will actually be a third step. And yeah, after that, we will return that these many events have been triggered. Okay, now what about this? We need to trigger each and every event, right? So after this, I'm going to create a new function altogether. Let's just copy it and paste it right here. Inside of this, I'll call it process recurring transaction. Now inside this, I'll have an object. Here we will define a few properties. First of all, I will give a unique ID to this particular function, and then we will throttle the number of requests that can be sent per user, right? So I'll say throttle limit is going to be 10. That is only process 10 transactions at once, and period will be 1 minute. Per minute, only 10 transactions will be processed, and key will be with respect to the user ID that is being sent. Now after this, we can define the name of the event that we are going to write. So this event, right? This transaction.recurring.process. So right here, event transaction.recurring.process. And actually this will be outside of this one. So I'll move it up here. Yep, comma. Then after this, we will create the asynchronous function. So async, and over here, we will take two things, the event and the step, right? Step will define obviously the steps that we are going to be taking over here. Now this is also called as event patching because we are creating a separate event for each and every transaction, right? So there are multiple different concepts that are going on over here. First of all, we are doing event batching and throttling as well. So you see how easy Inngest makes all of these things, right, to perform inside of our application. So all right, first of all, we need to validate the event data, right? So first of all, I'll say if event.data.transaction ID does not exist or the user ID does not exist, then we'll throw this error invalid event data and return missing required event data. Okay, that's fine. Then we'll say await step dot run, and now we'll start processing the transaction. So process transaction, we'll call this the process transaction, and after that we'll have an asynchronous callback, and inside of it, first of all, let's fetch that particular transaction. So I'm gonna say const transaction equals await db.transaction.find unique, where the ID is this and the user ID is this, and include the account information as well. Okay. After this, I'll check a couple of things. First of all, if the transaction is not present, then I'll return, or the transaction is not due, then we will return. So let's just write this function as well. This is pretty simple. So I'm gonna say I'll take a particular transaction over here. If no last processed date, then obviously the transaction is due, right? If last processed is null, then it is true. So we will return true. Otherwise, we will take the today's date and the next recurring date. And if the due date is behind us, that is, it is less than today, then we will return true. Okay, that is fine. Next, over here, we will perform multiple different operations, just like we did while creating the transaction, right? We created a transaction and then we updated the balance inside of our account. If any of these fail, then we will, scrap it. So we have to use Prisma transaction over here. So I'm going to say await db and $transaction, and we'll create the function over here, which will process each and every request over here. Okay. And also one more thing, we need to, update the last processed date for that particular recurring transaction as well. So let's do all of these three things. First step is creating the transactions. So I'll say await tx.transaction.create. I'll provide all of this data that we are getting from this transaction over here, like type, amount, description, and we will add this recurring tag over here as well. Date, category, user ID, account ID, and is recurring. All right, we've already done this, right? Let's just update the balance, which we also have already done. So I'm going to say const balance change, just like we've done in the transactions API. Transaction.type, if it's equal to expense, then minus, else plus. And I'll say tx.account.update, where the ID is this account ID, then the balance will be incremented to this. Okay. After this, I'll update the last processed date. So I'll say await tx.transaction.update, update the transaction where the ID is this ID, and the data will be last process is today's date, and the next recurring date will be calculated. So I'll write this function in a minute. So from today, we have to add this many days, right? Recurring interval. And I think we have already created this function, right? I think I created this in transaction.js. Let's see. Yeah, this is the one. Let's just copy it up and paste it right over here. So yeah, calculate next recurring date. I guess this is what it's called over here as well. Yeah. All right, then that is pretty much it. I think this should do it. Let's go to, let's just first check if the ingest is running or not. Let's just run this again. Yeah, ingest CLI at latest. All right, now it's running. Let's open it. Let's go to our functions. And for some reason, yeah, now I think it's detecting. It's not detecting the other functions. It's because we have not added them inside of that API, right? So let's take, and actually I think I would just need this. Let's just add both of them. So I'll go over here in the route.js. I'll say comma, trigger recurring transaction and process recurring transactions as well. Let's import this. And now we should see both of them over here. Let's refresh this. Yep, amazing. We only need to trigger this, and this is, as I mentioned, a worker function. So it will get triggered again automatically. Right. So let's just open our transactions page, which is already opened over here. Let's click on over here, and we should see on December 13th that transaction will be added right here. Let's go and try to invoke this. Now again, just in case if you're confused, this will be invoked every single day midnight. We are manually importing it because I don't want to wait till midnight, right? So let's click on invoke and invoke function. Let's see what happens. So it's running and it's already completed, I guess. Oh no, it's running, and you can see it has triggered this process recurring transactions for both of them because it found, I guess, 2 pending transactions. Yeah, you can see it has triggered 2 transactions over here. Okay, let's see. First one was received salary, and the second one is Netflix. Okay, so let's see what it has done. So we are over here in the process recurring transaction, and yep, you can see over here this transaction ID and user ID. And for this one, there must be some other transaction ID. Okay, let's go back and check if we have something. Let's refresh this. Amazing. You can see we have this Netflix recurring and received salary recurring. Both of them have been added right here. Awesome. Hit that like button right now because features like this you won't find anywhere else on any other YouTube video. This is why you're here on this channel, right? So make sure to hit that like button right now. And now let's go on and work on this edit functionality. If we click on edit over here, it will take me to transaction create page and edit flag right here. Let's go. I'm going to go back to my actions over here, transaction.js, and let's create that action. Let me just shrink both of these, this one, and this one. Now we have more space to work with. First of all, before updating we need to fetch that particular transaction, right? Which we are going to edit, right? So let's write export async function get transaction with this particular ID. First of all, let's perform the authorization of the user. We have done it a million times up until now. And then we will fetch that transaction. I will simply say await db.transaction.findUnique, where the ID is this, user ID is this. Then I'm going to say if transaction not found, throw new error, transaction not found. Else, we'll use this serialize amount function and return this transaction. Okay, easy enough. Let's go on and write the update transaction server action now, which will take the transaction ID and the updated data. Inside this, I'll say try catch block. And first of all, I'll check the authorization for the user. So I'll paste it right here. After this, I'll fetch the original transaction. So const origin transaction equals db.transaction.findUnique, where ID is this, user ID is this, and include the account as well. After that, if this transaction is not found, I'm going to throw the error transaction not found. Now let's calculate the balance change. So again, we are doing the same thing over here that we have done multiple times. I'll say const old balance change equals, if it's an expense, then minus. If it's an income, then plus. This one is for the older transaction, right? Whatever it performed. And this one will be for the updated amount, right? So once we have the old balance and the new balance, then we can subtract it to calculate the net balance change. Whatever it is, we will add it to our account balance. So now we are again going to be performing the Prisma transaction that we just now did, right? So let me show you. We're going to say const transaction await db $transaction. Inside this, we will take a callback over here. Then first, I will update the transaction where ID is this, user ID is this. Data will be whatever data that we are providing from the front end. And for the next recurring date, I've already explained this, all of this in the create API, right? It's going to be the same thing. Then after that, we will update the account balance. Again, same thing, nothing special over here. Just we are adding net balance change and returning the updated transaction. Then just like in the create API, we will revalidate the dashboard and that particular account page and return success to be true and data to be serialized transaction. Okay, and then we will throw the error, throw new error in the catch block. Okay, pretty simple. Let's close this up. Let's first go to this transaction page, and here I'll fetch that particular transaction, right? So let's get the params. So I'll say search params. This will enable us to, get the params from the URL. I'll say const edit ID equals search params dot edit. Let's just add optional chaining over here, and let me just test if this is there or not. So I'll say console log edit ID, and if I go back and refresh the page, we should see this inside of over here in our terminal right here. Yep, we can see that it's right here. Great. All right then. So what I'll do after this, I'll take the initial data as null, and I'll say if the edit ID is there, then const transaction equals await get transaction that we just wrote. So import it right here, and I'll provide it with the edit ID. And now we will get this initial data over here. Okay, let's take this initial data and also this edit ID. We will send it as props over here. I'm gonna first say edit mode equals if it's true or false, right? So if edit ID is there, I'm gonna not it twice so that it becomes true. And the initial data. Okay, let's go inside this add transaction form, and I'll receive both of them right here. Edit mode and initial data to be null. Now let's get the edit ID over here. So what I'll say, search params equals use search params. Since this is a client component, we can use these hooks. And edit ID will be search params dot get this particular edit ID. Now over here in the default values, we will set all the default values that we are getting in the initial data. So I'll say before this, I'm gonna say if the edit mode and initial data is true, I'll provide the edit values, else this thing, right? So inside of this, I'm gonna simply provide the type to be initial data dot type, the amount, initial data dot amount to string, description, account ID, category, date, whatever the initial date is recurring if it's true or not, and the recurring interval as well. If the recurring interval is present, then I'll say recurring interval and give it the value and then spread it over here. Okay. Now after this, let's see in the use fetch hook, if the edit mode is true, I want to, instead of create transaction, I want to invoke the update transaction. So I'll just do this and make sure to import update transaction over here. And similarly over here as well, this when the update transaction is there, we just not just going to be providing the form data, we are going to be providing the edit ID as well, right? So I'll say if edit mode is true, then call this function with these params, else this. Let's close this as well. And let's see, toast.success. Okay. If it's updating, if the edit mode is true, then I'll say transaction updated successfully, not created. And I'll run this if the edit mode changes. What else? Let's see, in the submit button, I guess, over here in the create transaction. Yeah. Let's just add the loader as well, right? We have not added the loader over here. So I'll say transaction loading. If that is true, then I'll do something over here, else I'll do something else. Let's remove this from over here. And if it's loading, let's just display this empty fragments over here. Otherwise, I'm gonna say if edit mode is true, then update transaction, else create transaction. And if the loading is true, I'm gonna show the loader over here from Lucid React. Let's import it. And if the edit mode is true, I'll show updating, else creating. And don't forget this animate spin class. Also, for this AI Recipt Scanner over here, we won't show it in the edit mode, right? So I'll say if edit mode is true, and actually edit mode is not true, only then show it. Okay, I think, yeah, that should do it. Let's see. Instead of this add transaction, I think I should say edit transaction. Let's just first refresh it just to see if this is working. Yep, you can see we got the amount and everything right over here. So I'll go back to page.jsx. Instead of add transaction, I'll say if we have the edit ID, if edit ID is there, then I'll say edit transaction. Let's see now. Yep, there we go, edit transaction. Great. Let's try to edit it. I'm gonna say grocery and click on update transaction. And you can see the loader as well. Updated successfully. It has routed us to the account page and yep, you can see the transaction has been updated successfully. Awesome. All right, now what I want to do, for every single month, on the first date of the month, I want to send user the monthly report email, which contains the, in like income, expense, multiple different things related to, user's default account. And over here in the dashboard as well, we will be showing user the pie chart for all of their expenses on and the recent 5 transactions of the user. Let's just first work on that monthly report thing. So I'll just go back to the ingest function over here in the functions.js. And right here, let's just shrink both of these as well, all of these, and right below it, I'm going to be creating the generate monthly reports function. And also, this will also be generating the insights by using Gemini API, using the AI. And it will give the user tips to probably save some money or something like that, right? So this is what makes our app so valuable. So for this function, first of all, I'll give this the name and and this will be a cron job again, which will run on the first of every month. So I'll say 0, 0, 1 and asterisk, asterisk. Again, I generated this expression using ChatGPT. Let's have our async function right here, which will perform the different operations like generating the monthly report, creating, AI insights and sending the email. So for the first step, also let me just take the step over here. Yeah. So for the first step, let's just fetch all of the users. So I've called this step as fetch users, and I'm doing db.user.findMany where accounts have been created already, right? Then I'm going to generate the report for all of these users. So I'll say for and const user of users. Now inside this, I'm going to run a generate report step. So I'm going to say generate report for that particular user ID, right? We will have different steps for all of the users, right? Renamed, different steps for different users. Okay, now inside of this, so we'll be generating this for the last month, right? So let's just first take what the last month was. So I'll say const last month equals today's date and last month dot set month, and I'll do last month dot get month -1, and this will give us the last month. Then we will get the monthly stats, and obviously we have to create this function. So I'll just say const monthly stats, and we'll come back to this in a second. We'll provide this the user ID and the month, and I want to get the name of month like fully, like for example January, February, etc. Right? All right, let's first work on this get monthly stats function. This will take the user ID and the month. First of all, I want the start date and end date of the month so that we can fetch all the transactions, right? So I'll say start date equals new date whatever the year is, I'll provide it, whatever the month is, and the first of that month. And I'll say for the end date, I'll say month, whatever the year is, whatever the month is, plus 1, that is, this is the next month, right? So I'll say plus 1 over here, right? So this will give us the end date, and we are not providing any date over here. And after that, we will fetch all the transactions for this period. So I'll say const transaction equals await. Let's make this asynchronous. Yeah, so await db transaction.find many, where user ID is this, and date greater than start date, less than or equal to end date. Okay. After this, let me just bring this code and then I'll explain you what's going on over here. After this, we will get all the transactions, right? Then we will reduce the transactions amongst these 4 things. So initial value will be this. Total expenses 0, total income 0, by category 0, and transaction count will be this transaction length, right? Okay. So now inside this callback, this will be the accumulator and this will be one single transaction. I'll take the amount of every transaction and I'll say if this is an expense, then I will add it inside of this total expenses, and I will also create a category for this. So not create the category, we already have the category. So I'll take t.category and I'll add that amount to, if this already exists, then we will add it to that. Else we will say 0 plus amount, right? Else we will add it to the total income, right? So this will generate us this object right here, and this will return us this whole object right here. And this get monthly stats. Okay. Now after this, after we have all of these stats, we will generate our AI insights. And for that, I'm going to be creating a separate function altogether, which will be called as generate financial insights, which will take all of the statistics that we have just generated and the name of that particular month, right? Again, we will come back to this. Let me just say const, or rather I'll say async function generate financial insights. This will take the stats and the month. Okay, let's leave it over here. I'll come back to this. Now after this, after we have the insights, I will send them as an email to the user. So how did we send the email earlier? So let's see inside of this check budget alert right here. Yeah, await send email. So let's just copy it up, and where is it? Yeah, over here. I'm going to paste it. First of all, to instead of this, I'll say user.email. We already have the user, right? And over here, I'm going to say your monthly financial report and the name of the month. Okay. And over here in the email template, first of all, I already told you, right? We would be needing for this monthly report as well. So the type will be monthly report. Username will be user.name. Data over here are going to be, let's just remove all of this, our stats, the name of the month, and the insights. And obviously we have to go and build it inside of email template, and we'll build that very soon. But after this email is sent, and actually after this whole step is done, so after this step over here, I'm going to return what we have processed. So processed users.length. Okay. All right. So let's go to this email template over here, and let's first of all write the email template for this. So let me quickly bring it in. Again, as I mentioned, these things depends from person to person, how you want to, what are all the things you want to include in your email and all. So I leave it completely to you, but let me just show what I have done. So let me just import all of these things. So simply what I'm doing over here is I'm saying in preview, your monthly financial report. Inside the body, I'm going to provide the styles that we have provided. And then we have the container. The heading will say monthly financial report. Text will be hello, username. Here is your financial summary for this month. You can just copy and paste this thing from my GitHub repo. That will be much better instead of, writing it line by line. This is not much logic involved over here, right? So simply, here's your financial report. In the statistics, I'll be providing the total income, data.stats.total income, total expenses, and the net change. So total income minus total expense. Then after this, we will have the category wise breakdown over here, right? So I'll say data.stats by category. The heading will be expenses by category. And then after that, I will convert this by category object into an array. So I'll say object.entries. So this will give me the category on one side, the amount of other side on the other side, and I'll render them right over here, category and the amount. Okay, and then I'll simply render my AI insights over here. So data.insights, whatever insights that it has provided us, we will render them one by one by mapping it. In the end, you can say, thank you for using Wealth. Keep tracking your finances for better financial health. Yeah, that's all. And I think there are a few things like, for example, this section, I have not included the styles. So let me just go on over here and include the styles for this. For each and every section, I'm going to have margin top of 32 pixels, some padding, background color, border radius, and some border. And you know what? Let's just get rid of this footer. We don't even need it. And for each and every one of these rows over here, for inside of the category, let's add some style. So I'm going to say display flex, justify content to be spaced between so that they are on the far ends, some padding and some border bottom. Let's test this out. So obviously to test it out, we have to run that email server, right? So I'm going to say npm run email, and let's add some dummy data as well. So instead of this data right here, I'm going to say these, like you can add some random data over here. Like for example, in the month, I've added December. For stats, I've added some total income, total expense by category, and some random insights over here, right? For this, I'll say monthly report, and username can be Piyush. Let's see. So this server is on 3001 inside the template. So we are not actually returning it from here. That's why we were not seeing anything. Now we can see, yep. So this is how our email will look like with all this summary, all these categories, and all the insights. Again, the main thing was generating all of this data, right? You can write your email however you like. So let me just remove everything inside of this data. Let's keep monthly report and just remove everything inside of the username over here. Okay, let's close this. And now over here, we have done everything. Just this generate financial insights is remaining. Let's generate them using. So let's go to this function right here. Inside of this, just like we have done over there, and this transaction file for this, where is it? This scan receipt, right? This is exactly how we'll be working over here as well. First of all, let's just get our AI model. So in the functions, I'll write this. Also, we need to get this Gen AI as well, right? So new Google Generative AI, make sure to import it over here. Then after it, we will give it a prompt. So you can copy this prompt from my GitHub repository because it's a long prompt, right? So here in the ingest and function, here's the prompt. So basically, let me just copy it, then I'll show you what this is. So I'll say const prompt equals, in the backtext, I'm going to say, analyze this financial data and provide 3 concise actionable insights. We want 3 insights for the user. Focus on spending patterns and practical advice. Keep it friendly and conversational. Then we will provide it the stats that we have generated. So financial data for this particular month, we are providing it the total income, total expenses, and the net income, and all of the categories. I mean, all of the expenses category wise, right? And then we will format it in form of this array with 3 points over here, right? All right. After this, then we'll do try catch to generate, like to get the response. So just like we have done over here, we will get response inside of this, right? But before that, we need to do this. So let me just copy these 4 lines and paste it over here. So first of all, we'll do model.generate, and we don't need this. We don't have any file over here, right? So we'll just provide it with the prompt without any array brackets over here. Then I'll take the result.response. Then I'll take the response.text, and we will clean it. Okay. After it, I'll simply return the JSON.parse of this cleaned text, right? We will convert it into an object. Now, what if this fails? In the error, we can, give user some generic advice. First of all, we'll say console error generating insights, and we will say return. These are some generic advice, like your highest expense category might need attention, consider setting up a budget, track your recurring expenses, blah, 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 right? These are very generic advices. So yeah, that is what we'll provide the user. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's go on and try it out. Let's close this server for the email. We don't need it now. Make sure your ingest server is running already. So let's go. And also, by the way, I forgot again, we have not provided this, not this one. We have not provided this generate monthly reports function to API over here. So yeah, route.js, and I'll provide it right here. Make sure to import it. And now if we see, yep, we have 4 functions over here. Let's generate monthly reports. I'll click on invoke function, and this will generate, let's see. It's fetching the users. It has fetched the user. Currently, we have just 1 user, but we have 2 accounts over here. And then it will generate the report. Okay, hopefully it will have sent me the email as well. Let me check. There we go. We have our monthly report. And oh, this is weird. we need to, I guess, say 2 fixed and till 2 decimal places, right? For this, and we have all the categories over here. Great. And all of the insights. And you can see we have the wealth insights as well. Yeah, you can see, wow, you're saving a lot with a net income of blah, blah, blah. Okay, travel and housing are your biggest expense, your food expense. Okay, amazing. So it has used AI to generate us some monthly insights as well. Great. And again, you can fix this by adding 2 fixed till 2 decimal places. All right, now let's start working on this overview feature inside of our dashboard. So let's go back to our app, and over here in the dashboard.js, I'm going to create a new server action called get dashboard data. And this will simply get the latest transactions. That's all. So I'm going to first check the user authorization, and then I'll get all of the user transactions and order them by descending. So this will, show us the transactions irrespective of any account, right? Let's go back to our dashboard over here, page.jsx. And yeah, we have left the space for this overview over here. Let's fetch the data. So I'll say const transactions equals await get dashboard transactions. Let's import it right over here. Okay. And then here, I'm going to add a suspense. While this is being fetched, it will show us a fallback, like I'll say fallback to be loading overview ... Okay. Now inside of it, I'm going to create a dashboard overview component, and this will take my accounts and the transactions. Now over here, we will have the select drop down as well to select the accounts, whatever accounts we want to see the transactions of. Let's go to our components and create a new file for transaction overview.jsx. Here I'm going to say RAFCE. Let's call it dashboard overview. All right. So inside of this component, first of all, we will get the accounts and transactions over here. And inside of it, I will create a use state, right? I'll take the state over here of the selected account ID and set selected account ID. By default, we will keep the default account selected. So you can see a.isDefault.id, right? If we don't have any default account, which is not possible, we will say whatever the first account is, take the ID of that. Okay. Now let's filter the transactions for this particular account. So I'll say account transactions equals transactions.filter, and I'll take t.account ID is equals to selected account ID. Okay. And also I'll make it use client component. Let's take out the 5 recent transactions. So I'll say recent transactions is equal to account transactions dot sort. I will sort it in the descending order and take out the 5 transactions out of this. All right, let's inside of this render this first. Then we will worry about the chart as well. So let's take the card from Shadcn UI over here. I'll take this card component. I'll copy it up and paste it right here. This will be for recent transactions. And below it, we will render another card. This will be for the chart. Let's not worry about this. I'm going to remove this card footer from here and from here as well. Okay, first of all, for let's just see first how it looks like. Have I imported it over here? Yeah, now it's imported. Let's see. Card is not defined. Okay, we have not imported all of those cards. So import card, card header, card title. We don't need description. Let's remove from both of the places. Card content. And let's just give this div a class name of grid and gap to be 4 between them. In the bigger screens, we will show them side by side, else on top and bottom. All right, this is loading. There we go. Let's work on this card first. So for the card title, I'll say recent transaction, and this will be text base and font to be normal. Text base is basically, 16 pixels, font size and 24 pixels line height. And below this title, I want to show a select component. So let's just take the select component as well from Shadcn UI. So select, and yeah, this is the select component. Let's copy, paste it over here. Make sure to import all of these one by one for the trigger, for the value, content, item. Items will simply be the accounts, right? So we've already taken the accounts. So accounts.map, and also select item, and key will be account ID, value will be account ID, and the account name inside of it. And here the placeholder will be select account. Width, let's just say 140 pixels. Let's see how it looks over here. Yep. Let's style this a little bit. In the card header, I'm going to say display flex row, items to be center and justify between so that they are on far ends, space Y to be 0, and padding bottom to be 4. So yeah, that is what we want. And over here to make the value of the selected account change. I'm going to say value to be selected account ID, and on value change, I'll give this set selected account ID state right here. Now after this, in the card content is where we will be rendering all of our transactions, right? So let's remove this paragraph. I'll have our div over here, and I'll say if recent transactions dot length is equals to 0, then I'll render a paragraph saying no recent transactions, else we will render all of our transactions inside of it over here. So let's say recent transactions dot map, and inside of it we will map it. Okay, so it's a very simple UI. I'll just take one single transaction. Inside of this, I'll have our div. Let's keep the key as transaction ID and class name to be display flex, item center, and justify between, right? And inside of this div now, I'll have multiple things. Like first of all, I'll display the description with the date, right? So I'll say div, and I'll have paragraph tag with transaction.description, else I'll say untitled transaction, and a paragraph tag with the, let's import this format from date-fns, and I'll take the new date in this pp format, just like we've been doing up until now. Then after that, we will show if it's an expense or income and the amount. So I've taken another div over here, this div, this div. Here, I'll make this red if it's an expense and green if it's an income. Make sure to import this cn from lib/utils. It comes like when you install Shadcn UI. It helps us to add, these conditions over here. Then also display flex and items to be center over here. And according to the type, I will display arrow down right or arrow up right, and the amount over here. Let's see. Oh yeah, we have to import both of these icons from Lucid React, and we cannot see it. I guess we are not returning it in the map. Yeah, we have to say return this div, and yep, there we go. We see it right here. Let's give this some styles probably. First of all, for this parent div right here, I'm going to give the class name of space_y to be 4. So they have some space between them. Yep. And I think this looks good. We don't need to provide any other styling to this. Let's work on this pie chart. So for this pie charts, let's go back to this recharts library, and let's click on this pie chart over here. Yep, we are on this pie chart. And I think if we go to this cell over here, yeah, this is how we will be rendering it. So let's just copy this up. And let's paste it inside of this card content over here. Obviously, this will throw us some error. Let's just import it from recharts, pie chart, this pie from recharts, and this cell from recharts. Let's first go on and prepare the data for this pie chart. So I'll go above this return statement. We need to calculate the expense breakdown for the current month, right? So what I'll say over here, const current date equals new date, and then I'll say const current month expenses. We already have this account transactions, right? And I'll say filter, and I'll filter it for this month's transaction. So I'll say new date equals t.date, and then I'll check if t.type is equals to transactions, and if the month is equals to the current month and the year is equals to the current year, okay? Then we'll get all of the expenses for the current month. Now we need to structure them. So I'll say group expenses by category. So expenses by category will be current month expenses dot reduce. We have already done this before while preparing for the mail, right? So I'll say accumulator and the transaction, and I'll take the category. If category does not exist, we'll provide 0 to it, and then for that particular category, we will add the transaction amount, and then we will get the object for that category right here, mapped with the amount. Then after this, let's prepare the data for the pie chart. So to format it, we need to do this. So I'll say object.entries, this is an array, right? So I'll say object.entries so that we get category on one side and amount on the other side in this array. And we just need name, category, and value amount for this pie chart data. Now this is what we need to render our pie chart right over here. First of all, let's just say for card title, it will be monthly expense breakdown. Card content, I'll give it class name of padding 0 and padding bottom to be 5. And then first of all, I'll check over here. If the pie chart data.length is equals to 0, then I'll show no expenses this month. Else, I will show a div right here. Okay. Inside this div is where we will be rendering that pie chart. So first of all, let's take the responsive container tag, which will be needed to make sure that this container is responsive, like this chart is responsive. So let's cut this and paste it right here. All right. So for this pie chart, we don't need anything. We've already provided the width and height above. For this pie, we'll provide the data, which will be pie chart data. This is fine. CX and CY. I'll say outer radius as 80. That's fine. Label. Let's configure this label. So what I'll do For each expense, we have the category name and value, right? So I'll provide the name and the value or the amount. Data key will be value and fill with this color. You can, choose whatever color you like. Now insert this. For this, we will be rendering the pie chart data. Dot map will take entry and index. Okay. Let's keep the key as cell dash index. That's fine. And we'll fill it with some colors. So let's create the colors array for us. And for this, what I'll do, I'll just create a random colors array. Let's just create an array over here. You can keep different colors inside of it, right? Like red, green, blue, etc., etc. And then over here, probably you can say colors to be whatever the index is, mod colors dot length, so that these colors can be, can repeat themselves if they end. And yeah, let's go on and check inside of here, responsive container not defined. Okay, let's import this and check. Okay, it doesn't seem to appear because probably I have not returned. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, never mind. It's coming now. I guess there are so many category-wise expenses that they are overlapping each other. Okay, let's just show the legend over here as well. So below this pie, I'm going to say legend imported from recharts. And see, it should show us, yeah, something like this. Great. Let's just try to change it to work, which does not have any transactions. So, okay, let's click on personal. Yep, this shows it up. By the way, make sure to provide this div with the class name of height to be 300 pixels so that we can display the pie chart inside of it. Yep, just like this. All right. And with that, we have successfully created our app. Now, one last thing that is remaining is adding the shield to our app from common attacks and also the bot protection. So let me show you how we can do that by using Arcjet. So let me just close all of these things and go to our middleware.js file. And right here, after this, I'm going to say const aj equals Arcjet. And make sure to import it from arcjet/next over here. Okay. Now inside this, we will take an object. And first of all, we will give the Arcjet key over here. Now again, as I mentioned, we can track this by using user ID. But in this case, I want to track this by using the IP address, right? So let's say rules over here. We don't need to provide anything for the IP address. So inside the rules, I'm going to provide the shield first of all. So I'll say shield, which will come from arcjet/next. And inside of this, we'll take an object. Mode is live. Great. Now after this, I'll say detect bot. This will be for bot protection. And inside this object, I'll say mode to be live. Okay. Now there are multiple types of bots, right, that we can take the protection from. So I'll say allow. And inside of over here, if you do this double quotes, you can see a bunch of different bots over here. So we don't want to block all of the bots. I want to say category, and I want to allow the search engine bots, right? To allow it to, allow this to be indexed in the search engine. And also we are using something like ingest, right? So we want to allow the ingest bot, and more specifically, we want to allow go_HTTP. Only then it will allow ingest to work with our app. All right. And now after this, what I'll do, instead of doing this export default for this Clerk middleware, I'm going to say const Clerk equals Clerk middleware. And then we will, import both of them in the end. So I'll say export default, create middleware, import it from arcjet/next. And we will provide first AJ from Arcjet and the Clerk after it, so that we can protect our app first. Then we can do other stuff like route protection. And yeah, with that, we have done everything. Amazing. Now the only thing remaining is the deployment. Let's go on and deploy our app on Vercel. So let's just first go into git ignore and just add .env. I think it's already added over here. Okay. So our .env will not be committed. So let's stage our changes by clicking on over here, or you can, let's just go onto our terminal. You can also write git init, initialize a new GitHub repository, and say git add dot if you have not pressed plus over here and press enter. And then after that, you have to commit it. So I'll say git commit -m, and I'll say preparing for deployment. And actually, one more thing that we need to do in the package.json file, we need to add something. We need to add this post install script for Prisma. Okay. Now let's just do, let's just do git add dot again, and then I'll say git commit -m preparing for deployment. Okay, I have pushed all of the, made local changes over here, right? So what I need to do now, let's create a new GitHub repository. So I'll say create new repository. Repository name can be, let's say, wealth, right? And create repository. Now we will need this git remote add origin and just paste it over here. Oops, over here. And then I'll say git push origin master. Oops, it should be master. Yeah. Now it should be pushed. The code should be pushed to right over here in this repository. Let's refresh this. Yep, there we go. We have the complete code right here. All right, now we need to go to vercel.com. And over here, just log in, continue with GitHub. And there we go, we are in. And before going on to deploy this, we need to integrate Inngest inside of our Vercel. So I'll say Inngest. Let me open the docs. And over here, you can see in the deployment, it will tell us deploy with Vercel. So we have to follow these steps over here. So after we have created our application, let's see how we can deploy it. So installing Inngest official Vercel integration. Let's go to this page. And over here, we need to connect our Vercel account with Inngest so that this sets all of the environment variable inside of Vercel. So I'll click on connect account, select a team right here. I'll say connect account. And actually, we don't have that project yet over here, right? So I'm going to close it. Let's just first deploy that project, right? Then we will worry about it. So here in Vercel, I'll say add new. I'll click on project and select wealth. Let's import it. Okay, right here in the build and output settings, we need to add over here since we're using React 19, right? So I'll say npm install --legacy -peer -deps. Okay, then we need to add the environment variables. Let's just add them one by one. So first, next public clerk publishable key. And this key right here, click on add more, add the another one. So let me just do this, and you can also do this, and I'll come back in a second. All right, there we go. I've added all of the environment variables over here, and now let's click on deploy. Hopefully nothing goes wrong, and we can see all of my build logs right here. So if you open it, yep, there we go. Okay, let's take this time to subscribe to the channel. So make sure that you've hit that subscribe button right now. So now it's installing using legacy peer deps. Okay, it has generated the Prisma client. All right, and now it's creating an optimized production build. Okay, it has generated all of the static pages over here and it's deploying outputs. Let's see. And the deployment is completed. Congratulations. And it's showing this forbidden just because we have blocked the Vercel bot probably by using Arcjet, right? So let's continue to the dashboard. And also let's integrate Inngest meanwhile. So let's click on over here and connect account now. And now we should see wealth. Yep, there we go. This is the other app. This is the app that we just now deployed. And let's click on save configuration. Continue to ingest Vercel dashboard. And if everything goes right, let's see, click on configure over here. And yeah, we'll come to this page over here. Click on sync new app. Click on Vercel integration and go to Vercel configuration. And if we scroll down, deployment protection is enabled. Okay. So yeah, I think we need to disable this inside of that deployment. So yeah, you can see bypassing deployment protection. What do we need to do? Let's see, enable protection bypass on your Vercel project. Let's go to our deployment, go to settings. And I think, yeah, deployment protection. And I think we need to disable it and save it right here. And now if we go back to Inngest, let's refresh this. And now, yeah, now it's fine. Let's go back. Let's go to sync new app. And over here, I've pasted this. And I'll say API/ingest. And click on sync app. Let's see if this works. Synced app, okay. Oh yeah, we got all these 4 budgets right here. Let's click on apps over here. And yeah, we get our app right here. Amazing, it's working. If you want to manually trigger any, function, you can click on over here and trigger them from right here. Amazing. And there we go. We have successfully deployed our app, and now you can share this app with the world. Now, the next step for you remaining is to prepare for the interviews. So make sure to check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only course that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews, or basically your JavaScript interviews, right? And again, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more such awesome tutorials.